So, what's the greatest thing you jerked off to recently? Tell the truth, Patriot. Honesty is the best policy. Wow, I love you. You're a real creep. I feel like a masturbate on the feet, or do you just like the look of the feet? Everybody appreciates a beautiful woman's foot, don't you? Yeah. It's nice to meet a woman. They don't want to make them feel so fun. Right. That's what every foot fetish guy says. Yeah. No one foot, but there's a lot of views. Right. Not many. No, right. So what would be your perfect fantasy layout? Like, are you like using the women's feet to like jerk yourself off? Or are you sniffing? What do you like to do with that arch? Put it in your mouth, put it in your butt, chop it off. Oh my god. That's really fun. We have, I think, about 15 minutes. Okay. We have a pocket full of people. I already pulled out the next name, and his name is Foremost Rashidi. What's up, guys? Thanks for having me. I love the Comedy Store. I actually got to smoke a blunt with Suge Knight at the Comedy Store a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I know it's some bucket list shit. And while I was smoking it, I realized why Tupac Shakur had to die. He died to spare me the agony of watching him try to die. It's like I would kill myself if Tupac was in the course like that. You guys are right. Tupac was alive, he would be doing amazing things on NCIS Atlanta. I do love Tupac. My favorite line of his is, I ain't a killer, but don't push me. Revenge is like the sweetest joy next to getting pussy. Because it tells you that for Tupac, pussy was number one. What it also tells you is that Tupac preferred revenge over real jobs. You talking about Tupac? I mean, I just don't believe it. When the name drop at the beginning, I said 20 seconds on it, I'm doing the joke. That's the show, right? How long's he been dead for now? 30 years. I mean, look, you're probably not going to listen to me because you probably think only God can judge you. But I think that's too much Tupac material. It's been a while, right? How long's it been? It's only a minute. It's not that much material. It's not a flavor of everything. I like the NCIS part, but that was, I have to agree with him about the Ice Cube thing. Like, I mean, watching Ice Cube right now, but you saw it right off the bat. I'm glad Tupac's dead, so I'm seeing through the Ice Cube. Yeah. Why'd you do that whole story about Suge Knight for 20 seconds? You're trying to find a way in on something you don't need to find a way in on. Yeah, a lot of new comics do that. They need a sick way into it, but just right. Say it. Right. Yeah, you feel weird saying, what is that? You feel weird, like, just throw you the bit right away. Yeah. So, I just thought the show meant me was like a good segue into it, I guess. Painting a picture. Yeah. Of black people. Yeah. I mean, it's really hard to take it from people. You see like, a nerdy white guy. See, I'm talking about Ice Cube and Tupac, and we're like, what the fuck do you know about Ice Cube and Tupac? But meanwhile, Michael Jackson should go too. They're both still alive. Yeah, just goes to show how hardcore the gangster Foremost Rashidi is. Wearing a pedophile on your shirt. Get a Strider Raiders jacket. Yo, maybe get one. Yeah, that'd be some fun shit. I noticed your thumb's been broken for possibly. I think it's the first step at becoming a father. I went to Babies and Rest with it, and they're already slow with the kid. They got him a transitional bottle. You know what that is? No. Yeah, it's crazy. It's a bottle with a transition made it from the breast to the bottle. I don't know. When I was a baby, I transitioned right from the breast to the garden hose. But it was boy, all babies are cool. You get thirsty, you suck on the hose. And your mom be inside watching The Price is Right. You enjoy your little run of last lives out. All I heard all week when I was with was, we're about to have a baby, we're about to have a baby. It's like, no, you're about to have a person. I think it's going to be a baby for like 3 seconds. That's going to just start lying straight to your face. It's going to steal from your purse. It's going to talk shit to his friends. It's going to just leave. It sounds like an abusive relationship. However, I love that premise, man. I love that premise of the transitional nipple. I know I would. And sometimes it goes to a different place when you talk about sucking on the garden hose for a couple reasons. One, feel bad for you, like our intentions are built, seeing where you're going with that joke. Two, the imagery for the garden hose after the bottle, technically, like you still need milk after the nipple. So it would be, even though slightly being nitpicky, it's still contradictory, and people can pick up on that. So I think it would need a complete switch. Yeah, I feel like I was going to be soft like a balloon or something. Yeah, I thought you were going to do like in the boob bottle and somehow going to make a joke about going back to the boob. Like for me, when they said clothes, it's like, right. Somehow like maybe like fleshlight boob. Yeah, or something. Because I'm really wanting to get one of these bottles that lets it start off looking like a boob and feel like a boob, because that's cool. I think everybody would be drinking out of those bottles. So you just see athletes at halftime and playing sports just fucking squirting it in their mouth. They're just drinking the water that's in their hand. Yeah. Making out that they're just squirting it. It's wet. It might even bring milk back to the sports scene good. You know, those athletes just spraying it all over themselves. But there's definitely something there. Yeah, I'm sure that it's actually people. I think you're doing great. Thanks. Very excellent, everybody. Oh my god, that's not good. So, let's go bounce. Okay. That's Sarah Mostajabi. She always closes out the show. In a new segment called Sarah's New 30 Seconds. She was the first female to do the show, and we invited her to be a regular to close out the show. So basically, we started, her first spot was here, basically. So we've been building this medium. We've been building her in this lab. She gets really nervous when she's on stage and there isn't an Iron Patriot next to her. And she's like, alright. Allison Fitzgerald Holder first. That brings us up Sam. Actual Sam, and now even Sam himself on the motherfucking blacklist. Allison Fitzgerald Holder the first. You are now blacklisted. Alright. That's okay. You're supposed to make the sound effect, Patriot. Wait. Allison Fitzgerald Holder first. You can stamp yourself on the blacklist. No, it's so worth it, man. At first I didn't think it was worth it. That was great. I love it. I almost hope more people get blacklisted. Oh, I'm so excited about this young lady. One of my favorite rising young comedy talents. We're going to together for the lovely name. It's Dana. Question here one. Somebody asked me if I was mixed today. Like, my mom was white, and I dad was an abusive alcoholic, so I got that. What you got? I was just recently in Connecticut, and let me just tell you, I am amazed with how much money people spend on their lawns. Like, you know how people in LA spend a lot of money, like, kitting out their cars? You know, my stepdad spends all his money kitting out his yard. His yard is so kicked out, he has spinning rims on his mailbox. Like, he cuts his grass in a vein. He has fertilizer that hasn't even come out yet. Like, he's not messing around. He might have the one neighborhood black guy, because there's only one black guy in our neighborhood. He's like, yeah, you want to get your grass looking green, you got to get it looking green. You do a rag after that? Yeah. Oh my god, you used to say a rag. No, it's like a bad rapper. It's like, yeah, you want that burger? You got to get that. I'm not shit on that too. It's like, advertising to nobody. I like that. I see where you're going. I think I do this because I want, yeah, that's the way to do it. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the way to do it. I like the first thing. It sort of doesn't make sense, but that's what I joke there. They were throwing one around, right? But yeah, you're missing the punchline. Yeah, for sure. I think there might be something in the fact that somebody else shares their mix. You talk about how your dad. You say your dad's an alcoholic. I'm not mixed, but my dad's favorite drinks were something like that, like mixed drinks. Something somebody asked you if you're mixed. No, but my dad's drinks were because he's an alcoholic. Get it, everybody? Is your dad dead? Yeah, and I have a bit about it, and it's not working. But in 2 years, it will go. It's hard to talk about death, but it's like, I want to joke about it. I love talking about death. It's one of my favorite topics. There's funny stuff there. You never know. Sorry. Yeah. How long ago did your dad die? 11 years ago. Oh, wow. He died inside you. One person accident. Yeah. That's where that's one of the things that kind of works. People get weird when I talk about my dad dying on stage. I just want to let you know it's okay. Dying to what you love. That was drinking and driving. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, really. That was the only accident that he had. Yeah, I would just stick with it. Just trust me. How was it? That's a great question. The Patriot is the answers. This concept is unhappy until he sees human tears. That's it. He uses it as a representation for his drawings. How did he use you? What was he verbally, physically? Verbally, and then only when he was like drinking. More towards like mental. Oh, yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah. So, like, not shutting up. He was a closet drinker. So he was literally, he had it in his closet. His laundry room, and he'd like go drink in there and then come out. So I guess the scene was new too, right? Was it the scene thing, man? Yeah, because you're repeating your site. My dad's smiling down from heaven right now. All the talking. I'm so proud of you. I hear words. Well, he's probably not in heaven. I think the telephone pole that he killed might be looking down from heaven. Maybe you're so cool, you're so much fun. When you take at least something from this, you make jokes. I think your premises are great. We can definitely talk more about your dad doing that huge edge. Yeah, something you could really that's makes you different. I love that. I just thought you just spent silence when you do it. Because there was a lot of silence and turbulence that you did take. Right. That's just right. Well, but I think that's that time. For sure. Perfect. And maybe something with the mix, like something. I don't know. You'll figure it out. Take on the shoe and show the Patriots are too much. All right, people, I'm reaching in deep. Ryan Christopher. Ryan and Christopher. Oh, well, then guess what, Ryan Christopher? You're the best. Oh, let's just fill up this line right now. Oh, how exciting. This person's here. It's me, Awful. So I've been thinking a lot lately about colonial war. No, this corn has been a major force behind every technology development, internet, VHS, Brazilian waxes, like, why not printers? You're not making money off leaflets and writing people to cheaper, you know? Do you think as colonial people were like very prudy, maybe really uptight, or like women did it tyrannical, this shit after a month maybe? But their society was kind of fucked up and kinky to begin with. Like, everyone's riding around with horses, everyone's got whips and chains at their house. And if you're really into bondage, that's what they get for Florida shit in the public square on Tuesday. And if you like that weird, like, fruit thing, too. And the greatest love story of the area was called The Haunted, which is interracial and underage. So God, like, silver and there was two girls on the bed. Two girls on the bed. Two girls on the Colonial Core is really one that I haven't thought of since I was in a different physical body in the 1700s. Colonial Core. They must have been this, but when they think of it, it's actually some heat paintings of important. And then that's kind of that colonial time. with the jousting already. Fuck yes. Oh boy, am I excited about this one. It's feel that fun energy in the room. There's the Iron Patriot, as always, giving up our head of security. Iron Patriot. Must be crazy under that suit. What about just like tying back to the ice to like your belt area and just letting them melt throughout the day? The heat's my least of my concerns. The weight is a very heavy costume. How much does it weigh? It's all these funny jokes that take my mind off of you can listen to podcasts through your helmet? Really? Really? So you listen to things while you're dressed like that? Yeah, I'm in my kitchen like this. I love it. That must be a workout though. Are you sore like sometimes? Yeah, it's intense because I gotta go out and make money on 4 nights a week. This is my 5th night out because I had to go out in Hollywood Boulevard and make some tips, to make money. You take the bus everywhere you go when you're dressed like that, right? Yeah, because I can't sit down. I have to come down here, dress down here. It's better to be at home when you look at the mirror and get on the street. Now with any of the other guys, like Superman, Wonder Woman. I know all those guys. The guy that mentions in a superhero documentary. Yeah, Christopher Dennis. Yeah, I know. He takes himself real seriously. He's intense. Yeah, it seems like. Yeah, he smokes a lot of weed. Does he? Yeah. Does he ever want you? Does he ever want you to try to advance sexually? No, he likes young girls. And how much have you been smoking lately? Not much. I got it last week. I didn't see you right there for sure. You gotta check in with us. Yeah. I really like that experience. I'd like to get into some of that too. Oh, wow. Look at that. The Shooting Fest. That was Skeptic did. You guys listen to that? You guys should be on Skeptic Tank. They ever went to Joshua Tree. That picture's made for YouTube. You get a picture of that YouTube. You guys have a great place for YouTube. Yeah. Thank you. I got the hat and everything. It was a lot of fun. What do you think you would do if you did mushrooms? Where would you go? Being into the deep recesses of my mind to learn the mysteries of the universe. I love it. It is what there really is an illusion. I love it. The Iron Patriot. Head of security. The head of security. He wasn't there for me 15 minutes ago when I got stunned by V on the stairway. Laughing at Tucker is really funny. Fucking B. I felt something land on my neck. I slapped. I feel it flutter like I didn't kill it. It must have gotten the side of my finger on it. It flapped around. And I slap it again, but right before the slap lands, bam. Back to the neck, but there's a stinger in there. He's trying to find somebody with full eyes. Go for Judge Martin. That's him. Not the guy you want inspecting your neck to see if there's a bee stinger in there or not. Was there still a stinger in there? No. Then he sucked it out just make sure. Yeah. So he sucked it out of my penis. The bee stings in my butthole. Well, as you know, people, we have a lot of fun. There's been a lot of great news on the front of the show. Things are all taking off. It's all happening. You guys are part of something very exciting. Most everybody knows pretty much the layout. We pick names out of a hat with always a new guest, always one of my funniest friends. And this week we have a very special guest that we're going to bring up now before we get it kicked off. We're going to get together for him, ladies and gentlemen, from the Naughty Show, from Comedy Central, down and nerdy, everything, punch and jump, every Monday, every Tuesday. Yo, the great Sam Trick. It's good to be here, What's the word? Great show so far. I am so excited to have you on this bad boy because this is the one of the most unfuckable crowds. This looks like a 6X anonymous meeting right here, seriously. Oh yeah, it's good. We draw really good looking crowd. That's alright, dude. Ugly people buy merch. You guys are
You're a good-looking criminal. Ugly people hide her. Trust me on that. It's like this guy. Who's this dude? You come here all the time, don't you? You're like Shane. Who are you, Russian? What are you, Siberian? Yeah. Yeah, he's like, yeah, you got all your curtains. He's like Rick Ross dressed with us. Yeah. He's sitting next to Sarah Dresses. Remember her from Oh, big drama with this one. Well, yeah, she looks like big drama. Sarah, why don't you come up here for a second? We need to, yeah, for those of you that don't know, Sarah was, there she is, at Sarah Dresses on Twitter. She missed her spot last week. What we did with her was, you're Canadian? She was the only person we don't go out of the mud before. She was here the very first night we did the show. She was the only female who was willing to be part of it. Why? Did you want to be part of it? No, that was then. It was just we won. Nobody knew what was going on. I thought it was just going to be completely independent. Shit out. Right. Thank you, Tony. That happened toward the end of it. But she was the only one, so we said, hey, as a reward for bringing the female eyes on the show, why don't we close out every show? Plus, it was her first time doing stand-up, so we felt like we were building her and then doing something really cool. And she's a rose of hearts of Killer Tony. Yes. Yeah, she get that idea about her just randomly have it. Wow, she now has a spot on the show. Yeah. And then, yeah, you fucked it up big. She's learning a lesson in professionalism. Are you telling me that a young chick with big tits didn't appreciate the opportunities I was giving her? Never heard of that before. Never heard of that. That is absolutely. I never heard an older guy bring it up. Okay, that's cool. Oh, jeez. That's one way to fix a burnt bridge. Burn it some more. Yeah. Bring a little bit more gasoline to it. By the way, I've read it before 1,000 times. Now, and she missed her spot, and the Iron Patriot now has a trademark noise that he makes when somebody gets blacklisted from the show. And so, that's awesome. When Police Academy for 2 seconds. Because we blacklist people, and if you miss a spot before, we're trying to police it, and yes, that's would be the sound of us policing it, and so Redman and I were talking about how to handle this situation. Yeah, so we decided, we heard somebody, a friend of ours, another female, sexy female, oh shit, did for me for her first time downstairs tonight. Yeah, we're going to try to give her a chance to fill your shoes, be the second Chrissy. Yeah, we're all replacing. This is the July model. This is Hollywood. Yeah, this is how it works. So this is a lesson in professionalism. I'm a better person because I know how to practice better. Because I'm really I know I'm a better person. That's how I'm really well. I know how to keep it. But so what we're actually going to call it is a probation to be decided at a later date, perhaps even at the end of the show. You might become a type off, who knows? It's true. And the one who scissors the other one the hardest will come back next week. That would be how that gets. Or maybe a taste. Right. Whoa. You got mad at my fucking statement. You're just loving their fucking statements. Fucking sorry that I go put money in your pocket my fucking house. Sounds like we're really no problems like everybody else. That is. Uh-oh. That's an old school quote. I just started. But he's quick, so don't worry. Alright, so you're live ball too.
Let's have
Blackball audience members?
I know she had it.
It's all good.
There's a lot of other stuff.
Anytime you call it,
And then
he
even
has to
you
make
know,
that
you
noise.
guys
So,
took this in the Cabanas. Not only Cabanas. I tell you something. How do you make this in the Cabanas? How is the plan as a more and more as that goes? Who makes it or is the pizza packing as that goes? No. Yeah,
has she done stand up on the show? 3 times.
yeah, but like, when I was
Last week
looking
would
at
have been her 4th time with the
example,
amazing Ari Shafir. She decided to, in this business, you have to know when you put the money in your ear. Right? What does this
well,
look
listen, you know this. You're only sitting to you about the reason. Let's put out this right now, today, it's Monday. Let's put up this moment. And the answer is
no, then that wouldn't be old and sloppy. That'd be absolutely fine. But I don't know what your look is. This is really like fucking like 5 minutes. I love it.
that's what I think.
You look like you're
Nice
from
and therefore again,
Echo
you will
Park
go
at
ahead
the
and
North
your
Pole.
side goes the way out. Lalesa is there. It's we believe it's a little bit traffic is great. But it's a local Lalesa. And yes, no. But
No,
yeah,
that's what you do.
I
go Echo Park at the North Pole.
by
Oh, shit.
I could choose by learning. I am this person. Yes. I am more
I'm sure you're fun. I'm listening to it's better than
I'll
everything.
just have to say. I'll just have to say.
I'm loving
So,
hearing you.
was just
So we're not into it. How do you not know I want to fuck else? How do you not know that we don't know what I'm into? You should come here all fucking with your vagina guarded up and all angry. Come on, stop hurting walls. Hang out for a little while. Okay? You don't get a march on everything, alright?
But the fact that I could choose,
You have full rights now. You can do whatever you fucking want to. Loosen the fuck up. It's called comment. Yeah, you have full rights. Oh, Jesus.
How do you sit down? How do you sit down? I told him more about the dark side. Oh, my default is so. He wants to do
Know the rules of the game. Yeah, listen to the Patriot. Listen to my squeaky arm of justice over there.
Nevertheless, more or less,
That's what you say. Does anyone who knows about freedom of speech is the Patriot? Oh, you want to do that now? All right. Well, right there's Sarah. There goes Sarah, everybody. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the newest comedian in Hollywood, as of just less than probably half an hour ago, downstairs in the original. 3 hands together for Kimberly Maturity. Sure, if you want to. Right, lower it.
In order to know how to be a good practice and do
Yes. Is this thing on? Well, how do you feel about being part of a live podcast show?
Power of the word is that it sparks.
So tonight was your first night doing comedy? How'd it go?
Even if I was studying
I don't know why. Why would that kill?
That's the possible perception. There's normally only spark, right? That's incredible. What is the only time that it's normally spark? When I sit.
I get hot down, huh?
That's normally when that normally process is like. When I
Patriot
get out the left,
on
I
first
realize,
impressions and likability and charisma in Oklahoma. How do you feel about
Nothing
that?
says the relation jumpstart that possible perception. You do it without the faith. So when they come in here, you're going to pick up with this team.
This is where it starts. You can never just try to stand up. You're telling her to blow the microphone. You know what I'm saying? It's like, this is where, like, in 2 years, she's gonna be the fucking most angry lesbian fucking comic out there. Go, can I just do jokes? So let's not do that. Let's encourage her to do well. You can never tell when the Patriots, trying to help with audio issues and just being a pervert. Hey, put the microphone close to your lips. Now rub it against your crotch. You're dead. No, I think he was just trying to say to project your voice because you do. That is a you have a very small mouth. You sound like you're hiding from your dad trying to touch you.
Yeah. You definitely gotta own it. You're very honest. The mic on that just
Yeah. You are so creepy, Patriot. Which is amazing because you're a guy wearing a suit, which normally starts at creepy. The idea of not creepy that is amazing.
That's my week when July's Thursday. Yeah, that's right. This is a big week for you, huh?
You're like the people that own a Halloween store. Everything. You ever go by the Halloween store like on in July? You're like, hey, that's gonna go. Yeah.
I bet some interesting trivia about you. I wanted to ask you about Sam.
I can't tell who you're talking to. Oh, me, okay.
I have read some trivia that said you were one of only two comedians to start off as a paid regular at the main room. The only other one is Roseanne Barr.
Yeah,
Is that true?
that is true.
Yeah.
Thank you.
These comedians have to think through all this.
No, I was the first one when she made me a regular. That my first spot was a main spot, which is unheard of.
When Roseanne did it, it was a different time and era, and that night, her first spot at the comedy
She
show.
had a TV show off that. I got my cable turn.
She got Carson. Oh my God. It's so true. It's so crazy the different times.
So should we give her a chance to prepare some material for the end of the show?
Yeah, absolutely. Get your 60 seconds ready. We'll check in with you at the end of the show. You guys ready to start the comedy portion of Good job. What's your Twitter handle? And Kimberly Can.
What's your nationality? Something like that. There's a lot of Puerto Ricans out here. We'll call you back at the end of the show. They're going to go ride bikes. Easy to go cross country. I would have killed in New York.
You guys ready to get this thing kick-started or what? Kick-started?
I feel like we're at one of those, a donkey show. That's how they go by in this
This
right
is
now.
the Donkey Show podcast. All right, I pulled the name out. It's going to be your first comedian going 60 seconds. It's Ryan Dowd, everybody.
Hey, you guys have been great. Keep up your enthusiasm. It's like I think I should just kind of kill you all with kindness. Actually, that's like a terrible phrase, because what else can you do violently to people that's nice? You can't go up to people like, you know what, I'm gonna rape your daughter with friendship. I'm gonna blunt force trauma you with appreciation. I'm gonna pull the plug on your grandpa with free healthcare. Oh, fuck. Jesus. Actually, I've been thinking a lot about Jesus. Just thinking about Jesus. Actually, I've been thinking about St. Joseph. He was lying next to Mary, and he kind of rolled over one night. He was like, hey, Mary, now how can we, I've already had God. I'm like, fuck. How would you do me with that? How did that even go? Was it just like, for immediate needs? Okay. That's my match.
I don't know what. You know what that means? That kitty sound means that's the 60 seconds, everybody.
60 seconds of fury.
Heck yeah.
Okay, what do we do? What do we start with good, then go to the bad?
Any way you want to do it. It's very unorthodox.
I love the level of joke you're trying to do. It's fucking great. But you have a creepy vibe, and that's a good thing, because you'll probably be encoded in about 3 weeks, okay? You have a great vibe, but you won't open up the rape joke. How long have you been doing comedy? Yeah, it's like, that's a hard thing to open up with, right? Right out the gate. You have Dahmer energy. Just let you know that, okay? Whether it's good or bad, you look like you love to rape dead people. You know what I'm saying?
And that's worth acknowledging.
That is, And that's why you're going to work in Hollywood. It's just, that's who's running Hollywood. Creepy, fucking weird dudes. So you're either going to meet it to me on stage. One thing I know you don't do, you don't look at the crowd. If you're going to do those fucking jokes, bro, you got to commit to that shit. You got to be like, yeah, I rape children. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at the guy and let him know, hey, I might really rape these kids. You gotta own that shit, dude. You're scared. Yeah. I said on stage. What's that? I was scared when he was on stage. I was looking for see, I like that. I like that you're trying to do kind of that crazier shit, and I like that kind of comedy. But you gotta commit to it, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna rate that chick, man. That's what you just get to me. That's how I'm gonna get to
I mean, even the way you're standing with your arms crossed like that, man, like that's amazing. Like it's incredible. Don't do it because yeah, go ahead. I'm sure you're gonna get us talking about. No, but it was more like one was just resting on top of the other one. Yeah, it was like that. If you did that and kept the mic in the mic stand, it looks like you did. Yeah. You can talk about a lot of fun, creepy shit.
Yeah, you definitely have that. I think it's gonna be good for you. You just gotta own it, too.
Yeah. And I mean, and then
It's just like you live with your mother, right? Your mom is dead. She's dead. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. It's cooler. You have to have freezer jokes. You have to have cannibal jokes.
I love the lemon comedy. You just gotta really commit to that, bro.
Right. And then but acknowledge the way that you look. You should have.
When you walk on stage, vagina snapshot. Except for there's a couple girls here just like, oh yeah, some look at that chat.
Right down. There he goes.
Fine, good job.
Microphone just gave up on him. All right. Here we go. Your next comedian, Michael Benson. Here he is.
Yes! How's it going? Yeah, I do look like a cooked out Matthew Broderick. Jesus Christ. That's what I want to see. I want to see Jesus Christ on ice. Going to Vegas. Hey, it's bloody all over there. Let's talk about what I wrote down. I like to think of myself as a compassionate person. I'm usually the first one to say, if there's anything, just let me know. I know you've been going through a tough time. And just let me know. And their usual response is, no, that's okay, like, I'm fine. Well, then fine, fuck you then, you're lost. Because I'm an amazing human being, and you just missed out on some grade A compassion, baby. I could have been there for you, serving you chicken noodle soup and giving you amazing hand jobs. Because my left hand has twice strength than my right hand. Because I'm handicapped, but you don't get that type of loving with a UVIN. Make love. Anyway, my mother thinks that, you should have your mother.
There's that happy. That's the 60 seconds. Yeah.
Thank you very much, guys.
There he is, Michael Benson.
I want that guy to protect me. Can I sit by that guy now? I know he's on stage.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, so far we're having a creep off.
I forgot how creepy all the bikers are.
They're not all like this. This is a random lottery situation, and nothing could prove it more than our first two comedians back to back being stalkers of some kind. I mean, holy shit.
I like it.
What's your condition? What is your...
You said it, bro. That's your head. Can I give you a suggestion? Put a sock over it. Make it your comedy. Actually, never talked with her. Like, my finger's a puppet. Never uses it. Yeah. I've actually been working on it. I've been looking for a really decent sock. I've heard that a couple of times before, and I've been just trying to find a bit around that. But yeah, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you? Lovely, thank you. Just chilling. You ready to hit? What are you up to? And I'm just relaxed.
So, hey,
I'm ready.
he did too much cocaine and said, hey, I don't know, let's put a handicap thing on him. Hey, you said Tom Holmesworth. Oh, yeah, I did. Anyway, check it on TV. Just whatever, just do it. I like your energy. You know, I know, think about going up there high energy like that. People can't start concentrating on your energy and know what you're saying. I call it controlled chaos. You gotta control it. You gotta be able to get your point right, and then you can explode into craziness so you can hear what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah. You're so excited. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're fucking sweating. You know, like, the only part of you that wasn't going 190 miles an hour was your right hand. It was just, it looked flowing. Again, I like what you're doing. You just gotta like, because they got to digest everything you're saying. That's comedies. It's the hardest out there because we have, everybody doesn't know what you're talking about. I'm rapping, nobody knows what the fuck I'm talking about. They don't give a shit, they just know they're in the club, you know what I'm saying? But here they got digested, so you got to slow it down.
You're very, very edgy. I like that. Really edgy. Very ballsy material. You're saying, anybody's heard of us.
We have puns on the fence.
Yeah.
When you sneeze, does it come up like a salmon out of the water? A little bit. You know, I did that. Yeah, you should make it a pump girl. I think it would crush. It probably would. I think it'd be the most fun. You should come back in 2 weeks and do it. Try and see if I would love to see it.
I think that's a big take it. Put a soft on it. And JB Comedy, by the way. You can follow Michael Benson on Twitter. Ryan Dowd was at the Rizzo boy, Michael Benson, at MJB Comedy. Here's one for you, Kyle Henson. I got Kyle talking about I have like 4 Hollywood girls up on my set. Super attractive, but anytime somebody has too much to drink, they want to talk to your set. Super distracted. I was like, oh my god, just gotta take a picture of my knee. And want them to Instagram. But I don't know if I should make a little area on the outside or just turn it into a boat. But I don't want to be had to rudiments, but it had to be nice. It's like, man, excuse me. Let me guess. 25, 30, 32. She's like, are you serious? We're only 21. Like, that's what he pounds you with, you fat ass. Don't talk during my set. Exchange that chapstick for glue stick and shut the fuck up. It's kind of hard to take you serious because you're being my own sucker all like you're bowling school. Thank you guys. alright. First of all,
Everyone just fucking relax.
everybody, why would you clap for that? No, I'm kidding. That's an interesting joke to just go over. Happens to crowd work that happened at a different show. So I didn't write anything for tonight, but let me tell you what happened to me on a set a few days ago. So there's these hecklers, 4 of them.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is that, you start one premise and then you go into another premise, which is, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there was something in the middle there which I started daydreaming so hard. I'm like, oh fuck, where am I again?
That's not even what it was. No, it was Mark Simpson. I think it's right. And you're talking about, you're like, I'm sure that happened at some point. You just have to, the whole thing is about focusing. I don't know what you're talking about. That's after a while, man. It's a great premise. Because you're going to run into that. And that's a great joke to do after you say, get heckled. It's going to happen every fucking day of your life. So, people are a bunch of fucking assholes.
Yeah. Plus your body language says
be ruthless. Well, of everybody here today, you're the best at coming up on stage and dealing with people. People all like you when you get up there. It's just like, it's 90, 60 seconds. It's hard. I don't know if you open with that.
What nationality? What is that?
By the way, this
that is the worst catchphrase I've ever heard in my entire life. I don't know how often you use that as I'm sure you get asked a lot what nationality you are. If you do that on a good day thing every time, that's unbearable. There's one thing you can take from it, from this appearance tonight, it would definitely be that. That's an offstage, and that'll make nobody ever want to work with you again. Anybody who hears that, whether it be a comedian or an executive, they're like, I don't even want to be near this guy, dude. I'm half black, half white on a good day. And you put them all in position to go, well, what do you mean? And then you go, there's no guy base. It's just ridiculous. It's like poorly written dialogue in a shitty movie. Like the dialogue in an already shitty movie where your expectations are so low. Already you're like, it worked in here. That's what happened. Yeah, you're Kyle Henson, everybody. There you go. Take that with you. I got heckled. I was doing a late night fallout a few nights ago in the original room downstairs. It was like 2:05 in the morning. This is a true story.
It's usually about an hour before I go up.
But I'm doing a spot, there's like 6 drunk people in the room. One guy's super drunk, heckling me, sitting off to the side. And I'm laying into him because he's heckling me, and I'm laying into him, and he goes, so I remember he's sitting off to the side, and I'm doing stand-up facing straight out. And he goes, I don't need to take this from you, man. You've only got one ear. To which I responded, still looking straight up, that's because you're looking at one side of my face. It was an unbelievable highlight of my career.
By the way, I think we should direct for months. T.I. looking like guys.
Maybach music. We got the whole group up there. No chains. Kanye works. I love it. The whole crowd. Alright, let's keep this fun train moving. Up next, Paul Aaliyah. He gave us the guns this year. If you have the guns, you guys have a Catholic here for my grand. Yeah, I'll get the white ready. It's just like a straight theater. I'm finished for my rag, and my dad knows what you're saying. When I was a kid, I loved doing comedy. So I used to tell my dad jokes. First joke I told my dad was like, Dad, I'm so stupid. This is my dad's reaction. My dad was That's the joke. That's the joke. Where's Paul? Okay, I gotta just say right off the bat, there's something about you I just love and hate. You are like the type of guy that's just my arch nemesis. It's just, there's just something, it's unbearable. There's just certain types of young comedians. It's like how they try, whether they're where they just know anybody, they're like, see everybody doing this trickery, and it's like, and this is not material, I'm just talking about first impressions, basically.
So you're not saying his material, so you think he's...
I hadn't gotten to that part yet. No, it wasn't horrendous, but
his material has a chance, like he's fun.
There is not a Middle Eastern comedian that I've ever heard that doesn't have a joke about telling their dad a joke about how serious they are and they don't live, and then the dad tells a joke that, do the job. It is just, you can do better than that. It doesn't match what you're pushing out there.
Don't take what I'm saying as, don't take it hard on yourself. It's just a part of the show. And, I was just being on, it's just, no, it's hard to explain the feeling that I get. There's certain people, how old are you? 25. How long have you been doing stand-up? 2 years. Right? What it is. Any comedian that does this thing a lot, like where they have to keep your, they don't even have to, where they keep your attention by doing this shit, and if you listen to the words, it's just really not that, like, are you an actor? Yeah. That's where it is. It's always that. Okay, I just want you guys to say there's some truth to that. But I know when that material will kill, and then be like, and X people and stuff like that. And this town loves that shit. Right? I absolutely get where you're coming from, how you're doing it. Right. But I think you're going to find that is a limited. I don't know what I think it is. I think, did that story really happen? There's some. When I first came out to LA, I told my dad that joke.
There's something
when it's more performing than it is an attempt to be funny. It's away from what's really going on.
maybe it's stress, or maybe it's some but it holds us
everything before. I would like to have more personal stuff than that stuff. I think that, it's a great starter, but I think that, if everything you're saying about your soup is that you can go some real fucking original shit that would blow everybody's mind. You gotta stand up, dude. Dude, here's the thing, guys. You can do stuff that gets laughs in a room. That's fine. Because it's a quick rise to the middle.
Somehow,
And you're just gonna be stuck in the fucking middle. That's all that's gonna happen. You're just gonna fucking have to move so fast because everyone's like, you just get to the middle. You go fucking nowhere. So true. You know what, man? If you're gonna fail big. Once you fail big, then fucking succeed a little. That's all I'm saying. So true. So that sounds great, man, and I get it. Because you're gonna audition for some fucking progressive piece of shit casting director who's secretly fucking racist and hates fucking everybody because no one fucker in high school, okay?
you have an awareness,
Because such a life, she doesn't do anything. You're never gonna be able to go anywhere farther. You wanna be fucking great, then you're gonna do greatness. You gotta go out there and fucking fail. Because you're gonna kill it here every night show. Here with these fucking soulless motherfuckers. They want a fucking piece of your soul, man. You gotta go out there and give them something real, you know what I'm saying? And I get what you're doing now for it before you gotta give them something different. Thanks for shit. There you go. Sign up again. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 123 on Twitter. You're listening out there.
So layer number one is up until I don't know, up until I learned in the subject. I always
that was great what you just said. I mean, that's really a breakthrough part of this. That's an amazing topic you just said about working their way to the middle. See, it happened 1,000 times. People that perform more than they're being funny.
I decided in
Those are those people that get one spot on record, and then maybe the half-hour special, they can churn out 22 minutes. And it's people like that that you never see again. You have to have something that people love about you. Always, okay, go on Patreon.
Because it's not easy, no matter how bad I get
Where's the security from? Empty chairs? What is it?
any given moment,
interesting is it's finding your place. That's something that took a long time to do, right? Because I used to kind of have a character that which isn't an over-exaggerated version of me. I even had once had a version that was like a Mormon version of me where I was just trying to be like, like white rappers. It's like, hey guys, what's going on? You know, kind of like Aziz Aria, you know, that dude, whatever his name is. I was just like that guy. I said, he's a smart dude. Whatever, fuck that. I just to mix it up because I was like, you know what? I just like, why not? I'm gonna try it. And it took me a long time to actually just go on stage and like, all right, let's act like I'm talking.
One of the only ways to really be able to find that is to just take chances. It's better to eat shit than have been half-had it. In fact, it was this room really in which this room has a special place in my heart because this is where I made that breakthrough of, oh my god, because I was working here before then, or back then at the time, I could just hustle up here. I was opening up every belly room show. I was doing 2 or 3 spots a night here. It was unbelievable because they weren't giving spots out to, it was just something that I was going, hey, start your show 5 minutes early, I'll warm up the room, and then I'll bring your host up. And everybody, why wouldn't you do that? Right? So I did it all the time, and it was through all those every night, which I'm like, holy shit, if I just get one little thing out of fucking taking a million chances, that's a keeper. That's all of those add up.
Can't be afraid to fail, man.
It's crazy.
Can't be afraid to fail. Here's what I think. Slow clap up. Here's what I think about comedy. I've said this before now. There's 2 kind of comics there, and I'm not judging anyone. They are what they are. I don't think one's better than the other. There are 2 kind of comics. There's clowns.
I guess Latin American when you use the word Russia, but it's not referring to is the topic of the non-South. So the topic is when you never experience the condition of a particular area. But an area in which I struggle, an area in which I fall, and I have failed, so one should have to put themselves within themselves as a sadly in that particular area. But the Rebbe said something easy. That's what in life, in any given moment, I can simultaneously be struggling in multiple areas, having difficulty in multiple areas, yet at the same time be considered a tzaddik in multiple other areas. This ability to simultaneously be a tzaddik and a non-tzaddik in any given moment of life is the great dialectic of the Jew. So Rabbi gives an example of this. He says, making up a H. Kufman, in the Uriah Hasidus, the right-hand side, right inside the bottom paragraph there, about 5 lines at the bottom. It means that the Hush Steve, the Tzaddik Rakut of Rakut, in Gamlu Gabi Shara in the Nashab Crush, and this idea that I can be considered a Tzaddik in one area, even if other areas I am a Raksha, which is actually plus a Harashma, the Kibusha, the Nita. Was he been an example of this? So if you understand the people say, Little Mash Al Khazal Al Khazimali, Roch Vegimal, Shikuba Mishot. This is this. The Gemara says, camel drivers. All camel drivers are shot. They all so what's the issue with the camel drivers? Camel drivers right from above. So you see where the Gemara Roch Vegimal, so that from Shuma, when you read Taina Yaki, Roch Vegimal and Kulo Mishot. It says, those who camel riders are all shy. Why? Rashi, Roch Vegimal, Ebeirehen, Ishamim, Kedasa, Hagama, Umosiam Zara. So Rashi says, understand over here, the nature of riding a camel is that ultimately, again, the Ibra rubs against the camel and leads to constant, emission of Zara, emission of seed. So because of that, they end up wasting an incredible amount of Zara. Therefore, again, so because of that, all those donkey drivers are shy. Okay? Now watch this. The Gemara goes on. He says, Mak Shashba. The Rashba raises a kasha. What's the Rashba's kasha? Shalachora Tibe had Gemara lo so soon the Mashra so Kedushin. But there's another Gemara Masech is Kedushin. And what does the Gemara say? Left hand Kalabira Hasidus. East of the Mishnah. Shahad Gemalin Ruban Sherim. What's this? Imam Sefer says that the Yamalim, camel drivers, the majority of them are Sherim, righteous people. Why? Hainu, with the Sheparshim, with the Baros, the Mokum, the Hidei Chayis, the listening, the Reim, the Nafsham, and the Shabbat, the Bab, was his business. So Rashi said, why is that? Because where the camel drivers have to travel, they have to travel to the desert, right? And in the desert, they are very much dependent on the Ribbon Shalom. In the desert, they are exposed to all of the elements. In the desert, they have to do with all of this uncertainty. So interestingly enough, uncertainty is something which often brings the person closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because I realize at the end of the day, in Manu Amiru Shalim Ella Alavinu Shalashamai, I can depend on no one except for the Rimono Shalom. So let's say, see these two contrasting Imanos? On one hand, Imam Sefer says, camel drivers, they're always shut. Why? Because of the nature of their profession, they're riding on a camel all day, so they experience the sauce, the sound of Atama. What do you think? Imam Sefer Kushin, Lupan Kshir, are camel drivers, that is from Nazareth. Why? They're not meaning. They're real believers. Why? Because they have to be. Because there's no atheists in foxholes. So you're traveling in vast deserts, right? And you have to rely on finding water here or civilization here. And you realize how fragile life is and how dependent on the Ribbon Shalom you are. That engenders a certain level of belief. There's no piety. So as the Ashba, so the Ashba says, so what's going on with you? How do you reconcile these two devotees? Are the camel drivers Rishaim or are they Ksherim? What I Rashba says is so profound. Shadvar Itzolo Zekal. That is not a contradiction. Sha'emesi Dilagabe Inyan Zeh Shalashvas Sas Zera. Nefshavim Lofe Hagimalim Rishaim. In reality, says the Rashba, when it comes to Ashvas Zera, so the Gamma. They commit this adera. However, the Gemara is the Kosos, the Gabe Inyan Zeh, Shemishabrim Libams, the Makum in Shalom La'anashim Shir. So Rashba says it's very simple answer. They are shutting in one area and Tzadikim in another area. So they're shutting with this issue of Sa'asel of Atala. But they're tzaddikim because they have incredible amunah. They have incredible belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They supplicate. They petition God with a broken heart and incredible intimacy. Nay, shehagdaras tzaddik o rasha eina be'echlet koreles es chopake hamitzvos. So we'll say when Rashba introduces to us, is being a tzaddik or a rasha is not an absolute state. If you ask me in any given moment in life, am I a tzaddik or a rasha? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes, I'm a tzaddik and I'm a rasha. I'm a tzaddik in certain areas and I'm a rasha in other areas. There was the Rashba introducing us, and the Patel he was looking at, I think is one of the most life-affirming lessons. Being a tzaddik, being a rasha is not an absolute state. It's not either on one or the other. Because you're saying the truth is, almost no one fits into that. All these regular people like us don't fit into those categories. Am I tzaddik or rasha? First of all, it depends on the day. Second of all, it depends on the hour. And even in the same hour, if you look at my life, all the areas, there are areas that I'm doing great in, and then there are areas that are really profoundly failing. So, what does that mean? What happens? Who am I? Who is the subject really developing from this Rashba? Is that at the end of the day, the Rokhlei mode can be Rishonim and can be Kshirim in the same breath. How can you say that? Rishonim in this area, Kshirim in this area, and it's not a contradiction. It's a dialect. It's a conversation. It's a balance. It's two forces that's time of being is defined expression inside of me, inside of my persona. And let's say it's not a life of following idea. Because so many times we think that if we're imperfect, the good that we have is meaningless and insignificant. Like if I'm going to be a Russia in certain areas, then the fact that I'm a Tzaddik in other areas, that means nothing. Okay. That means nothing. What is that good for? Right? What does my good matter for if I know that I'm a Russia in areas A, B, and C? What is that? See what yourself says? That's not true. That's not true. Everyone lives with this dialectic. Everyone lives with this balance. Yes, I could sometimes be a tzaddik in certain areas of life, even though I know full well that unfortunately I'm in Russia. What was that over here for today? To pick up now again, at least we see where something gets this from. The concept finds its expression in the spirit of the Sefer Nida, of the Nida and Kedushin, and the tenets of the Rashba, and the Mention is developed before these All right, children. So good morning. Let us begin. We are starting this morning a new course. Speaking of Tzidkas and Tzaddik, posting us. We are on the WhatsApp chat with a truly beautiful piece we have ahead of us today. So let's begin. From page 2. Then, posting us. So let's do that. Let's start with follow. So we have to see this right hand power. האחר, שטוב לו אדם, להסמרמר ולהצטרר בחוליבו על הדור, בסוף. We read the road, I skipped over, well, I'm sorry, so after a person, yeah, good. האחר שטוב לו אדם, להסמרמר ולהצטרר בחוליבו על הדור. After it's important for a person to establish what's memory against him, he spoke about the concept of Gehenna. Spoke about the idea that Gehenna, although we often understand Gehenna referring to a place where we cannot go, but in fact, again, Gehenna is an experience of the Mazal, where one has to live with the fault, the turmoil, the agmas nefesh, the difficulty of recognizing the mistakes of humanity. So after we spoke about this concept, also this one of this idea that this Gehenna always has that, and yet it's found target as well. I love Ladat. After a person does tshuva for a particular avera, I love the tshuva. Usinim ba'okacha she'ino mati lechalukin me'etzia. They always say, but I think that's something very interesting. Which you're gonna have to consider. So listen to these words. It says, after a person stumbles with a particular avera, that's not that he is not fully learned that avera. Well, one more time. After a person stumbles in a particular area, that's demonstrative. He says, sin and go, shedding on nothing lechalukin me'etzia. That's demonstrative that I'm not drowned. In other words, that I still struggle with this particular thing. Okay, so as he said, first glance, the statement seems to look obvious. Of course, if I go ahead and I make a mistake in a particular area, of course that's demonstrative that I'm still struggling with it. You'll see what it means. Share, bidvar avera, b'davar ba'avera, sha'adavaka nafshu v'nirgavah. He was going to come to a certain area or figure out data. Then a person is pulling it up. Then a person is pulling it transfer. The English الشيء والنعش الشيء أيضا العبيرة اللي was catching as you idea. Because there's a particular data with which I have no struggle. If there's a particular data in which I am totally clean and pure, it says, the Shum Kaivala Abiyari, I'm sorry, the Shum Kaivala Abiyari, I have no desire in this particular idea. Hurry, Nikra, the next of Adam Zeva Shamayim, Sadi, living in also Ramadan Sadi. Also, this is such a beautiful simple idea. See how the develops. If there's a particular idea that I don't stumble, particular idea that I don't transgress, and a particular idea for which I have no desire, I am totally savage in that. These are the two parts of the subject of my personal life. There are areas that I transgress. And by definition, any area that I transgress, and any area in which I make mistakes, I'm not a tzaddik in that area. Now, the British of the tzaddik is as follows. The British is that even when I go ahead and I do tshuva, so let's say look at Avila, and I do tshuva for that Avila. What's my status? What's my status? So what's my status? Right? So this is interesting. I'm not a tzaddik. What I am is about tshuva. About tshuva, I'm not a tzaddik. Tzaddik is the definition of being a tzaddik is in an area which I don't mess up, which I don't stumble in, and which I don't have desires for. In that area, I'm called a tzaddik. In other areas where I mess up, either again, if I haven't done tshuva, I'm an atari, or if I've done tshuva, I am a bal shuf. Well, if you ever says not a tzaddik, that's the tzaddik is. So, for areas in life in which I go and I have no inclination and I have not transgressed those particular ideas. Then also he goes on. We're going to see why this one is in a very exciting thing. He goes on and says, already said good. The Indian said, the Choshi Tzadik was never, the Tzadik, Rakim was never Echad Dovad, gone in the Gadi Sharnia. So just to understand something. So what's the beautiful result of somebody's understanding? What's the beautiful reality made for us? Think about this. We're all tzaddikim in many areas. In fact, if one can make the argument that we are tzaddikim in many more areas in which we are chas v'shalom, I don't want to say shut, because that's much too strong, but in which maybe we transgress. So think about this for just a second. The Torah says, Osita lacha ashera. Don't plant an ashera if you worship it. Good news. Never did it, have no desire for it. Fantastic. I'm a tzaddik in the Indian al ashera. I was the truth is that in some part of people don't totally list of this. Right? Think about this even in the areas of immorality. Morality. Where there are so many types. There are certain forbidden relationships which normal people don't have desires for. So which means even within the same area, even within the same prohibitions, I could be a tzaddik in certain areas. So the tzaddik says to us, what this means is, in any given moment in life, listen to how profound this is. In any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik, and I may also be a rasha. It's simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha. Isn't? And the tzaddik says, this idea, the Indian said, צדיק, רק לדבר אחד בלבד. גם אם נגעתי שערים נחשב כרשע. And this idea that in one area I can be treated as tzaddik, right? Even though in many other areas I am like a rasha. Derech shekasem harashba b'kedusha b'nida. Quotes over here, listen, in very interesting Gemara. Quotes over here. And actually, we're going to stop over here for today. We'll stop with this. Because I want to be able to start that part of the session. Those if it just point out that this dramatic new idea that a person could simultaneously be tzaddik and a rasha in the same time. And these are new definitions. And tzaddik, I will say, if you think about it, is a very absolute term. So tzaddik refers to, tzaddik is not as much my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my relationship to certain averas. So the certain averas I'm a tzaddik, the certain averas I'm a rasha. Certain averas, if I'm a tzaddik, no type of way, no desire for it, no shyness to it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble in it. I don't desire it. I'm a tzaddik in those areas. Other areas I transgress. After the state of transgression, I think after shalom be enough. But again, if I do tshuva, then I'm about tshuva. Also, it's also interesting about this. That's how I have to stop. According to this approach of the was like that a person after faith is almost like a person in recovery. You ever speak to a person who's in recovery? It's an amazing thing. Because of what a person in recovery is, you never want to.
Yes, ma'am.
If you keep people in recovery,
What happened in Socialize?
Did they say,
Just my computer needs to be refreshed there. I'll be in there in a second.
It's an incredible sort of sitting down. Because what recovery from addiction really highlights is this idea is this is my reality. This is something I will contend with the rest of my life. It's my reality. My goal is just to go ahead and stretch the sobriety for as long as I can. Somebody told somebody to go to chill now. Why? Because my struggles are.
How was that one?
That's it. The areas in which I don't know how to do it.
No, man. Oh, the band everywhere is clear, so I'm not sure about Chill Lounge. I'm not sure about Chill Lounge.
I don't know about that. I'm good where I'm at. I don't know about that. I'm good where I'm at. I don't know.
All the same stuff. All the same. It manifests itself differently throughout life.
I don't want to go out on the same. I don't want to go out on that.
Okie doke.
I think it's crazy. I may go get my other account.
Yeah, check it out. See if it's cool.
And that's okay. Listen, that's incredible. I don't have to become tzaddik in the areas of my struggle. All I have to do is go ahead and
teach me class. And then I'm going to sleep because I haven't slept.
I do. So stop over here.
Keep the class on. Keep the class on.
There's no way we look at ourselves, we look at our
That's okay. Jewish mysticism, so kebab.
estimate listening sign is on its way. We can estimate we began very last
It's 25th of Nissan 5786 on April 12th. We're doing this shit for 107 days. Dude. Sometimes my legs become chafed from walking or just having a big dong. Really, yeah, just fuck that. Really? Yeah. 3761, creation of the breath of Adam and Eve. 3631, 137, son of Adam was born. 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth was born. This stupid ass bullshit.
Furthermore, maybe you're concerned, big or not big, maybe you'll do something terrible in the future. I'll think that terrible suffer. It is not really the two speaks, it's not really the two things. It's not really your life. Which the topic said began. Look, which the first two is the Gehenna of all of us that. The Gehenna that one experiences as a result of the Nefesh, as a result of the turmoil, of the stress, of the pain, of the embarrassment, of guilt. So God says, God gave it to
Blessed are you, Shaman, God, King of the universe, who sanctified us with the honor. Blessed are you, Shaman, God, King of the universe, who sanctified us with his commandments, and commanded us concerning the time of the Omer. Today is 11 days, which is 1 week and 4 days of the Omer. Really? Yeah. I'm gonna have to bathe one of these days. Really? Yeah. Why? Right. Really? Yeah. I got my fucking Twitter account banned. I got one of my YouTube accounts banned. Basically, bullshit. Yo, dog. Yo.
This is what he pretended when he went to the basement. Share out the external evidence that he faced. He said, "Can't get enough to get on all this. I walk in Gehenna each and every day. This is the nature of my life."
Dog, I was in a deep sleep. I'm in this fucking. I don't know. So tired. I was like, what the fuck is that? Worse. What is this bullshit? Huh?
שהיכולת לעצמוס בדברת שכל מלוא קראת אף אחד, הרי על ידי עצמוס שיש ליבות. השכינה מסתלקת לו. Dear both say, we began, I believe, to speak of this dynamic yesterday. On one hand, the subject has been stolen.
I just keep putting that press releases. I'm like fucking like Mary Tyler Moore's playing. That's fine. Really? Why? Why not? They're not stopping me, and if they do, I'm just creating an account, son. The programs they have is whatever I wanted to say. It's fucking brilliant. I could be like, oh man, I'm Superman, and be like, oh, I'm Superman. Thanks, dog. Really? Oh, maybe I might. I'm thinking about it. Really? Maybe. Maybe Rebel Charlie is Superman. Really? Are you from Krypton?
Incredible, almost.
Yeah,
Bitch. And on one hand, Akmas Nefesh, the Rusha, the sadness, is the result
Really?
of sin.
Really,
So
Lily?
own
Who's Lily? Who the
that
fuck
is
is
Shiva.
Lily? I've been up all
So
night,
that emotional reaction.
and my
This
body's
is not
mine.
part of
This shit is
this
the
is
worst.
who I am.
Come on, you little bitch.
I am a good person.
I've got this little thing of fat behind my head. Really?
Does bad things.
Really?
But I'm not a bad person. The heart
What is this shit?
Daya.
This is the worst. I'm gonna do a press release. We're 100 days in the Kabbalah. Really? Yeah, I think we're gonna be like, Doug. For the first, I don't know, 10 of them, they're on Instagram and you're just pissed the whole time. The next 60, all you do is fucking read from the Chabad website. And we've been watching this fucking YouTube video for a month. I mean, like, yeah, it's the best Kabbalah class in which you've ever been. Like, yeah, it's pretty sick. Really? Yeah, dog. What have you learned? I'm sick of everybody. You learned that? No, I knew that. Let's reinforce it. Oh, don't be a bitch. This shit sucks. I said it did. Come on. Are you fucking serious? I'm Dr. Justin Sledge. Really? Yeah. For Rizzy. No, he's cool. What would you tell him? Your class is really great. It's so great that I watched it. Not once in a row, not twice in a row, but I might continue to just fucking watch it. Really? Why? Because it's fucking easier than reading a bunch of Yiddish bullshit.
Nevertheless, those two are wrong. I am not worried about spiritual downfall. Why?
If this shit continues to, what do you call that? When it goes like this. Just go like this. Load? No, there's another word for it. Q? No. Quay? No. Dog, there's a name for it. What's it called? Buffer. And this bitch continues to buffer. Just keeps going like that. Rabbits and just treating fucking guts like a fucking washing machine. Are you serious? This is word. Breaking news. Rabbi surpassed 100 days of Kabbalistic teaching. Really? Yeah, that's pretty good. Really? This guy only did it. He didn't even do it once. Two. His class was weak. Night.
Over what
One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how the ideas developed over time.
you lose yourself, right? I can become so overwhelmed by the sadness, right? And the embarrassment of what I've done, that I give up hope on myself. I just lose myself in that abyss of sadness. So that's why the other side of the coin is yes, I have Agmasna, I have Isha, I have Charata, I have all of the things that I faith, but I also possess
always existed in the form that we have it, or that
hope, resolve for the future.
Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah, with an overview of its incredibly complex
People
development
like this
from
one
the
phrase.
prophets
God
of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century.
the gates unlocked.
Of course,
I
this series
listened
isn't
to
meant to
Gehenna
be
about what I
exhaustive by
the
any
Gehenna,
means, but
which
only
is
should
offered
serve
in
as a
after
springboard
of
for
faith,
deeper study
where I
and
recognize
reflection.
that I messed up
And
so bad.
hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah
This
in
is
their
not who I
historical
am.
and
The
cultural
bush that
context.
I
And
must never
hopefully
step
it
a
will
lot
lead
of.
you to dive
But
into
look,
the
you are wrong.
primary texts, which are
Look,
admittedly
here I
as
say, someone else
sublime
says,
as they are
but I'm not
obscure.
scared that I'm going to lose myself.
Let me express my gratitude to Congregation
I'm
Tefillah
not
for
scared that I'm
allowing
going
me
to
to
lose myself.
use these
Why?
lectures to reach a
The
larger
actual
audience here
because
on
I know,
Esoterica.
listen to what
If
it
you
says.
want, you can
I know
find
that
the
it's like
entire
everything
series
covered.
on the playlist Entering
What
the
I've
Garden,
done,
Introduction to
you
Jewish
leave on from you
Mysticism
don't leave
and
me.
Kabbalah.
You don't leave me. Why
I'll
don't
be
you leave me?
uploading them over
Because
the
you
next
believe
few
in me.
weeks, or you can
Because you
find
believe in
these
me.
episodes
First of all, you believe
after
in me.
autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the
Because you see
entire
the good that I
series,
possess.
you can
And
find
if you
them
believe
in
in me,
that
that
playlist.
gives me the
If
power
you
to
find
believe
this
in me.
series on Kabbalah interesting,
So
I hope you
therefore,
check
again,
out my other
as much as I
content on
have to
topics of
believe,
esotericism
you show
and
that
perhaps
I'm
consider
necessary.
supporting the
I love that.
production of free academic and
Because
sound
that's necessary,
topics
and that's
in
good.
occultism
That's
and
good.
hermetic
When I
philosophy
read
by joining my
Jack that
Patreon
week,
or
that's a
perhaps
good
a
sign.
donation.
I won't lose
You can
myself
find
in
those
what
links
you
below,
unlock.
and I
I
really
won't lose
appreciate
myself in
your
it.
consideration.
Yeah,
Now, let's enter the garden
you
of
like
Jewish
because
mysticism
you don't listen. You
and
don't believe.
Kabbalah.
You believe in me.
Okay. Welcome back to
Ultimately,
more Shabbatites V excitement. We're really going to get into some of the more technical stuff around Shabbatites V. We're going to talk about how what was at some level a very fringe movement became a dominant movement in the Jewish world in the middle of the 16th, 17th century. And eventually how you would think that the death of Shabbatai, the death of his prophet, Nathan of Gaza, would have spelled the end for the entire movement. But as you probably know, dying is not really an impediment for Messiahs. Messiahs die all the time. Their believers keep on believing in them as if nothing happened, whether it's Jesus of Nazareth or Menachem Engineers no blessed memory. People continue to believe in their Messiah's death is just a speed bump on the way to eternity. And so we'll turn to that and how the Shabbatian movement continued after Shabbatai's death. And I would thrive probably at least into the 1880s, maybe even later than that, especially in Turkey. While the death was status as easily conceived. So what is the recap for tonight? Well, the recap is there was a guy in the 17th century that believed he was the Messiah, and so did half the world of Jews. That's the recap. There was a guy, Shabbatai Tzvi, who was declared a Messiah by a relatively minor Kabbalist and healer in Gaza, Nathan of Gaza, Nelson Gazaki, and he was declared Messiah in 1665, although he had messianic pretensions as early as 1648. And between 1665 and 1666, half the world's Jews seemed to have accepted his messianic claims. And this is evidenced by the most classic example of the evidence for this is the prayer books that get print. The prayer books that have pictures of Shabbatai Tzvi in them. The prayer books that have prayers for Shabbatai Tzvi. The letters that come over and over again from major biblical figures all over the Jewish world that affirm belief in Shabbatai Tzvi as the Messiah. And we talked a bit last time about the life of Shabbatai Tzvi, the ups and downs of his life, Nathan of Gaza, and things like this. So we talked a bit about the life and heart of Shabbatai Tzvi. But what we didn't get into last time is exactly how he's supposed to be the Messiah. How does that work exactly? Right? So what exactly does it mean to say that Shabbatai Tzvi was the Messiah? And how this dovetails in a really important way as a part of our discussions here on Kabbalah is that one can only understand the messianic claims of Shabbatai Tzvi or Nathan of Gaza by understanding how that was justified. And that was justified by Kabbalah, basically. It was justified, underwritten by Kabbalah. The Kabbalah enabled Nathan of Gaza and its follower Shabbatai Tzvi to develop this messianic story that allowed chopped up feet claimed that he was the Messiah for Nathan Gaza to greatly popularize his messianic claims. Now, there's a couple things to know that are important about Chaplet's feet and Nathan Gaza. His prophet and how they're quite different in terms of their relationship to Kabbalah. The first thing that's really to know is that they don't really have the same education. Chaplet's feet is kind of he's kind of a yeshiva dropout. He's very talented. He's very smart. Very charismatic. More dramatic than anything else. But he doesn't have a very strong grasp of Kabbalah. He certainly knows the Zohar very well. We know that. He's been studying the Zohar since he was a teenager.
This particular guy never felt that he was making sense. We'll settle it in days. We'll have others go and help us. So if you want to say, we'll help them be in touch with Master Marcus Sherman, any other business, someone, how you own it, how you volume it. You say to someone, why don't you come to this? Let me know Nishma the Java and the Java Allah done. In general, this individual will never be satisfied. This is a movie was delivered by a bank. So what happened?
It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah is always existed that we have it monopolized at all. There are now, and there have always been, schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. It's incredibly complex development from the prophets of Of course, this series is meant to be exhaustive cultural context, and hopefully enable them to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to
we found out that he's from
these lectures to reach a larger audience.
ever again, like Martin said, we will look over
Find
the
the entire series Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after all of them, you can watch the entire series. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting me with free academic scholarly topics in occultism and philosophy. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah.
Why does it come and say? Or why does some of the people commonly say, why does
Let's just review a bit about Sheptites being, and let's go to the past Sheptite. We spent enough time on this guy. As you can see, he's there all that. And this is a picture from Mars. It's actually pretty difficult to overplay the disaster that was Shabbat. We're talking about a movement that released in 1666 and ended until 1880s. We're talking about a movement that sort of mobile disaster inside of Judaism that led people to believe that abandoning Judaism was one of their solutions. I can't really articulate how much of a disaster that was. When people believe that converting to religion, that means actively is conversion to destroy their identity. That's a disaster. It's a disaster. Now, when an individual shows that
two examples of the guy from Doug the back four manifest itself in the articulation of my challenge, my cognition, my exploitation, or public statement of paradise is that one is able to go ahead and get a window into their core rituals, into their innate rituals by having and also it's an incredible lesson because we all have things that we constantly say, or we all have things that we constantly
Jews have been systematically repressed for centuries and then they were brought by thousands into
what are the things
and as you can imagine,
talk about? What are the things
Islam converted back was not an easy thing. We should not forget that converting back out of Islam.
What is our link with this? What is our link with
and of course,
I think sometimes it's
position
sometimes
converting
it's
the Catholics
each
and they try to
other.
convert back.
It's
It's not going to happen. This is a
But what the
one-way
Bible tells
street.
me is that even if you're deeper, kind of take like a little bit of a yogi channel spiritual dimension. In fact, you can show
And I think these are should be considered forced conversions of some kind because they were predicated on the idea of some apocalyptic potential that things are ultimately going to come to an end very fast. And that never materialized. The end just got delayed. And secondly, the reason why these conversions from Judaism to Catholicism and Islam, the mystical jabber jabber that Hunter wrote in the book, it was never systematic. There was never any spelled out theory of why this was supposed to happen, how it's supposed to work. You have a bunch of charismatic men at the center of this movement.
That's maybe I don't know.
Frank benefiting greatly. Shabbatai in his own way also benefited. And the spiritual people were led in conversions that were, I think, forced by the charismatic leaders of that. In the same way that Jonestown killed themselves. I think they were murdered by Jim Jones. I refuse to characterize what happened in Jonestown as mass suicide. That was mass murder precipitated by Jim Jones. And so I think that in many ways these conversions were forced. They were forced by the charismas and all these leaders. And to be clear, an argument can be made. I would make the argument that this is what happens when mysticism goes off the rails. This is what happens when rationalism is abandoned. This is what happens when you allow emotion and you allow fervor and mystical beliefs that you don't really understand to basically run ramshot. And at the end of the day, I'm very sympathetic to mysticism. I'm very sympathetic in many ways to Kabbalah. This is the gutter of Kabbalah. It is mass conversions and it is the disaster of Shabbat. Now, what's interesting about that is that given this disaster, given the extraordinary discipline of the Shabbat movement, given the mass conversions following Shabbat and Frankism, Kabbalah kind of got off with a light touch. Kabbalah survived. The thing that after all this, many people have been seeing the danger of what Kabbalah would do. Kabbalah would reject those who ran this whole this entire thing has led us into the gutter of masturbation. We need to abandon this idea, this idea is toxic, it is dangerous. Well, they did realize it was dangerous. That's to be sure. We'll talk about that more tonight. They did realize it was dangerous, and they made safeguards. They put rails on the system to ensure that it did not go off the rails like this again. And yet, Kabbalah survived. It really got off to a pretty light touch, actually. And I think that part of the reason why is because the Shabbati movement, you can imagine, I always imagine the Shabbati movement as coming in like a wave. There's this huge Shabbati wave that comes in like the tide, and when the tide comes out, all the beautiful soil is left behind. The water's gone. Shabbatai is water and bringing in beautiful silt that will help to grow the new things. And then Shabbatai leaves. And what's left behind is the black earth that will grow new things. So in many ways, the scholarship that will make this generation argue that the Kabbalah made Shabbat impossible.
Now that I understand,
I think that actually Shabbat made Kabbalah possible. And I think that relationship is why Kabbalah comes from. Because the Kabbalah is so much more sophisticated, is so much more deep, is so much more rich than Shabbatai's aid and the Frankists. only ever reason, aside from Nathan Abdullah,
كيف شديد شغال وشغال الأرض والراجل عمره ما بيعمل
superficial,
شغل
self-serving,
turns out
unlimited version of Kabbalah
it's
that was
very
engineered basically to
his
terrify them.
speech is the very
And at the end of the day, the Kabbalah they wrote in
of my life course. Therefore, when I speak,
crap Kabbalah. The exception I could have got, I think, was very profound. I will give that name professor.
those come
The Shabbat itself,
cherish that
fine.
shit.
They were never deep Kabbalists. They were never really actually, I think,
How he
about
knew
Kabbalah's
that he
life.
came
I think at the end of the
to
day,
for
they were about themselves
community
and their actual
you
work.
call
And when they left, Kabbalah could stand on its own. It didn't need them. It existed before them. It was deeper and richer than they could have possibly imagined. And thank God, in many ways, it survived. So tonight we talk about Kabbalah after that. Shadow. And I want to really try to think about this. I don't want to talk about this as because Shabbat to me is movement on the stage we're talking about. That's an aberration. And it was sort of like a night where everyone it's like a bender. Everyone bent their fools, they got trashed, they did all the things, and they went back to their homes, and they shook off the bender. And so you can think about Shabbat as kind of a big bender. They went down there, got trashed, they coat, and they did all the things. They went came back home, straightened up, and so I think of the Shabbat as a kind of bender. So what happens in the immediate aftermath of 1666 and Shabbat? Well, obviously the first thing that I've already talked about, there are people who are diehard believers who do everything they can to convince themselves using every tool they have to convince themselves that Shabbat has a Messiah, no matter what. No matter if he apostatizes, no matter if he dies, no matter if the movement splits into three groups, no matter if they all have more policy, there's always someone out there who will do the work and try and convince people that this is true. And there are diehards in every religion, there are diehards in every belief system, and no matter what happens, they will convince themselves of what they want to believe. That's one camp we spent a lot of time talking about them. They're out there. They're going to be out there into the 1880s and also in the immediate aftermath of 1666, there were a ton of people who realized that this was fantastic. There were people who believed in Shabbat. In 1666, when he apostatized, they realized, oh man, this is really bad. And what's also, I think, important about this is that the people who in the very beginning of this realized the disaster of the national Israel, those people, in the very beginning, this was going to be a crazy thing, never did the talk so far as I know. From what I know in Judaism, there's never a major I told you so. Where people go look, and people say I told you so, and you can go jump in a river, or you believe in this guy, and now you're barking back at your tree, you're barking back at my tree trying to get back to the God. You have to now abandon you for now. Go somewhere else, go be Christian. What is my purpose? The Jews and the rabbis see people make this mistake. Welcome back. And to my knowledge, I haven't seen them told us so. They just didn't do that. They were very magnanimous, and they began to do the work. And what was the work? The work was, let's just pretend this never happened. Right? Let's just pretend this never happened. So what did they do? The second camp, people that realized it was a disaster, they went back to doing everything before Shabbat. They went back to the intellectual labor of trying to make Kabbalah work. That is to say, systematizing. Trying to figure out how the Oriental Kabbalah lines up with the Oriental Kabbalah. They went back to
Dude, the bus drivers went crazy over this. Then it got banned.
Systematic. Now, that's not to say they just ignored it completely. They realized that something inside Oriental Kabbalah, something inside of its impulse was dangerous. Because it got off the rails. It got off the rails crazy. And so they began slowly to think about how to implement safeguards to prevent this from happening. This could have led to real serious problems. Can you imagine what happened if all the Jews got on boats and began to sail in the Mediterranean to reach Palestine? It could have been terrifying. Tens of thousands of Jews would have died. They could have been denied entry into the Ottoman Empire. And who knows what happened? They could sell them to Spain. We're going to arrive as refugees in Eastern Europe.
with the first of all, something I didn't grow up, and now people are my mission is I'm always talking about the same thing, and maybe say to themselves, that's necessary, like that's not in your know. This stuff you don't have to use something like that. What is my purpose in this world? When you Google and you sub it in, you come to me and shut up, shut up, shut up. Shut up is that color over you know you see this. You know all of the issues. So it's very powerful.
Never held hammer. You have to.
Every
It's
single
simple.
person has every person has an issue journey. You all have to have you all have the same shared general. So that is part of the
Especially people living in Christian lands that only recently converted back to Judaism.
with that said,
They see
that's a share
that
that
makes me
color
feel
on this mission, the world needs me to do. So I need to do this for me, and the world needs me to do it as well. I was saying it's pretty incredible. He said, I got one. So watching this not going to be from today, but I just want to point out with the subject.
So what ends up happening is that the first thing is that
there's a number of things that happen. Number one, remember, why is it that I speak about often quote my beloved Indian? This is what people want to say. A regular adage. Who cares? Right? Or how the regular people know this. That which we say is a manifestation of our inner belief. Speech in of itself is not just speech is not only our kingdom, but speech is the way of us that we articulate an innate sense of hope, an innate sense of witness. It is how we communicate our innate holiness. And what I'm telling you to do this now, I say, what about the stuff that I say over and over? Right? It's right.
Sure that people who are
It says, where did that adage come from? That's the
kind of have the kind of things that anchored in them. Now again, does that
listen,
sound
remember, okay, so the Bible said it a million times.
Is it
But
reasonable? I think it's reasonable. Is it reasonable?
deeper level, what the children are recognizing is our father, our mother,
I
our
think it's very imminently reasonable.
parent, because of a grandparent, was articulating the truth. And that truth stems from their inner.
There is a shift away from
What I'm telling you now is what this will happen today, will continue tomorrow in your is that inner truth sometimes
last time
that when you always talk about the same thing, and you always talk about the same concept or the same ideal of the same Christian sense of subject, you might not even realize it, but you're articulating to yourself what your mission is in this world, what the world truly needs. So stop with it for today. We'll pick up the narrative from the rest of the world while we do hosting deal and narrative tomorrow.
That's a return to very orthodox Judaism. And they were to see that we get to Hasidism in a minute. Hasidism is the enemy of mystification, the mysticism of the now. Hasidism says now, the now. What is happening right in front of your face? The literal thing of what we're living right now is more important than what happened back then was important. So Hasidism is one of the pioneer the mysticism of the now. So they really take this into great heights and they represent enormous changes of Hasidism. So there's a shift. What does the shift look like? There's a shift away from what's going on here. Right? Because trying to figure out what's going on here, that was dangerous. So what's the shift? The shift is in the here. The shift is in the here. Right? The shift is in the mind and in the heart. It's about personal piety. And so it's all about fixing you. We are not focusing our attention on trying to become a site. That was a disaster. We're done with that. What we do now, we now focus our attention on inner piety. And so the shift in the gospel language is now toward inner teaching. Not messianic saving. It's about saving you. Saving you and your community. And that's what intense piety of these things we'll talk about this idea of conduct, spiritual concentration, and following junctional various streams who are part of what people were very upset about with chapter 16. The Shabbat movement is the rejection of Jerusalem. And so what is happening is Jewish law is front and center. Just like it was early on. The Zohar is the Zohar never said you can ban the law. In fact, the Zohar created the law, the Kabbalah without the Jewish law, without Kabbalah, without Halacha, is incoherent. And so, in many ways, the post-Shabbat is a return to Kabbalah tradition. It's exactly divorcing Kabbalah from Halacha. That was a disaster in the mind of these Kabbalists. I genuinely agree. And so, this movement is a return back to old school things. So, in the end of the day, Kabbalah, thank God, it deserves to. It should not have been. Thank God it wasn't thrown out with the baby with the bathwater. I'm glad, very lucky. What has it been? I think the kind of safeguards that get put on Kabbalah in the aftermath of all this are not. What's also important about this is this story sometimes gets told from a super hero perspective. Surprise, Eurocentrism narrative. The truth of the matter also is that prophecy centers are also appearing all over the Jewish world. In many places in which Shabbat is really never typically called. Those places are popular places like Morocco, places like Yemen, although Shabbat is very popular in Yemen and Morocco, Kurdistan, Aleppo, and also in Jerusalem. Jerusalem, you remember the whole that Shabbat is from the very beginning. So these settlers in the European world are going to be the first to come back online, and they're going to produce an enormous amount of Kabbalist literature. Now, the sad truth of that is that a lot of the literature, especially as Jews who live on airplanes, airplanes, and a lot of the literature that was in most of it, to my knowledge, remains manuscript. When I say manuscript, I mean handwritten manuscript, 16th century. So there's not even printed editions of these books. But we know, and I know this because of other scholars who surveyed literature, there is a mountain of copies of literature heavily systematized and learning a lot at this time. One of the real interesting personalities that appears in all this is Barzani. Barzani is not only the first rabbi that we know of, like someone who actually may have really held that title, and she was a Kabbalist, and she seems to have had supernatural powers. She lived in Khorasan, in northern Iran. And her father was very charismatic, died basically taking the place because he was such a rocker, and the only person that qualified was his daughter. And so at this point, his daughter took his place, and Barzani becomes basically the world's first rabbi, and she's an anti-Calvinist. And the screen Choco on her Twitter, I don't know if it's the same Choco recently. There's a children's book about her. But she's just a really incredible character. She's just a really incredible character. Powerful woman living in Kurdistan. It's worth mentioning that we have one of the few Kabbalists at this time. Barzani. There are two major centers that emerge in this period in the world of Kabbalah. One in Jerusalem and one in what is now called storytelling. Dividing all of Judea center of Jewish life in the north
the progression from the beginning of the first is right there with us and the top of the end. Then things change a little bit. There's a much bigger structure for houses. Then things change a bit more. And like in the position, to a point of and this guy who was just making experiments without light, like when we were young and our love was passionate and intense, we could sit together on the edge of the shore. Even a very large bed is not large enough to encounter it. It's a similar dynamic to relationships is what we do when we step on the passion. Close proximity to one another, this here you have this individual who just says a statement. He's not quoting a policy, he's not saying the right stuff, he's not quoting all he's quoting. He's a dynamic human. A dynamic human. It's just the way kind of relationships go. And the thing is like, wow, it's like that seven is how the dream. Now, the main thing too, and the school of Bechtel, is it's social and it's the first thing they do is they turn their attention to systematic learning. Just they're looking at probably the principal systematizers who are going to come up in this period. There's a whole bunch of examples from this game. A really wonderful example. And what they systematize it around so it doesn't go on of Kavanagh. And these Kavanagh, what's the shot? What's the particular direction? I'm speaking up on the left-hand side. I didn't be very on spiritual concentration. What do you learn from him? He says, whenever she is slow, I feel how other came back to the ocean. They chose the shortest and shortest. You have to focus just like a radio wave or any other kind of thing. If you unfocus energy, it's about focusing that energy. That focus and spiritual energy that you kind of get away from God. There's a reason why they use metaphors they do. They're not bad metaphors. And the idea is that you have this wild energy, this wild spiritual energy. You have to focus it. And then that wisdom, the great Rabbanim, the great Chazal, oh, by the way, that statement, that's a dynamic. That's a grace. It tells you that these are simply true. Use it in Torah. He doesn't realize he's preaching Torah. He doesn't realize that he's quoting Torah wisdom. But what he says is Torah. So what's it? Again, how much point out? When a product of yours is what we said before. Remember the instruction in the first 1 days. Why is he thinking why why do you feel resolution for a person who was made catastrophic life experience? I know, so he said, the internet, which is going right up Kanye says, the spark of the new source and the kingdom on the country spark is entering. There's a piece of us that is really wonderful. There's a piece of you that literally is able to look at you from God. That's why, no matter how bad they are, change is always possible, because that one piece is never painful. There's something, by the way, even the surface.
What's interesting about the school is
that Torah, actually, you never learned Torah. Or maybe if you learned Torah, you didn't pay attention to it.
Which is to say,
or maybe you never. So how is that's because again, the natural, usually the short natural, just the rate Torah of the education. And that so what it means as a whole is usually what.
So this is not just a fly-by-night. That's why you sing songs in Latino.
Like people say, be careful what people say. Because it's important to know what he says. Because it's the end of the day, if you slow the reading of Torah, and therefore the Torah that comes out of his mouth, even if he doesn't realize that it's very good. So no doubt, no turn the page, no don't move on the Neva, because I told her how to study the people, because some Shemarta Levatimeh, Shiragula Levatimeh, the Shaga and the Shaga. So this is our told that, then we show it and our Shaga. So it's
And so even the idea here that you have to dedicate yourself to eternity.
It says that
And so again, I love the rigor, and there was still tribulating.
but again, the phrase of the which people say, what people say, what people say, because they have mindful of the people. They say, the Jew completely know the Jew as an as a whole. Those are coming to so whatever that talks about. The subject says this is so that the Jew has an visa as a whole including
like spiritual eternity. It wasn't an actual school in the sense of non-retail where you go to a place
the
and
Jew has
learn.
the ability
It was
to
much
speak
more like a
words of wisdom
spiritual
that are effective
there
of
is
the
actual
punishing.
true
All wisdom without it
in
realizing
general
what it is that the same
organization of spirituality.
is a whole.
And when you got to the
It
very
goes on, the subject says,
something
their
like
dove
a
is that. He could call it Hadiba, but if he
and
took
he
what has,
also focused heavily on learning and Kabbalah. Notice they're all
right now, just go line up.
that's the basic standard.
He says, who bears dove is that. He
But the
called
main thing
Hadiba
I'll notice about this
Shabbat,
is primarily
who is so
attracting the way
nefesh,
So
Va'afiyus
the way you
Shabbat.
folks will see
The
it
Tzaddik says that the cause of
elitist
Hadiba,
and they're much
like the
more
powerful
intellectual.
speech that
Right?
you're going to
So
put
there's a high level
is
of
the soul
intellectual
connection,
fetishism
is the
going on
essence of the
in
soul,
the
and the
organic
essence of the
or in
speech, and
the
the
Lithuanian form. And
the
some exceptions
word
are
itself
definitely there too.
speaks about
But
the
generally
fact
speaking,
that the Torah
this is a heavy,
so what
heavy
is the
much
word?
more heavily
You talk about
intellectualist
Ruach,
Kabbalah. So
the
the
Jews
German
is all
Slavic
these
school
two
is
lights
much
into
more
the
prayer oriented.
milk,
The Polish school
and then
was
they get
much more
equals.
intellectually oriented. They're much more
On
systematized
Ruach
Kabbalah
Haim
and
says,
really
Ruach
hammering
Haim
out exactly a kind of systematic theology of Judaism that is basically
the
learning
greatest
Kabbalah.
manifestation
Now they do
of
publish
the
a lot of their works.
witness
We actually have a
of
ton
man.
of works
That's
published by
good.
members of
You
the
need
books.
to
So
say,
these
yeah,
do publish
that's
books. These books are very technical. I tried to look at some of them today, and they're like books.
we don't
And I
think
could
what
hardly hesitate
potential
to stuff.
went from the
And
rest
you
of
have
the
to
Riyah. That's
the level of Kabbalah education, the level of Talmudic education, the level of
man's
these guys.
soul. Man's
These are
soul.
geniuses
Son of the
who are
Lord,
piling stuff on. That's the
saying,
trying to read some of this stuff
stop you, I'll
today.
pick up this tomorrow. But there are some things that make
It's a
sense
quantum
that
mechanics.
man
It's so high level.
needs to do
Their
is
books do
expressed
survive in
through
early modern books.
that's why the model of a human
Check
is
them out.
something.
Like I said,
Not even realizing that what it is that they're saying. These words of Torah, but it's almost as if people have the ability to express the most amazing wisdom ever. But the stuff over here, we'll pick up with this idea tomorrow. Of course, university was fascinating.
Their works are also
That man,
published,
one of
but they're no
man's greatest
translations.
abilities
They're no Bible.
to the
I
base
don't know
of
they
self is his speech as
And you're
well.
beginning to
It's
hear
quite
a
simple.
common thing now, right? They only exist in this
Remember
time.
again, wherever there is the greatest
Translate.
capacity for
The reason for
holiness,
that actually
there
was
is also
very
the
clearly
greatest
Holocaust.
capacity
Although they're telling me
for
this all
holiness.
the
The
base
base.
Holocaust is
So
the
if keyboard is
cultural
going to be
interruption
the way that I
of
can
Kabbalah.
articulate, I can
It,
express
it,
my most
it,
innate Kedusha is
amputates
also the way
an
that
entire
unfortunately I
not
can
just from their
express
families,
my
but it
most
amputates
emotional
people from their
as
entire
well. All right, well, we'll probably pick up
basically
America's
stuff
time
is
with this piece for now.
this matters flee for your life. You just can't save this stuff on the march to these material things. So much of this literature is basically war, and it's going to take 3 generations of scholars to basically bring it back to the truth. It's going to take that at least that many. It is a monumental task. And so this time period, by the way, I think is probably some of the most sophisticated Kabbalist literature ever been in languages complete obscurity, because there's just so few people with the skills to bring it to the Hebrew skills, the Kabbalah skills, the Bible skills. It just doesn't exist. It just the level of Kabbalist scholarship of this time is 1750s, 1800s, even in the 19th century. The level of Kabbalist scholarship is so high that it's never ever. And it's going to take hundreds of
People look so each cook
to get the Kabbalist scholarship back up.
see this
This school is typically a bit more
to
rationalistic.
the L
When I
is
say
right.
rationalistic, what I mean is they're
Well, that's what we
intellectuals.
call it people
For
who
them,
don't
their they're trying to systematize Kabbalah into a system of basically Jewish theology. They're trying to formulate a Jewish theology that makes sense. And for folks who know a little bit about the Lippish world, probably tell I have a pretty good sympathy for the Lippish world.
One specific thing that you
Although it's a great admiration
did
for
like
this
before this
as well. But as you may know, folks who study theology, famous Brisker method emerges out of the Lippish world. The Brisker method is
one thing you struggle with.
they balance equations. It's like you're balanced chemical stuff in chemistry. It's like taking things apart at a molecular level. And so the Brisker method is taking this great deal making time experiments, how does that apply all this? I don't care. That was very stupid. Understand every single logical relationship. So this is the greatest logic textbooks and some of the greatest logic textbooks in all time. The Lippish world is famous for this. And what this gives rise to is a heavily elitist culture. And a heavily elitist culture. And as you might imagine, and again, when I say elitist, I mean that in the good sense, in the bad sense of that word. I mean that in the good sense that these are elite scholars. Again, when I say elite, I don't mean elite in just a bad way. These are the smartest, some of the smartest Jews in the world. They are the emphasis, the Nobel Prize on Judaism. Now, it also gives them the sense that they're superior. They do see that these outside Jews, these poor Jews, these Polish Jews, working in the fields of shtetl, barely can read, scratch together an education for just a door. They do think of themselves as somehow better. That's how they're better.
Even just because people show
In the same way that I think a Nobel Prize winner is the thing.
which a person
A high school C student in physics.
they go down.
There's not going to compare.
This guy
It's not going to compare. And there is an intellectualist, I mean this now in a negative sense.
But
An
that kind of
intellectualist
speech,
ability
like
that
the
builds
person
this
talks, teaching every day,
They really do
not
believe that,
just in general, what he calls school.
they can do their very best and make it a
Regular mundane stuff.
Can they really
And
serve
so at
that?
least I
They
think it's
understand
a
that.
regular
They do heavy
that
lifting.
you couldn't touch on
Rigorous Jew. Not really. They're never going to be really pious.
that
They're going to have a middling
there
piety.
are common
Sort of
attitudes.
a, you know,
Our common
pumpkin piety.
phrases.
And so this intellectualism,
That
this
the
trend
author
is
shares.
going to
This
take
is
hold
Moshe
in
Hassel,
Central
not
Europe,
in
especially in
the
local schools.
Margot
But again, that's not for me. I have lots of sympathy for local schools. But that trend does take hold. It's into that trend.
literally means Margot is a jewel in a gem, dipped in the mouth of.
So Hasidism is an interesting kind of movement in lots of ways, obviously. The main thing that's interesting about it is that it is neither Shabbatic, although it bears a lot of similarities with Shabbatism. We'll talk about that in a minute. So it seems to preserve many of the attractive things that made Shabbatism valuable.
So Margot
So it
is
seems to
kind
of work as a Shabbatism without Shabbat. It has so many of the elements of Shabbatism, but it doesn't have the kind of interior heresy of believing that these guys do something. So it has all the infusion, all the emotion, all of the passion, all of the messianic expectation, but it does not center Shabbat. It's not Shabbat. The other thing is it doesn't go as intellectualism either. It doesn't go in the direction of being close. It doesn't go in the direction of being of the literature. It's a unique way of sailing between a real difference in the Jewish world, whereas the Lippish world is very intellectual, very elitist, it doesn't go in that direction. And it doesn't go in the absolutely direction of fusion and joy and do whatever you want.
Yet
It sails
the
on
important
the
common
and
expression
unsurprisingly, it's
in
going
the
to be
context of the
world
Gemara,
in the
is
Jewish
quoting
world.
a common
In many ways,
expression,
Hasidism is supposed to be quoted as
in a
one, which is
halachic
what
discussion or in a
you
hashkafic
need that
discussion.
successful.
So to see something that needs to see a common
So
everyday
it's
expression,
done, of course, by mystics and practical
in
Kabbalists.
the Gemara,
And
and
say
often
practical
being
Kabbalists
used
usually
to
reads
go ahead and
tradition,
highlight
basically a Jewish tradition. This was a thing that was practiced back in this time. It was a kind of practical Kabbalah where you would make amulets and mystical herbal
even though
treatments.
again, the statement that the Gemara is quoting
We'll go down
is
recognize that these are Jewish methods. And a bunch of these guys, they refer to themselves as all chefs,
nevertheless,
good names.
the next
And
chapter is
Israel ben
a
Eliezer was
ultimately against
bullshit.
it's the order of the Jewish that when we can be lucky just have
I should not
it's
say
we could go in that
he
film.
he was a
What was
mystical healer. He
was
did
the
a lot
his
of
stuff on the Gemara said
jobs
that
in
is
the
a
synagogues for
silent,
kids.
sorry, the word
He was never
is
much of a
one
person
seller,
outside of
then
the movement
is word
until he
two.
really
Oh,
came into his
the word
own
the
as a
priest
kind
was
of
the last
extraordinarily
it's the Agate
innovative
son.
and
Right, the last
charismatic
Mishnah, we spoke
preacher
about
of a new kind of Judaism. And this new kind of Judaism was heavily mystically involved. It involved teaching mysticism to the public, although in a very modified way, one by one minute. And it was
remember
a
again,
very
this was the
diffuse
case.
form of Judaism.
Yeah,
It was a
was the
Judaism
case.
that was accessible to
Yeah,
anyone. It was not a Judaism
Kabbalah,
that was a
they
Judaism
lost the
for
Kabbalah.
scholars. It was
It's
a
one of the
Judaism that
Kabbalah
could be
went
accessible
out
to anyone on the road
to go ahead
a day's
and
journey.
find
So the ideas of the Baal Shem Tov bring to bear all of the enthusiasm of the Shabbat movement, but it's incredibly important, but a halachic rigor.
Yeah. So we're speaking about the idea that we have a Kabbalah, and the Kabbalah goes ahead and reads what they send out one of the members of the Kabbalah to go ahead and fight. Remember, we had this stuff. There was a discussion, and but then they end up finding a replacement animal, checking the replacement animal. There's a whole discussion about which animal we use for the Kabbalah. It's not who uses what. The mission is the case. So let's say the Kabbalah had the Kabbalah. They lost the Kabbalah. Reuben goes out to find the Kabbalah.
Basic slogan of
And we think
Hasidism, right?
the
The lace is
Kabbalah
sorrow.
a new Kabbalah.
So,
I got if I set aside a new Kabbalah, and then the mission said, if your party said anything to the other, right? Reuben didn't say anything to the Kabbalah, right? Pretty much we actually left thoroughly. The Kabbalah didn't say anything to Reuben, so what's the halacha? Reuben uses the Kabbalah that sound, the Kabbalah uses
they say
the
you
Kabbalah
take
that
gematria
and then I use so you cannot come back to the idea
Teva,
that there's something very profound
they add up to the same thing.
when people don't talk to each other. There's a profundity when people talk.
God
There's a
is
profundity when people are
sometimes
silent.
a little bit like
Gemara, this was on Friday,
right?
second hour, said, "Kind of
They say,
Chachamim,
look,
Yafesh, Yikol
there's no
Chachamim,
place.
Kavod
God
Kavod
will
L'Kush."
not be anywhere
Right,
other than
so
where God is. And
here
there is no place
the
appointed God.
the wise men
Everywhere
said,
is
so
where God
silence
is.
is good.
Now,
The
not
wise
everything is
men,
God. There
Kavod
are
Kavod Allah,
theists,
open more
not
so
pantheists.
There's
They say that yes, there are things that are not God. All kinds of things that are not God.
Now, again, is that a statement?
There is no place where God is not. And so the thing that one must do is one must
It's a life state.
focus on the immanence of God. One must uncover the reality of God, all the reality of yourself and you.
The Gemara will
And
quote
this task
something.
is to show that God
Sometimes
is
it
a
will quote
being,
it
God is an all thing, God is
the
an
marvel of the Hume.
that even the
Jewel, like
task
or
of
a gem
changing
in
the
the mouth
entire
of people.
wheel
The
of
Gemara will
one
quote
is
statements.
after piety. If you see
And
God in
again,
it,
that's not a
you
statement
find
of
God in
Torah.
it.
That's a statement of God. That's a
So
statement
the
of
idea
life.
here is that God is everywhere.
Of life wisdom.
And
Yet,
piety,
interestingly
the
enough,
task
remember,
of piety,
brought
is to
down in
uncover
the midst of it a lot of discussion. And of
God
course,
hides God's son.
as
You
they
never
called
see
it
God's face, you see
for a
God's
lot
back.
of discussion.
So
But it
God's
says,
back is to see
what do
also.
you see here?
And to see God's
It
face,
says,
the
it's
most
not like,
tiny things
I
that you
feel
do,
it deep
that is,
word has that. I love you in Turkish Shakamoni. God, what would you also yourself? See again.
so
Think.
the task is not just to follow Jewish law, which you must,
Not
because
have to
Jewish
be
law
Muslim
is
to know very things.
binary
But then
view
it
of
comes to
God.
the Gemara, it's not
But it's to
quoting
realize that
things.
everything
It's not quoting
allows
anyone
you to
of particular
approach
piety.
God.
Often
Everything that you
mindful
do,
of the
everything that you
to
are,
make it
allows you
into
to
this
link to
thing
God.
that
And the
people say all of the
core
time.
idea
It goes on, he says,
that
that
by
when
clinging
you're
to
behind
God,
the
by
comments to come,
uncovering God in everything
find
you
this
do,
very often throughout the
take a
Gemara.
sip of wine,
Maybe
the
the Gemara
sweetness
is
of the
not
wine
the only issue.
is a
Where the
taste
Gemara
of
will
God.
quote
The
that
light
which
of the
regular
Shabbat
people
candle,
say.
the light
Sha'anoshim
in the Shabbat candles
Regilim
is
Lo.
a is an entrance into seeing
If I
the
told
light
her,
of God.
and ultimately again, when
And
it's
so,
quarterback
with
tomorrow,
your eyes,
fully in the
set
context
for the
of
first time in
this
your life,
creation,
to
actually
uncover your
represent
eyes,
to you. I
see
told
them.
her,
You may see them
talk
without
about the
the power of the back of God
actually
here
talk
directly
about
in the
the
light.
Christus
There is a
fast.
shepherd.
He runs about
And that is
But you
fascinating.
know, King Mubanta,
Just the
come with
light
the
of the candles
how
will
they
reveal to
is
you
coming, so
everywhere
how
is
each
God
other
right
come over us.
in the process
For
of
example,
their
also here,
divine God.
see in the temple,
Indeed, of course, where do you find
that
God
we do not accept
most
the
found?
what's the idea of many
Because you're made
sayings.
in the image of
It's
God.
called
You're made
sayings,
son of Elohim. You're made in the image of God.
the people.
You're
Like,
a
this
pure
is
of
something
God.
that people
Everything
were
that
accustomed to
is
say.
in some sense
I
a
got
aspect
how
of
you
God.
how you no
The mirror
matter
is dirty.
from
Clean
past
the mirror. How do you clean the mirror? You wonder
لا
what
أنا
brushes
شنو
to
أو
use.
كيف
Well, I
أنا
know.
proxy
You can clean the mirror
هاي
of all
شعب
creation,
في ملاي
right? Emptying out of what is.
شعب
And as you empty
شعب
out, as you
تسلم
negate what
لو
is,
جاتك
what's
في
left
الجبارة
behind from the negation
فبقولها
of what is, the negation, is just God left.
أعطيكم جلش مياشي
And so you
جلش
purify your mind.
إيه
You don't
فعندي
think
سمعت
bad
من
thoughts.
قول
If you do think
البرنامج
bad thoughts, you convert the bad thoughts into good thoughts. If you see a beautiful
قلت
woman
له
walking
see
around the
this
road
inside a bit more
and
tomorrow
you lust
but
after
it's
her
very close to
intensely,
the
feel the lust.
and the
Let the lust wash over you.
was
Feel
just a
the
number
passion
of
in your body.
picturing,
And
right?
know
The
that
number of
the
sayings.
lust that you
Of
feel
these regular
when you
people,
go on a walk
like
down the
regular
road
people used to say
is
this,
just
used
a
to say that,
pale
and
glimpse
what
of how much
sure
you
would then do
crave
something
the love
fascinating.
of God.
Is you would take these regular
Convert
sayings
the
of
feeling
ordinary
of the lust, of the sin, of the
people,
Avera,
and you would say, oh,
convert it
there's a
into
pasuk.
the
There's a
passion
pasuk
that you have.
that supports
So
this
it's not about
idea.
blotting out.
So
It's not
Tobit
about
says, so
not
this is
feeling. It's not about going under setting practices and rolling
something
around in sweat.
fascinating
No things.
about it.
Feel it.
You see how
The sin is real.
taking
Convert the sin.
quotations
Redeem
of
the sin.
ordinary everyday
Give to
people, what we call Nigel of the Filet, a jewel like a gem in the mouth of an individual. We see again Imam Second Sanhedrin quoting in the Gemara statement of regular
all of these things allow you to approach God in your everyday life.
and then you
Everyday
find
life. Everything
Shmuel
around you
going ahead
finds
and
God
saying, oh,
in
by the
His
way, those
God.
statements
And you
that
can
you thought
approach
was an
those
ordinary
sins
statement,
in their
there's a
physicality.
Gemara, there's a
So
Pasuk,
much
there's a
of
Mishnah,
Kabbalah,
there's different
so much
against
intellectual
what
and literature
of
that can so
Halacha
well
and
figuring
Hashkafa,
out how the spirit
that
of
supports
this,
these various
as
things.
it so,
What
as it
for
so
me, so
equals
what
itself
does
out.
this mean?
Shimon,
Right, what's the
where the
difference?
shards left behind, how the
I mean,
shards
of
fall
this,
this part
what does this
is
mean?
very
Ultimately,
small,
again, the Lord quoted
complicated
from
intellectual thing.
regular people, and that's from the stop on what
What
this idea.
really
So
matters
understand,
most
the struggle
people
between
is they
develop
must
this
encounter the
quite
physical world, the world around them,
beautifully
and
and
around them,
dramatically as a
the bed they
continuation
sleep
of
in,
that which was said in
the
the
clothes
previous
they wear,
place,
they must
as well
encounter
as
all of those things. Now, they don't abandon it, but for them, what matters is worship, avoid the passion, right? Worship, worshiping in one's physicality. That physicality is a gateway to divinity. That the body and sex, the body and eating, the body and feeling your body, even injury, can be avoid the passions. Can be a way to approach Hashem, access God. So this is a radical democratization of mysticism, where everything becomes an avenue to mysticism. Everything becomes a gateway to divinity. Now, this all gets focused in on the leaders of the movement. The leaders of the movement become these incredibly charismatic figures, these charismatic people with supernatural powers across the stories. They can see things happening for hundreds of miles away, and there's all kinds of things in the Hasidic world we don't start about these leaders establish courts, dynasties. When I say courts and dynasties, these rebbe's, these tzaddik, right? These rebbe's, they live like kings. And they have the ability to intercess with God. They're so righteous that their soul rushes up against God. And if they pray for you, God hears. Even if they're dead, even if the Rebbe is dead, you leave letters in his grave. On his grave, his spirit, his soul can still reach up to Hashem and communicate your desire, your prayers, even beyond death. And that custom is still practiced today. And these tzaddikim, these rebbe's,
chat and you others
They're safe, basically. And you imitate everything they're doing. If they're ready, drinks a
so
little bit of
everything from the
shots.
concert, then
For
individuals
this, you should
singularity. Once the singularity
he's discovered some secret
turns out
way
opening
of
up your
accessing
ability
this.
to
If he dances like this, you should
click on
dance
a
like
look
this.
at it should be also
Everything the rabbit does has some inner deep meaning.
public collaborative.
So the Rebbe's leaders of Hasidic dynasties become prominent figures. And these courts can establish all information. And they are fabulous. You're talking about dudes wearing hats and thousands of gold coins. You're talking about guys wearing silver garments that are knit through with gold and silver, gold and silver thread. Because again, you're very close to these people. You've got it. At some level,
Even just in the super show,
general
general
speech,
speech,
then maybe
you
you should
should
be a bit
personally
like
teach people talk.
And so the outfits they wear into this thing, they wear
People give it Torah. It's a general speech, check your first talk, teaching every day.
because it's
Not
all
with
about
the Torah, just in general what he calls sikas,
so they establish
regular
courts as
mundane
first
talk.
central
And shall Isa to be of regular,
Hasidic movement,
as we can
even to this day. So you want to know some of these
that
which is now split
that
between
are
two brothers
common
and that's disputes. It's the
are common
former Rebbe of Sepmar, not Sepmar,
that's the
because
often
Fallen
said.
Orthodox,
This is
Solid
no shot
Orthodox, the
myself.
television show,
Martin
that depicts a Sepmar.
Margaret was with you.
Gemara, folks know this about the Babish movement. Chabad is a philosophy of Hasidism.
Margaret is a Jew or a Gem.
The Babish movement is primarily known
So
for
that's
its
the
humor,
Margaret
which is
was
a outreach. They were a very
common
outward
expression.
Hasidic
Which
movement
is
that
a
wants to
common
bring people into Judaism and
expression.
that's
A common expression.
also they got rid of
So Margaret was with you.
is some
You
sexual
know, Jew in the mouth of people. Common expression is because of what you've done. Discover that you are good with it. And the gates of compliance. So the Tzaddik also not sure about this. What is the meaning of Margaret of the day? It means something that a person has to say. How after you divine fluid. The also, the next chapter is what they call a person feeling is how the system actually feels. And sometimes in Chazal, it's both a Jew or common expression. So Chazal always quoting the Torah. Right? They're not supposed to quoting the Torah. They're just quoting
they should have tens of thousands of
common
cities
expression.
all over the world
It's
that make this
quoting
great
common
now.
expression
So it's a big deal there.
in the
Now, what's
context
important
of
to
the
know about
divine.
these
They're quoting a
Hasidic Rebbe's is that they weren't just enthusiastic,
that quotation
charismatic
in a
leaders
halachic
who relied on
discussion
emotions
or in a
and
hashkafic
enthusiasm
discussion.
to root people in. These were systematic thinkers. Many of them were carefully systematic thinkers.
In
And
the
they
divine.
produced some of the most
And
individual
often
texts
being
of
used to
that
go ahead
time.
and highlight
Now,
or both
were they as rigorous as what's going on in the Litvak
the
school? No.
halachic point,
Were they intensely focused on
different,
having
more so
traditional?
consistent
No.
explanation.
But they
A
were
lot of
systematic
people,
treaties
even though again, the
on
statement that the
Kabbalah.
Gemara is quoted,
The
is
point
quoted,
is
it's
that
not
it
the
seeks to make Kabbalah
statement that you quoted. It's not
It's a thing
Torah.
that you
Nevertheless,
it's
the
a thing that you
next
experience. It's
chapter
a thing that you embody. And so it's not,
ultimately
in
again,
many ways, the kind of highly intellectualist
again,
Kabbalah that
that's
existed.
what
The way he wrote is a much more livable Kabbalah. Of course, the most famous book of this one, Kabbalah, is the Tanya, which is something like scripture, basically, for the Lubavitch movement. You can get a copy of the Tanya meeting.
a word,
Go anywhere
one
in the
salah,
Lubavitch place and ask them for a copy of the Tanya. They will happily do. The Tanya, it's a little bit controversial. It's non-Jews don't have souls. They do a lot of acrobatics to try to explain that away. But it has some pretty famous parts. But Tanya is probably the most famous.
Remember
There are
again,
tons of
this was
Kabbalistic
the case.
texts written
Yeah, this was the case.
in
Yeah,
the
Abdullah,
world,
they lost the
and never let
conversation.
people tell you
Right?
they
One of the petrol went out. Go ahead.
By people that I typically actually sympathize with, basically because these books are incredibly powerful. Now, as you might imagine, this space was enormous kickback from the non-Jewish world. They had just dealt with the Shabbat's fiasco. You've got people doing damn hits, damn like you control your just right. You're just blocking.
They sent out
all
one
stuff that
member of the
initial
Kabbalah.
Shabbat's
Going up, which wasn't really understood. There was a discussion.
By the Gaon of Vilna. And the Gaon of Vilna was a
You know, and they end up finding the fixing and checking real quick. There's a whole discussion about holy
opponents, right? Typically, sometimes
but I think Abdullah has a personality. He lost his Habibullah. Using goes down to find the carbon. And he can put the Abdullah on a new carbon. I gotta identify certain side of the carbon. And when the Muslim said, neither party said anything to the other, right? Ruben didn't say anything to Abdullah. They're pretty much no matter the Abdullah didn't say anything to Ruben. So what's the halacha? Jews is the current day that now the Abdullah chooses
aftermath of the Shabbat's
they are very profound. People don't talk to each other.
They're going to get one of these bread
Fun
pieces
to
of
do
all the
stuff.
tip Messiah.
There's a fun to do. They run
Exact
silent.
same
But it's
disaster.
much. It's on side of cat. So now instead of coming,
Some of these
rough
already
vegetables, coming, have a cover of right? Right. So here's the wife said, so
Right, it looks a bit like a little Messiah.
the wife
transgression for the sake of the angle here. There's kind of like that you have to experience the sin of lust, and you have to convert it to God. You should feel lust. If you convert it to feel lust for God, love for God. It's not feel lust. It's a heart. Why would you cultivate the feeling of lust? You cannot do that. You cannot convert. You need to not feel like to be worried is kind of the cultivation of sin.
Again, that's not a statement. That's a statement. That's a statement. Life is of life wisdom. Yes, you just mean up whatever now. Admit that it's a lot of discussion, and it's important.
Also,
they will call it
they are popularizing
for a lot of discussion.
right?
So
Looks like the
says,
tiny
what do
way
you see?
screws on the wireless.
Says,
They are trying to bring Kabbalah back to the masses. That's one of the things that Kabbalists are trying to stop. Like, no, these people, they're straight on these ideas. Not because the ideas are bad, maybe not because the people are here and not understanding them. They just can't understand what their level of education. For real, it can. You teach them, give them a little bit of time to raise them up, understand. So there's a much more, there's a much higher degree of ability to maybe the Gemara is Kabbalistic ideas in the convention of masses.
Regular
They worry about gosh, they worry about
Torah and all
weird stuff, handstands, cartwheels during prayer, people screaming during prayer, Hasidics, dynasties exist, car owners, metal, the whole Hasidic people, they're the most metal because they're their prayer fell out. It's a terrible car on their shoulder, which I've been, they just scream their prayers during the prayer song. You can imagine for a bunch of any intellectual revolution trained Kabbalists, a bunch of dudes screaming all the time, crying.
This is something that people were
This is the Shabbat. Right? So, very worrying. This court setting, these rabbis, I find this Shabbat, they did that. He did that
Like, what the
exile upon
fuck?
anger, no longer
But hold on.
they
Apa
thought they're
pun
just
yang
being
gila
little
semua
chapters.
no? They
Enemies are just
Islam
being little
was public
chapters.
parliament.
They're just little messiahs. And many of them thought they might be the
Also,
messiah.
because the
That's
city
why
is
it's
going to
the
follow,
20th century
but it comes
revival.
to the
Missed
Renaissance.
as a Bible.
And
They were to
Renaissance
verify none of these
was
guys
just
are
a number of
further,
like the
some
number of saints,
Shabbat books
of
were
just regular
popular
people,
over
like regular people say this, say that, which
there were
really
other
is some
Shabbat
fascinating.
books that were
It's you
popular
think
over in this.
regular saints of
So,
ordinary people, and you think,
the way the
oh,
Midrashim sold
there's a process.
the Hasidic
There's a
movement in
process
these early
that
on
supports this
was
faith.
that if it's not Shabbat
Yes.
Miller,
So Tzaddik
it's
says, so
Shabbat,
what's
it's
it?
dire Shabbat.
That's
It's
what
Shabbat
it is
is
about.
It's Shabbatism
Has
that has
out
all the
taking
same
pictures
dangerous
of
ingredients
ordinary
that
everyday
you
people,
need to the public just to have.
what we call
It's just
marginal
not
of
there.
it today. But soon,
And so they
like
were
the
terrified of
gem
this movement. And they were terrified of the
now
movement,
out in the
because they
people,
wanted
you see again tomorrow, second Sunday.
but also because they were terrified of what
Holy,
happened
if
to
you
Shabbat
give a
as a Shabbat
statement on regular
But there were
every
another one. And again, I know it's easy to
day
take
people,
the
and then you find
Midrashim as this
Shmuel
intellectualist,
going ahead and saying, oh, by the way,
fogies or whatever. They were trying to
those
shepherd a
statements,
movement
the
rather
truth
than
almost an ordinary
disaster,
statement,
spiritual
there's a
disaster.
Gemara, there's
And the last thing they want
the
is the
Pasuk,
ingredients
there's
to
a
that
Mishnah,
disaster.
there's different, again, sources of Halacha and Torah.
What's
That's
happening and what's
supporting
incredibly
very
important,
important.
and I
What
think that
is
this
the
is what
source?
makes
What is this
obviously
meaning?
proof
Like, what's
of
the
the other
deeper
proof
meaning of this?
takes to go
Yeah,
whatever.
what is this meaning?
The Hasidic
Ultimately, again, the
movement is
word
ultimately
holy
not
from
Shabbat.
regular people.
Okay.
Reaction stop over here.
And how do we know that?
So we'll understand
In a
the
generation or
Tzaddik
two,
develop
it
this
became very
quite
rigorously
beautifully
halachic conservative.
and dramatically
To this
as
day,
a
if you
fusion
go
of
to
that which was
Hasidic synagogue,
said
they
deeply
are
close.
halachic as a day as
What
well.
was broken
And
there
they have
was
weird halachic
just
stuff. They
incredible
follow a
paradigm
different
for us
minhag
going forward.
than the
Which was
much
down here.
more Sephardi style minhag, which is odd because they're in Central Europe. They might put the felon olive in the blood, which is unusual. Specifically from this thing that I found in most of the Hasidim. I don't believe they do it. They do most do some unusual things, but at the end of the day, it's a halachically conservative. They come down the side of the old school Kabbalah, which was Jewish law is the unique gateway to God, and rigorous following of the law of the halacha is a fundamental aspect of Kabbalah. So for all of the excesses, for all the court, for all the studies, for all the rabbis, for all of the usual stuff they do, for all the circles that might be weird prayer, streaming things, whatever, at the end of the day, the law is the law. They don't bring it. Both sides of this equation, both Menachem and the Hasidim, they spent generations executing They executed each other. It was just a dreadful situation. I think local authorities had every ounce of role to do things like this. Also, shouldn't want to point this out that some Hasidim again live in far more than I will say that the Esht, the founder of the Hasidim movement, is one of the Talmudists that actively influenced the French. So, from the very beginning, we proposed things like French. Esht was.
Again, reference
Hasidim.
yes,
So, again, he was a prototype from Talmud camps and small camps. So, I just want to, again, we all have our biases. I don't make my bias.
but it's also indicative of how little one has.
The richness,
Really,
the genius,
because
the
the
deep
more
spiritual
you actually
power
have
of the
this,
Hasidic
the less.
making very clear that
The
while I'm
more I
saying that there
establish,
is a leap
the
and so
more I
on
realize
with
how
the Hasidic world and
little
the
I
Shabbat
actually
world,
done
I think is
and how
homologous,
much more there is
not
to
of
do.
common
Again,
ancestry,
not taking a
and
mistake
not one in which
with
the
a
Hasidic
lack
world
of
was crypto Shabbat.
taking, the lack of appreciation of what I've done. Because I just have to have an appreciation and a recognition
Slandering.
of what they have done, what they haven't done. But at the same time, what I've done filtered into each one of the reality of my knowledge of how little I've truly done and how much more I actually have to accomplish. So the Rebbe goes on and says, if you look at Restream in the Bikoria,
In fact, if you probably count it,
so this is the left hand side, about halfway down the paragraph. When we Chazal Bizarre, Shishon Hamar Chomer, so Chazal spoke to really see this in Zohar. Shola Hamar said, and Solomon said, Simin V'lo Yodo Klum Shabu. sign
ever
of a
learned
person
Kabbalah, it's very likely he learned it in a Hasidic
who
environment.
knows
He learned
very
Hasidic
little or knows
interpretations
nothing.
of
Shabuch
Kabbalah.
is
That form of Kabbalah
is ultimately again that a person praises
all
himself.
the way through practice.
Self-praise and
So
self
because it is a past decisive
aggrandizing and a feeling
Now,
of how
on
I've
their high
arrived
level,
and how much I've accomplished
mimic
is
the
often
intellectuals
indicative of
the rap world,
how evil I truly
my understanding
am.
is it's still going
So we'll say, so
on.
again, the idea being the one coin in the receptacle makes a lot of noise. It's a lot of noise. A lot of that pressure. So the share
Why is there no further
as you call that, the gas struck in the wheels, like come each massive below the massive below the river. What's the by the way?
gunshot
So that also is more interesting. Don't you think they were talking about a person who, let's say, is arrogant and boastful about his spiritual accomplishments in the eyes of others? We're not even talking about that. Even someone who doesn't say anything to other people, but in his own mind feels that he's accomplished so much that ever since that true mindset, a person in his own mind thinks that he's arrived. A person in his own mind thinks that he's accomplished. A person in his own mind who thinks, look where I've gotten to where I need to get to. That, says the Rebbe, is where the true personalistic beings are alive. If you take a look at footnote Gimel, he says something very interesting. Not to be by God. It's like Moshavu Kandal, Eisim Chacham, who is one who is truly wise and not getting such a profound idea. Amakir as someone who knows his place. Who is one who is truly wise? Someone who knows his place. And listen, what does that mean? Know your place. Shavu Amakir Tesla. Knowing my place is I know what I am, but I also know what I'm not. I know where I'm deficient. I know where I am lacking. I know where I am imperfect. Zeh Tachlis Hayediyah Shalom Rada. About Istura B'Megina Kish Kish in this guy. It's such a, we're often used to Ezer Chacham about it. Kaladam, who is wise, someone who knows every person. All of that is true. But Ezer Chacham is using Hamakir Asim. Knowing my place. Knowing my place. It says the product knowing my place means I know what I am, but I know what I'm not. And I'm being cognizant of my deficiencies and my shortcomings. Be cognizant of the fact that as much as I have accomplished, it is only the tip of the iceberg. Generally, the Rebbe says, Ikar is very interesting. Ikar pursues a guide who go behind others and inherits competence. It was the listening to science. The Rebbe says, the most destructive form of guidance, the most destructive form of arrogance, has nothing to do with how you interact with others. Ella, the gaiva is biased to the people. That is the most destructive form of arrogance, is arrogance that I maintain and contain within. That was the guy. I think everybody will I think, we often think that the most destructive gaiva is the guy that has a physical external gaiva. External gaiva, like the person who acts in a boastful, arrogant fashion towards other people. Rather says, that's bad, don't get me wrong, that's definitely bad. But the truth is, the most destructive form of gaiva, the kind of gaiva that he holds the wrong counsel of his thought, the kind of gaiva that loads a person from the inside out, is a gaiva they know the act small. They know the act small. A personalistic gaiva, a feeling that, hey, mostly, there are a lot of times a person can subject, right, an air of humility, clapping folks. Right, to the outside world, they can look very humble. To the outside world, they can look very pious. But there's a gaiva that's inside. That internal gaiva says whatever. It rolls a person from the inside out because that inner gaiva takes away the need to grow. That inner gaiva prevents me from moving myself forward. That inner guide learning people, oh, I've arrived, I'm good, is what takes away any traction for growth. He says, it's emotion now, man. Ivas Hashem cultiva. What does Moses say in this way? Sakavas Hashem. The abomination to Hashem is kiva, one who has an inflated, like an arrogant heart. So it's interesting. It doesn't say Lavas Hashem, gaiva that you express Lord God, is kiva. I'm inflated feeling, or I should say a feeling of self-inflated, feeling of overinflated self-worth, a feeling of I'm alive, a feeling of look, I'm good, I'm accomplished. That ultimately is the greatest domination to this one. Now what's the thing about this, by the way? It's a pretty strong statement. Really, that's the greatest abomination. Inner rival, inner arrogance is the greatest abomination. I think of a lot of stuff that's worse than inner personality is the guide. But otherwise, people that this is why is it considered to be an abomination? This is ultimately again to suffer ha'adam in the family at home, shuva emes. At the end of the day, when a person possesses guide, when a person possesses arrogance, and they feel they've arrived, they feel they've accomplished, they feel there's nothing more to do. That's the end of the line. That's the end of the line. That is the greatest front to our and the person feels like there's no need for growth. And the person feels like there's no need for improvement. The person feels like there's no need for development. That in and of itself is the greatest front and greatest abomination to our culture. Let's stop over here for today. We're going to pick up from finish those tomorrow. Rebbe has a very, very powerful piece about Kainin and the original mistake of Kainin. And we mentioned that'll help to frame this concept. We're going to look at that here. All right, Triple, say good morning. Morning. Again, in a couple of minutes, we're just going to sit for some Sadik. So we are up today in Post 85, which is page 3 Gimel, and it's a Sadik, so I'm going to call it safer. Post 3 Gimel, and send back the PDF on the chats yesterday as well. So the Rebbe is going to tell you something I think it's fascinating. So Rebbe says this stuff. Let's follow along in the way of Hasidus. He says, "Kisha Koshe Ginafsho, Umedama Liatzmo Shekar Asa Ulisik Habi Malos Babulas Hashem." When a person begins to think to himself that he has already accomplished much in his service of Hashem, understand it, he begins to feel incredibly accomplished in your service of Hashem. The Rebbe says, "Atzmo Yidon." That in and of itself is the greatest indicator that I've accomplished nothing. That's a very strong idea. So the moment that I begin to think that I accomplished something in my avodas Hashem, the Rebbe says an indication that I truly accomplished nothing. כמו שאמרו חז"ל, בסימן לגסס רוח היא הניוס. What's really one substitution to like beautiful, that sometimes the symptom, the sign for arrogance is poverty. Now what does that mean? It says in the Eres HaGemara, Shakavara ala nius. So the Gemara explains that when we say that the sign for arrogance is poverty, doesn't have to be referring to one's financial status, but rather, again, it refers to a spiritual poverty. Sometimes, again, spiritual poverty that ultimately engenders or creates a sense of arrogance. So we'll say this because it's quite amazing. So that it says again, the moment that a person begins to feel that he's accomplished so much in his service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, actually highlights the idea of how spiritually impoverished I truly am, because the idea is a feeling that I've accomplished a lot, is a form of gaiva, arrogance. And arrogance often masks a certain degree of lacking. Right? Arrogance, so we know this, people who are overly arrogant, they're usually masking something else. There's something else that they're hiding. And very often it's some kind of inadequacy. So in the realm of spirituality, when a person has spiritual arrogance, thinking that I've accomplished a lot, often what that's masking is an incredible inadequacy that I'm truly deficient. I'm truly spiritually impoverished. He says in his words of the very Gemara that is so profound. Gemara Chazal, Mashal Shorei Adam Megillah Lomar. This is a mashal that people often say. This is great. Astira Vilikina Kish Karya, which means literally Sala Acha B'Kli Hares Yekash Kish Umashmiya Kol Chazak. He says, if you have one coin in a large jug, it makes a lot of noise, as opposed to Masha'inkin Kiss Mali Slud. You have a container filled with a lot of coins. Ultimately, Shema Mashmiya Kol. What says in this profound mashal? You can imagine if you have a receptacle filled to the brim with coins, it makes no noise when you shake it. And if your receptacle with one coin, it makes a ton of noise when you shake it. The idea being that if a person, quote unquote, makes a lot of noise, is very confident and is very boastful about their spiritual accomplishments and feels like they've accomplished so much, generally says that it means there's only one point in there. But if a person ultimately, again, is filled, they'll say, isn't this the great anomaly in spirituality? We're having this conversation with Michael Langdown a long time ago. This is a number of years ago. We're in the Silas Sharif, and the Ramchal highlights this thing that you find this in every Muslim work. This idea that the moment the person arrogance is setting in, that feeling of accomplishment actually bespeaks a certain level of arrogance. So that way, those things, so there's that, like, when is it ever enough? So when can a person say, I've accomplished? And of course the answer is, now here's this interesting, it's always and never. Meaning, that does not suggest that a person shouldn't feel accomplished. Of course, a person has to feel, let's say if I never feel accomplished, then most of think about things that you do in life that you never feel accomplished. Chances are, at a certain point in time, you just give it up. Like, just give it up. Most people don't continue down a road in which they feel no level of skill, no level of accomplishment. The Rebbe is not saying I shouldn't feel accomplished. What the Rebbe is saying is I shouldn't feel finished. You see, what the Rebbe is describing over here is Shechoshe Benafsho Shekvar Asa. Shekvar Asa Ba'avodas Hashem. The Rebbe is describing over here a person who says, I've made it. I've made it. I've now reached the level. I've now reached the level, and I'm good. The moment that a person feels, that's why his lashon is past tense. Adam choshev b'nafsho shekvar asa behisik harbe me'avodas Hashem. When a person feels, I've done it. I did it. Give me a shkayach. I did it. I've accomplished. That, the Rebbe says, unfortunately, is a manifestation of arrogance. So should a person take pride in his spiritual accomplishments? Absolutely unequivocally, yes. And I should take pride in those unique accomplishments. But I should recognize, they will say, the anomaly of spirituality is I can have a host of spiritual accomplishments, but remember, at the end of the day, just because you accomplish something today does not mean it's yours tomorrow. Right? Spirituality is a daily struggle. It's a daily battle. And I might have won the last 5 days, and it's still possible that I'll lose the next 17 days. That's the way that Restream works. Then what the Rebbe is describing over here is a person who's never allowed to say, I've made it. I've arrived. It's locked in. I'm good. I got this. A person should rejoice in the day-to-day accomplishments of his spirituality, but never feel confident that those accomplishments are safe, secure, in the bag, and irrevocable. Rather, a person, again, rejoice in the accomplishment, but recognize that I have not arrived. I haven't made it. I am a perpetual work in progress. And those who celebrate their spiritual accomplishments, again, let's say, to be clear, should I celebrate my spiritual accomplishments? Of course. We have a beautiful scene in your session this coming Wednesday. Right? We're supposed to celebrate our spiritual accomplishments. But the Rebbe is discussing over here is a person who celebrates his spiritual accomplishments in an arrogant fashion. Of a celebration of, look what I've locked in for myself. Look what I've done. Look how I've arrived. Right? Shekvar Asa. I'm good. I'm done. That says the Rebbe. That means there's only one coin rattling around in the Krishna. Right? There's only one coin. Because when there's a lot of coins, they don't make a lot of noise. Because the truth is, the more I amass in witness, the more I realize that there's no. Isn't it interesting, by the way, how don't you say after we back? Like, black tomorrow. This is one would think a person should feel an incredible sense of accomplishment and contentment, having finished a black tomorrow. Hopefully you do. But I know the greatest thing we have is my God, I was so much more for truth. Right? All this effort, all this willpower, this whole hour went into this downfall, into this block, so much more. We didn't get this, we didn't get this. And it's like the iceberg. This is the iceberg. There's a little accomplishment. There's a block tomorrow locked in. But I also feel beautifully overwhelmed by what there is to do. So let's not just stop on it for today. We'll pick up again Hashem with this tomorrow. But an incredible use so celebrate the accomplishments that have been done, but don't allow those accomplishments to make you feel like you've arrived, like you've lost in some elevated state. Because that's the moment that we get to feel like that. The moment that Gaiva sets in. And the moment that Gaiva sets in, Gaiva will reach the peak and the future accomplishment. It's an emergency to set it tomorrow.
You take the bus everywhere you go and you're dressed like that, right?
Yeah, because I can't sit down. I don't want to have to come down here and dress down here. It's better to be at home where I can look at the mirror and get it all straight.
With any of the other guys, like Superman, Wonder Woman, definitely.
I know all those guys. You know the guy that's on Confessions of a Superhero. You see that documentary?
Yeah. class. Yeah, I know him. He's a cool guy. Yeah. He takes himself real seriously. He's intense, dude. Yeah. It seems like. Yeah, he smokes a lot of weed. Does he? Yeah. Does he ever hold you down? Does he what? Does he ever hold you down, kind of like advanced sexually? No, he likes young girls.
And how much pot have you been smoking lately?
Not much. I didn't get any last week. I didn't see Red Band for the show.
Oh yeah, you gotta check in with us.
I really like that experience, and then some of the Shrimp Fest. I'd like to get into some of that too.
Oh wow, look at that. The Shrimp Fest episode.
Yeah, but Skeptic Tank. Did you guys listen to that with Aaron Shapiro? Skeptic Tank, they all went to Joshua Tree. That picture's great with you two. Where you did a picture of Mac next to you two, and you guys look real close to you two.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, he has the hat and everything.
It was a lot of fun. What do you think you would do if you did mushrooms? Where would you go?
Deep into the deep crevices of my mind to ponder the mysteries of the universe.
I love it.
You know it is. Reality is an illusion.
I love it. The Iron Patriot.
Head of security.
The head of security. He wasn't there for me 15 minutes ago, though, when I got stung by a bee on the stairway. Yeah, laugh it up, fuckers. Really funny. Fucking bee. I felt something like on my neck. I slapped. I feel it flutter like I didn't kill it. Like I must have gotten the side of my finger on it. It flapped around. And then I slap it again, but right before the slap lands, bam, got me back in the neck of all places. Which was really bad because my two closest friends to me have like the worst vision, and they're arguing over whether there's a stinger in there or there isn't. Just trying to find somebody with normal eyes. Go for Josh Martin, that's him.
He does not look like his normal eyes.
Not the guy you want inspecting your neck to see if there's a bee stinger in there. No.
Was there still a stinger in there?
No, it wasn't.
Then he stuck it out just make sure.
Yeah. He sucked it out of my penis. The bee stings in my butt. Well, as you know, people, we have a lot of fun. There's been a lot of great news on the front of the show. Things are all taken off. It's all big. You guys are part of something very exciting. Everybody knows pretty much the layout. You pick names out of a hat with always a new guest, always one of my funniest friends. And this week we have a very special guest that we're going to bring up now before we get it kicked off. Bring it together for him, ladies and gentlemen, from the Naughty Show, from Comedy Central, down and dirty, everything, punch drunk, every Monday, every Tuesday. The great Sam Triple.
It's good to be here. What's the word? Great show so far.
I am so excited to have you on this bad boy because
This is one of the most unfuckable crowds. This looks like a sex accident anonymous meeting right here. Seriously.
hell yeah.
Thanks for coming, guys.
I draw a really good looking crowd.
That's all right, dude. Ugly people buy merch. Not that you're ugly. You guys are. You're a good looking crew, but ugly people buy merch. Trust me on that one. It's like this guy. Who's this dude? You come here all the time, don't you? You're like Shane. Who are you, Russian? What are you, Siberian?
It's like the White Red Cross.
Yeah. And he's like, yeah, you got all the correct.
It's like Red Cross dress for this.
Yeah. He's sitting next to Sarah Jones. Remember her from
Oh, big drama with this one.
Well, yeah, she looks really big drunk. Sarah, why don't you come up here for a second? We need to.
Oh, man. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Sarah was, there she is, at Sarah Dresses on Twitter. She missed her spot last week. What we did with her was,
You're a Canadian?
and she was the only person we don't go out of the bucket for. She was here the very first night that we did this show, and she was the only female that was willing to be part of it.
Why? Did Stella want to be part of it?
No, that was then. It was just week one. Nobody knew what was going on. We thought it was just going to be like it was just
Sean.
right.
Thank you, Tony.
You know, that happened toward the end of the week. But she was the only one, so we said, hey, as a reward for breaking the female ice on the show, why don't you close out every show? Plus, it was her first time doing stand-up, so we felt like we were building with then doing something really important. And as
She's the Rosa Parks of Killing Tony.
Yes.
Yeah, and she did not have this idea before. It just kind of organically happened. I was like, wow, she now has a spot on the show.
Yeah. And then,
Yeah, you fucked it up big time.
she's learning a lesson in professionalism.
Are you telling me that a young chick with big tits didn't appreciate the opportunities I was given her? Never heard of that before.
That is exactly what happened.
Never heard of that.
That is absolutely.
I never heard like older guy bring up their point.
Oh, jeez. That's one way to fix a burn bridge is to burn it some more.
Yeah. A little bit more gasoline to it. By the way, I've heard that before 1,000 times.
She missed her spot, and the Iron Patriot now has a trademark noise that he makes when somebody gets blacklisted from the show. And so,
That's awesome. When that happens, get me for 2 seconds.
because we blacklist people, and if you missed a spot before, we're trying to release it, and yes, that would be the sound of us releasing it, and so Redman and I were talking about how to handle this situation.
Yeah, so we decided, we heard somebody, a friend of ours, another female, sexy female, did comedy for her first time downstairs to me. And we're going to try to give her a chance to fill your shoes, be the second Chrissy.
This is a lesson in professionalism.
Our shit is 7
So what we're actually going to call it is a probation to be decided at a later date. Perhaps even at the end of the show.
It might become a night off, who knows?
It's true. And the one who scissors the other one the hardest would then get to come back next week. That would be how that gets.
Or maybe a tease.
Right.
Hang on, man, at my fucking statement, you're just over their fucking statements.
Sounds like before
Yeah, problems like everybody else. That is, that's an old school clock. I just started. But he's quick, so don't worry.
Alright, so
Can we blackball audience members?
yeah,
It's like ruining people's lives.
and anytime you call it, he has to make that noise, so just
That was not me. It was Sarah's vagina. Oh, just got wrecked. Has she done stand-up on the show? 3 times.
3 times. Last week would have been her 4th time with the amazing Ari Shafir. She decided to, in this business, you have to know when you have to put money in your ear, right?
What does this look, by the way? Old and sloppy. No, then that wouldn't be old and sloppy. That'd be the opposite of look I'm going for. People want to know what your look is.
It's true. Fucking like 5 minutes.
You look like you're from the Echo Park at the North Pole. That's what it looks like. No, that's what you do. I go Echo Park and crush it.
Waldo's too easy. You put that on planning to do a Waldo show.
Wait, no, I'm sure you're fun. I'm listening to you today more than every time. So we're not into it. How do
I did not know that. You don't know until you should come here all fucking with your shine and guarded up and all angry. Come on, stop burning bras. Hang out for a little while. Okay? You don't get a march on everything, alright? You have full rights now. You can do whatever you fucking want to. Loosen the fuck up. It's called comment. Yeah, you have full rights. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Whatever. She's such a...
You put me in a bad mood, you fucking blacklist me. Like, this is the first place I did this shit. And you're like, I'm getting a new bitch.
Yeah, you're still in the running.
There you go. You know the rules of the game. God, I need the rules of the game.
You know the rules of the game.
This is better than you got up.
Yeah, listen to the Patriot. Listen to the... Listen to my squeaky arm of justice over there. I love what you say, Patriot. Because everyone who knows about freedom of speech, it's the Patriot. Exactly. You know what, Tony? Oh, but you want to do that now? All right. Well, all right, there's Sarah. There goes Sarah, everybody. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the newest comedian in Hollywood, as of just less than probably half an hour ago, downstairs in the room. Bring it up for everybody. Steve Money, immaturity, that's all. Sure, if you want to. Or you can lower it. Look at that. Yes. Is this thing on? Welcome. How do you feel about being part of a live podcast and show? So tonight was your first night doing comedy?
Yeah.
How'd it go?
I went up there and the wire fell out of my I think I did okay. I was real nervous. I did a joke about my dad touching me.
I don't know why. Why would that kill?
I got told by him.
You sound disappointed. So I get a hot dad, huh? Patriot on first impressions and likability and charisma in Oklahoma. How do you feel about that?
I don't like that you got a good look. Just put the word right up on your lips.
Oh my God. This is hot. This is where it starts. Just trying to stand up. You're telling her to blow the microphone. You know what I'm saying? This is where, like, in 2 years, she's gonna be the fucking most angry lesbian fucking comic out there. Go, can I just do joke? So let's not do that. Let's encourage her to do well. You can never tell when the Patriots like trying to help with audio issues or just being a pervert. Hey, put the microphone close to your lips. Now rub it against your crotch. No, I think you're just trying to say to project your voice because you have a very small mouth. You sound like you're hiding from your dad trying to touch you.
Yeah.
You definitely gotta own him. Very honest, the right. You are so creepy, Patriot. Which is amazing because you're a guy wearing a suit, which starts at creepy. Thank you. How creepy that is amazing. Yeah, that's right. This is a big week for you, huh? Really? People that own a Halloween store. You ever go down to Halloween store like that in July? You're like, what are you doing? I can't tell who you're talking to. My first spot was a main spot, which is unheard of. When Roseanne did it, it was a different time and era, and that night, she never first started the comedy. She had a TV show off that. I got my cable. She got corset. Oh my God. It's so true.
require cover, right? As a heavy up for cover, desire for cover. So that was what do you do?
Yeah, absolutely. 60 seconds ready. We'll check in with you at the end of the show. You guys ready to start the comedy portion of
Whatever take it gets
Good job.
you
What's
kind
your
of
Twitter handle?
emotional feedback.
And Kimberly Can. What's your nationality?
The name of you will discuss. This is the outcome. Now, why not? Interesting. What is what it does? Look at the other right. The outcome is really actually Mario Lacola. We thought the Guru is here. You know, it's the going to run.
You guys ready to get this thing kick-started or what? Kick-started?
Personally, one of those like the donkey show. That's how they did it.
This is the Donkey Show podcast.
Give it to Spanish smoke.
All right, I pulled the name out. Put your hands together for your first comedian going 60 seconds. It's Ryan Dowd, everyone. Hey, you guys have been great.
If I change your name, now public I go to college. I knew individual,
Actually, that's like a terrible phrase, because what else can you do
not
to
part of
violate people?
involved
You
upon
can't go
that.
up and be like, you know, I'm gonna
The
bring your daughter
so
friendship.
what this is.
I'm gonna blunt force trauma
By
you
the
with
other time you find
appreciation.
she mentioned, so again by a folder, if there is
Blood
a
on your
dispute against a
grandfather.
certain person, hopefully by changing the name,
Oh, fuck.
we go ahead and change the dispute as
Actually,
well. Or
I'm thinking a lot about this.
if we no longer apply to the person, well, we find
Just
the name
imagine,
has
actually,
changed.
the thing about saying
Without them, it will close to shit. Right? Without them, the second chapter will close to shit. Yeah, it's actually standard football. Ray Rambam, Cuba, that's his case out of the Dallas. That's the second chapter for Halacha. Midalki Cuba, Rios Hashem, Shane, Shmo. One of the things that a person does in the process of Cuba, the person changes corrupt.
You know what that means? That kitty sound means that's 60 seconds.
60 seconds of fury, brother.
When it comes to Cuba, I change my name. Because what do I say? I'm a different person. I am not the same person that's created interestingly enough, two examples of name changes. One in the case of reference to and one in the case of reference to Cuba. In both cases, the theme is the same. A person is conscious of a bill that means it's a zero, there's a two against that person. By changing the name, it's so good to the clear signified to this person. Cuba, I did something, I now want to become someone different. I choose my name. Of course, the name represents the
And that's worth acknowledging.
That is it, and that's why you're going to work it. It just, that's just running on creepy fucking weird guys. So, you're looking at the other hand, to be honest.
when a
One
person
thing I
is
know you don't do,
conscious
you don't look at
and
the
a person
crowd.
doesn't feel
So,
good about
if
who
you're
and
gonna do
what
those
to
fucking
do.
jumps, bro, you
You
gotta
see,
commit to that shit.
I'm
You gotta be
well
like, yeah,
adjusted,
I write
and I'm
jumps,
really
fuck
happy.
you know what I'm saying? You gotta look like, yo, I don't know.
Really
Hey,
happy
man, I
with me.
might really break these kids.
First of all, in general, number one, I don't think that is too agree.
You gotta own that shit, dude. You gotta hear scare.
People
I
just
said
like
scare.
voice their opinion.
What's that? Yeah, scare when it was on
Often
stage.
I
That's why I was
think
looking before.
and
See, I
that's
like that. I like that you're trying to do kind of that crazier shit.
I
That's
realize
not
people me up. I'm not confident in
intent, bro.
I'm not.
You're gonna write that shit right there.
I need others covered
That's
to
gonna
see
I'm gonna, that's how
one
much
by
I'm
one.
gonna say.
So that is
I mean, even the way you're standing arms crossed like that, man, like that's amazing.
first
Like it's
discover
incredible. Don't do it because, you know, go there and just show everyone else talking about it. No, but it was more like they were, one was just resting on top of the other one.
figure out who you
Yeah, it was
are
like that.
and figure out
If
how
you
to
did
be
that and
comfortable
kept the mic in the mic
within
stand
your
and
own persona.
looks
Now,
like you do, you can talk
sometimes
about a
that
lot of
means I
fun,
have to
creepy
become
shit.
someone different. Because at the end of the day, sometimes the reason why I feel secure is because I'm deep down, there are profound personalities. Deep down, there are things which are really significantly real. Sometimes I feel the person who I am is not the person I need to be. There are times where I need
Or
to
you have to
set
have
some
freezer
dramatic
jokes. You have to have
changes in my
cannibal
life
jokes.
in order to be productive, in order to be a happy human being. So that being said, the desire for coverage comes
Yeah,
from
but
insecurity.
acknowledge the way that
The
you look.
desire for coverage comes from the knowledge that I am not content with who I am. So instead of spending my life running after the coverage, says that as a teenager, make the adjustments,
Grind out.
make the
There he
tweaks
goes.
to your own identity. Figure out what is growth. Figure out what is
The
it.
microphone just gave up on him.
Change
All
it,
right.
modify
Here we
it,
go. Your next
do
comedian,
whatever
Michael
you need to
Benson.
do. Ultimately find a sense of confidence,
Here
find
he
a sense
is.
of confidence, and find a sense of fulfillment to do in life. That's stuff I did for today. We officially closed out. Oh, say, I will forget. You look on your way, you're able to see the topic does get in the topic of the topic of coverage does get into this idea of taking coverage from somewhere else. Which again, you'll see it's just another example of what we're learning, but I think what we're able to accomplish is discussing coverage in the most global sense, and it's what it's supposed to do.
Just let me know. And their usual response is, no, that's okay, Mike, I'm fine. Well then fine, fuck you then, you're lost. Because I'm an amazing human being, and you just missed out on some grade A compassion, baby. I could have been there for you, serving you chicken noodle soup and giving you amazing hand jobs. Because my left hand has twice the strength as my right hand. Because I'm handicapped, but you don't get that type of loving with a UVIN. Nick Lovin. Anyway, my mother thinks that, you should have called your mother.
There he is. The cat. Yeah, that's the 60 seconds. Hell yeah.
Thank you very much, guys.
There he is. Michael Benson.
I want that guy to protect me. Can I sit by that guy now? That was just on stage.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So far, we're having a creep off.
I forgot how creepy all the micers are.
They're not all like this. This is a random lottery situation, and nothing could prove it more than our first two comedians back to back being stalkers of some kind. I mean, holy shit.
I like it.
What's your condition? What is your...
Oh, wow. Saffron, that's your Can I give you a suggestion? Put a sock over it, making your comedy do.
All right, so we'll say good morning, let us begin. Come on, people, say
Actually, you ever talk to them like, let's make this a puppet, never use it.
Also, we're going to pull out the left off
I've
last
been looking
week.
for a really
It's
decent sock. I've heard that a couple times before, and I'm just trying to find a bit around
How
that.
one
But yeah,
remedy
thank you.
to need the now on his fifth target dinner, love it transition, talks about it. People in Haifa. What is the people, what is the relationship? Haifa, desire. Now, quick web over here before you inappropriate desire. How does one go ahead
Something
and
like
fix
that.
that?
You can
What
do a
is
lot of
it
different
$1
ways
million
with it.
customer?
But you have to solve it
If
over
you have an entire life, how do you fix Haifa? Okay, so you have to go 2 months. 2 months to fix Haifa. So then we said to do this.
I would definitely,
Because
He
he
too
might
did too much
the way to
cocaine
go ahead
and
and
said,
fix
hey, I
Haifa
don't know,
is
let's
to
put a
change your act.
handicap thing on him. Hey, use it to
Change your act.
Oh, yeah.
Change your
I
act.
did.
What
And
is
you're
it?
checking on TV.
Shabbat about a years old, you need
I like your
something
energy.
else. When a person ultimately, again, has
Think
the
about going
opportunity
up there
to
high
sing,
energy like
but
that.
doesn't
People can
do
come.
so,
Things are
by
concentrating on your
that,
energy,
he's
not what
gonna
you're saying.
through this,
Yeah,
and
I call
only
it controlled chaos. You gotta control it.
Okay, well, what
You gotta
is
be
this
able to keep
energy
your
from
equilibrium,
that?
and then you can explode into
First, if you take a
craziness
look at the
so you can
area
hear
of
what
the
the fuck
feeder,
I'm talking about.
on the
Yeah,
bottom
you're
left,
so
you'll find
excited. I have
the
no clue what the fuck
the
we're talking
vibration
about.
models.
You're fucking sweating.
The
You
people
know,
in
like,
the
yeah.
mix of
the only
ability
party
This
that,
guy.
the only
the
party that
person's
wasn't
forward play,
190 miles an
Haifa,
hour
the
is your
desire.
right
Now,
hand.
just remember again, get everything you Haifa, it's kind of like a textual,
I like what you're
category.
doing. Yeah. You
Basic
just
Haifa
gotta like,
refers to all of those
because they
things
got to digest everything you're saying.
where
That's
taking the
comedy
system
stuff.
temptation to
Where
do
it's the hardest
something,
out there
but I
because
fail
we
to
have
resist the
everybody has
temptation.
to know what you're talking
How
about.
do I
I'm
fix that?
rapping,
You know,
nobody knows
it's
what the fuck I'm talking about. They don't
interesting
give a
because
shit
in
that you saw there
general,
in the club.
we don't
You know
really
what I'm
talk
saying?
about
But
Haifa, we
here they
talk
got digested. So you got to slow it down.
Yeah, you're very, very edgy. I like that. Really edgy.
felt paid
Very
for my
policy
design.
material you were
I
saying.
was in this or
I
that.
love how
You know,
you
it's
make
like
it
there's something in life,
some
the
events,
general issue
when you
with
sneeze
loss.
and they ham up like a
Sometimes
salmon
I'm
out
just
of the water.
lusting
Yeah, a
after
little bit.
all
You know, I did
the
that.
wrong
Yeah,
things.
yeah.
So that's the need of it. There's a need to us. I am a desirous individual
I'll come back in 2
and
weeks
have an inability
I love to see it.
of variety of different ways. Neither itself is the need, the need of desire and my
And the JB Company, by the way, you can
and
follow
an
Michael
ability
Vincent on
to
Twitter.
practice
Ryan
restraint.
Dowd was at the Restream
And an
with
ability
Michael
to
Vincent
practice
at
restraint. So
M
how do I
JB
go ahead
Comedy.
and fix that need?
Here's
So
one
that
for
ever
you,
says
Kyle Henson. I got Kyle talking about.
that you have to do bottom column, left hand side to side. He says, very dramatic. Okay, so the one says as follows. He says, I be truly nice. The Hindu, Sheyokia, the nicest in a Yosef, and the other masters of the this is incredible. How do you fix Taiva? How do you fix Taiva? This is incredible. Through abstinence, by being faced with an opportunity to do something, or holding back. So I could be about Taiva, I can go ahead and exercise my desire, but I'm actively choosing to abstain. The Hainu, Sheyokia, the Maisa Shelo Yosef Ovi Olam, last of it. So this is moving away. So the Rebbe says, how do you combat Taiva? Combat Taiva by practicing abstinence. That's it. The only way to break a myth only to break the needle, we'll say town,
Everybody, why would you clap for that?
to break the needle. To break the needle. You know, this
That's
harkens
an
back
interesting,
to the
that's
Rambam.
an
Like
interesting
the
joke.
is so intense out the years. The Rambam writes a local tale.
Oh, are you
Like
fucking
the person
serious?
has a problem with their temper. Person has a problem with past. So the Rambam says, how do you address the needs of past, terrible temper? What do you do? Stop getting angry. Stop getting angry. You really feel like, I could have been the Rambam, right? I could have come up with that one. I would say, but it's such a profound idea. Sometimes the only way, it's interesting because we're always looking, it's kind of in the same way of spirituality. We're often looking for like schools. Everybody wants a school of right? The school of for this, the school of for that. Sometimes it's not about school. Sometimes it's not just doing the right thing. So often we're always looking for strategies of right. Yes, how do I overcome this trait? How do I change? How do I this? And sometimes it's just about stop it. Stop it. There's something I'm doing wrong. There's something inappropriate that I'm engaged in. Sometimes it's not about a strategy. Sometimes it's just about stopping the negative behavior. So the Rambam says, if I am a Baal if this is the way I live, is that I satisfy every want. I satisfy every desire, which is indicative, says the Rebbe, of a general sense of life restraint. The only way to fix that is to exercise restraint. Let's say, the Rebbe writes it sounds so simple. It sounds so simple. Of course, it's not so simple. But when it is so simple. Sometimes the answers to our problems are actually pretty straight out. If I have difficulty exercising restraint, the only way to address that is to begin to exercise restraint. And the Rebbe said, all you really need to do is incredible. All I need to do is do it once. Because ultimately, again, once I find that courage to exercise restraint once, I show myself that I have the ability to do it. Now, again, does that mean I'm going to be perfect? Of course not. But once I show myself that I have the ability to do it, there's what to build upon. The Rebbe says, Kigon, Shebad Dvar Avera, Kizuli Ado, Umana Es Atzmo Mila Asos of Mitzvah. All because we'll say, the way life happens. If a person is about Taiva, It is only a matter of time until that type of manifests itself again. Right? Only a matter of time until that opportunity, that this opportunity manifests itself again. He says, what's going to happen? And if I choose this time to exercise restraint, and as a result, I don't fall prey to my taiva, minavira, fazeh miskan gam ha'avon ha'kas. קודם שהסגברה לו בתאיבה ונחשבה ולא הצליחה לקפשה. So I want to say, the Rebbe says that we're not to exercise restraint, and therefore don't commit this particular Avera again. Not only have I saved myself from Avera, but I also have the opportunity to what? To go ahead and atone for the previous indiscretions of the past. What I just point out over here, if this sounds familiar, because in footnote Shin Samach Beis and Shin Samach Gimel, so it points out over here that this is really reflective of the Gemara Masachasuma. The Gemara says, what is a Baal Tshuva Gemura? Right? When do you become an absolute Baal Tshuva? The Gemara says, when you come face to face with the same circumstances that you had in the past, but in the past I sinned. In the past, I gave in to my desires and passions, and now, I find that the ought to stand up for them. That's called the Baal Tshuva Gemura. That's complete Tshuva. So that's really what the Rebbe is describing over here. I will say he's really framing it because I think all of us encounter tigers in different areas of life. Right? We all have those desires. That the truth is, we often find difficult to exercise restraint. For some people, again, it's often changes as we get older and in different stages of life, but we all have those taiva that we struggle with. That is the only way, the issue of taiva is either an ability to exhibit restraint. And the Rebbe says so beautifully, the only way to address that is to become the kind of individual who are capable of exercising restraint. It sounds so simple. It says that all I need to do is do it once. Ultimately, again, showing myself that I possess that capability. Showing myself that I possess that particular Torah, and ultimately one is able to battle. All right, well, so stop over for today. We'll pick up and I'm going to try to finish up. Okay, there's one more piece, and I'll say this. So far we've done Kas, so far we've done Taiva, and now interestingly enough, the last piece we'll discuss today is covet. Those who desire covet, constantly desire honor, how we ultimately address that, and Merit Hashem tomorrow. All right, so let's say good morning. So we're picking up today in 6 outside this verse 8. We began this particular verse yesterday. The Rebbe's idea that tikkun u'kas, the way to remedy, the way to rectify the nida of kas, the nida of anger, is change one's place. Change one's place. And the way the Rebbe really arrived at this idea was through the concept that the person who commits an act of murder is sent to go. It's sent to the seek refuge. And that says it's because that at the core of the current expression of Ritzito is Kas, is anger. So picking up on which Kuf Tzadik Aleph, Tzadik Aleph from the Uriah Chassidus, the right hand column, right side of the bracket. Hayom, Haruzeh, Gomer Liber Zikot Yoshisha. What would happen in the first one? The next one, the kilometer individual, there will be exile for the city of refuge. Below, not the nod, the Olam. Shinigzah, Hayim, the people have you guys have on. That is very interesting. And now, what I've been really doing is bringing together a number of different things. Because remember, again, the first act of murder was Cain against Hannah. Now remember, Cain was sent as a wanderer. That was his punishment. He was to wander first for the rest of his life. What I
So I didn't write anything for tonight, but let me tell you what happened to me in a set a few days ago. There's these hecklers, four of them. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is that, you start one premise and then you go into another premise. Which is, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, definitely, there was something in the middle there which I started daydreaming so hard. I'm like, oh, fuck, where am I again? No, it was Marge Simpson. I think it's great. And you know what you're talking about? You're like, I'm sure that happened at some point. You just have to, the whole thing is about focusing it. I don't know what you're talking about. That's after long. It's a great premise, because you're going to run into that. That's a great joke to do after you have to say, get heckled. It's going to happen every fucking day of your life. So, people are a bunch of fucking assholes.
Plus, your body language says.
Of the fire.
Like, everybody here today, you're the best at coming up on stage and dealing with people. People all like you when you get up there. It's just like, it's 60 seconds. It's hard. I don't know if you can move it with that. By the way, this is that is the worst catchphrase I've ever heard. I don't know how often you use that as a, I'm sure you get asked a lot what nationality you are. If you do that on a good day thing every time, that's unbearable. There's one thing you can take from this appearance tonight, it would definitely be that. That's an off-stage, that'll make nobody ever want to work with you again. Anybody who hears that, whether it be a comedian or an executive, they're like, I don't even want to be near this guy anymore. But half black, half white on a good day, you put them all in position to go, what do you mean? And then you go, there's no evidence. It's just ridiculous. It's like poorly written dialogue in a shitty movie. Like the dialogue in an already shitty movie where your expectations are so low already. You're like, it worked in the mirror. That's what happened. Yeah, you're Kyle Henson, everybody. There you go. Take that with you. I was doing a late night Fallout a few nights ago, and the original room downstairs was like 2:05 in the morning. It's a true story. It's usually about an hour before I go on. But total spot, there's like 6 drunk people in the room. One guy's super drunk, heckling me, sitting off to the side. And I'm laying into him because he's heckling me, and I'm laying into him, and he goes, I remember he's sitting off to the side, and I'm doing stand-up facing straight out. And he goes, I don't need to take this from you, man. You've only got one ear. To which I responded, still looking straight up, that's because you're looking at one side of my face. It was an unbelievable highlight of my career. By the way, I think we should record for both T.I. looking like guys. Hell yeah. We made that music. Yeah. I got the whole group up there. So yeah, there's no chains. Kanye works. I love it. All right, let's keep this fun train moving along.
About doing that which
Up next,
Aaliyah. There's good anger. There is good anger. We don't call good anger good anger. What do we call it? We call it positive action. But passion and anger are two sides of the same coin. Anger is misdirected passion. And you know, by the way, people who are very tempers, if you're able to channel that in the right way, you can become passionate almost that everything. Anger represents that there's a fire burning inside of you. Anger is the wrongful application of that passion. See, the Rebbe calls that, this is what it means when Chazal say, the Olam Yar, you see, it's so interesting. Because Chazal could have said, you really appreciate go ahead and be more good than bad. But that's not what Chazal says. Okay, that you should fire up. The Olam Yar is
That's the joke!
the beach of
Okay, I gotta just say right off the bat, there's something about you that I just love to hate. I mean, you are like the type of guy that's just my arch nemesis. There's just something, it's unbearable. Really, it's just, there's just certain types of comedians, it's like they try, it's like, not they try, it's either they're trying or they just are. It's like this. There's this thing with it, I don't think anybody talks like that in real life, but I see everybody doing this trickery, and it's like, this is not a material, I'm just talking about first impressions. I mean, I haven't gotten to that part yet. No, I mean, it wasn't horrendous, but I mean, there's not a Middle Eastern comedian that I've ever heard that doesn't have a joke about telling their dad a joke about how serious they are and they don't laugh, and then the dad tells a joke that, get a job. I mean, it is just incredible. You can do better than that. It doesn't match what you're pushing out there.
So what does Chazal say? Chazal is saying that where there is good, there is often fire of passion. The challenge ultimately in life is not to allow the passion to go
This is my nightmare. Just getting comic tips from a guy in a soccer That's what they're all about. Everybody thinks I'm fucking miserable.
So remember, we're seeing that the act of the true color, the act of bloodshed, even though we're talking about the accidental act of bloodshed, the subject says, this life, in any form, is a manifestation of
That's the thing is,
right? Even though it's yes, we're talking from relative purposes, it's talking about a very specific
I was just being honest. It's not.
It's just being tested.
No, it's hard to explain the feeling that I get. There's
The act
certain
of
people. How old are you?
is a manifestation
How long have you been doing stand-up?
of anger. So what's the punishment? Right? What's the punishment for the person who kills another person? What's the
Any
punishment?
comedian that does this thing a lot, like where they have to keep your, they don't even have to, where they keep your attention by doing this shit. And if you listen to the words, it's just really not like.
The goal of Lois is anger management. It's anger management. Right? If you go ahead and go somewhere, and let's remember again, where did people put in the blood? Which cities are in the blood? Cities that were revealed. Right? Remember again.
I absolutely am.
Remember again. Who are the favorite tribes? Who demonstrated the most intense form of past? Similarly, right? Next to harsh. Right? Similarly, they go in and wipe out in your interesting, what does they become? What does they become? They become
It's more performing than it is an intense.
so what's the state that the Levy represents? Transform from something destructive into something powerful. The city that wiped out an entire city. What is it? That's what I mean. Really did not agree with that course of action. Like that entire city. And yet they realize after we did some Muslim on his deathbed, they realize we did the wrong thing, but the meat is good. Passion is going to look at Jacob was said, I'm trying to see. What did you do to keep the entire family in order to use it? Remember again, when did you know you was done? Because
You're just gonna fucking hey, don't move so fast because everyone's like,
yeah, that's
another version and you just get to the
I'm
middle and you go fucking
like
nowhere.
First of all, I want to put stuff. I don't put stuff.
If you're gonna fail big.
I'm saying like you're talking back to your father, you're talking back to your father.
That's a
That
long
passion was there, that anger was there. But luckily, you're using it the wrong way. Channel. So they become shit completely again. Some seed of all religious passions. Channel through shave and please. And then I'm not saying everyone wants to be I can adopt that move. I don't have to be a part of the country adopt that move. Again, his sentiment struggling. But now we understand why he's struggling. Because the person who goes to showcase demonstrating cops, right? Or wrong cops. You gotta go to go. Because what you have to learn is how to channel that passion into something productive. And where you go, get in the club, cities of the Caribbean, and they master this ability to channel this task, to channel this trait, channel this passion into the right place. So we'll say, so we'll have some of it for today. But again, we begin to see things. It's not that you teach us how to deal with anger. That's many of us struggle with teaching every day. How do I deal with anger? So number one, go. Go is on a basic level. Go is shield oriented. We spoke about yesterday. We often get angry because things don't follow our plan. I had an idea, I had a conception, I had a vision for how everything was supposed to go, and life didn't follow my plan. Well, to get angry, that life didn't follow your plan is guidebook, is arrogance, and if you suppose that life is supposed to follow your plan, this is your plan is the correct one. Always is a reorientation. The first step to managing anger, getting your struggles, is to accept the fact that the way you see the world, I see the world, may not be the correct way to see the world. Sometimes you have to really just about how things happen, how things occur, how things unfold. On the level of common sense, how do we deal with anger? We channel. Anger represents a disappointment. Figure out what is your feelings. And what's your feelings about different people and different things. There's some people that are feeling about maybe therapy. Because maybe a person just has a temper as a result of all.
And the only ways to really be able to even find that is to just
some
take
people that therapy could be their inner club. For other people, Muslim could be their inner club. Other people, Torah could be their inner club. For other people, meditation, everybody needs to find that thing that allows them to be out that passion and the time to be productive and meaningful. Some of it is today, we have to spend one more day on task, then one more day on task, and then we have to spend gratitude go from there about iPhone. So this is a very powerful
everybody, why would you do that? Right? So I did it all the time, and it was through all those every night, which I'm like, holy shit, if I just get one little thing out of fucking taking a million chances, that's a keeper. That's all of those add up. Can't be afraid to fail, man. It's crazy. You can't be afraid to fail. Here's how I think. Here's a little clap on that. Here's what I think about comedy. I've said this before, and I think there's two kind of comics out there, and I'm not judging either one. They are what they are. I don't think one's better than the other. There are two kinds of comics. There's clowns and there's shit talkers. Sometimes you have some shit talking clowns, sometimes you have some shit talkers. Okay? Truth of the matter is, clowns work more. They'll book commercials, they'll book fucking sitcoms, they'll work more. But the legends are shit talkers. Make no doubts about it. The legends are shit talkers. You guys go out there with a point. They have something to say. I'm not saying you gotta get preachy, but you're going up there because you want your reactions from what you want to say. Not you don't want to say something that gets a reaction. You understand what I'm saying? That's it, man. That's all the great ones. I know guys who sell out arenas, and I'm not judging anyone. Even though I like shit talkers, I'm not judging you. God bless you, whatever you can do, you do. But the guys, I know guys, some of the dudes who sell out giant theaters, never mentioned. That's one of the great ones for you.
All right.
And that's at the end of the day what everybody wants. Be considered one of the greats. It's true. And that's why these dudes go around stealing jokes all the time. Because they think it's like win at all costs. And they fucking get busted. And they're automatically taken off the list of the people who are the greatest. They go fucking nuts. And they're constantly miserable. Because they never are going to get what they want. That's being considered the GOAT. That's all they did for him. They wanted to be the GOAT.
And see, it looks like he has full-blown cancer and AIDS right now. It looks like you have cancer and AIDS.
Dude, that was a snuff film.
Right, did you see what you did to that guy?
Snuff film.
For those of you that don't know, is that okay for me to say that? Brian was the cameraman in the back of the original group during the famous Rogan Mencia incident. This is the supporter of comedy. Put your fucking hands together back there, you sons of bitches. What are you, Mencia fans? Alright, guy in the wheelchair, you don't have to clap, it's okay. Alright, let's keep this fun train moving on. Really, put your hands together for Sam Tripoli. We're still doing it, but I fucking love that. I love taking a tangent into some real fucking shit. We know this guy. He just got lucky and pulled his name out at Gabriel Killian on Twitter. His name's Gabriel Killian, everybody. Here he is. Oh, dude, don't do it, Gabe. Don't do it, Gabe. Oh, shit. Holy shit. Gabriel Killian just got blacklisted. There you go. That's a catchphrase for you from the Iron Legion. Give us another one. There he is, everybody. Phony Stark, everyone. Alright. Oh, but he's supposed to be the black guy. Yeah. Wait a second. Get the fuck out of here. There's an actual guy called the Iron Legion. And you're that guy? No, he's not that guy. No, I know he's not the guy for the movie. Settle down, Patriot. First of all, this is your first week with the microphone, just relax. Oh, now it's on your been doing it on purpose. Patriot, just relax. Let me get a breath in, okay? Just take it. Just relax. This is your first time behind the microphone. You keep running into it over and over again. Just relax. Take a breath. Can you breathe okay? There he is, the irony patriot, everybody. The irony patriot. So you're a white guy, right? He gets so passionate when he starts talking. Somewhere there's a chat bar missing its owner.
Somewhere else.
Okay, let's keep this fun train moving along. We just blacklisted Gabe Kelly. Put your hands together. Okay, we got it. Don't be racist now, alright? When you say that, it means you did mean that. By the way, when you make that disclosure. Disclaimer, I'm really fucking.
I love
it. Kyle Shore, everybody. Kyle Shore. Noah Ark. He's doing a Noah Ark joke. Some people might think it's too soon for a Noah's Ark joke. I say it's right on time. Here it is. Oh, it is in the Bible.
changes your outlook and orientation in the world. You don't see the world in the same way. And it's just, it's irreversible. You know, when you have a Malcolm Kuzua, that fixes your orientation, right? You live in front of me and turns to the left of me, and there's a savior. There's a savior. That often upsets the savior. but it resets a new statement. There's a new order. So I believe it's against the kind of down, but the other moves succeed really hey, like this new orientation and this new outlook into the world. So in the Voyage of Summit, I'm very patient on this idea that the remedy for chaos is shimmering nothing. Do you know how to deal with anger? How to deal with anger is to change your place, meaning to change your orientation. The most important thing to know, why do we get angry at things? More often than not, why do we get angry at things? Most people take it. I get it. Not a few times I kind of get it, right? You get angry at things because you have an expectation. I have an expectation as to how things are supposed to go. And when they don't go that way, I get angry. I get angry. And I think, and it's true everywhere. It's true in careers. It's true in family life. It's true. There's an expectation. People are supposed to behave a certain way. Things are supposed to go a certain way. And when they don't, I get angry. So first of all, the key is to realize that's called guidelines. That's called guidelines, right?
I mean, and I like being edgy
To
at
think
times,
that things are supposed to follow the plan that I have for them. To think that people
out there, it's one of my favorite things.
are supposed to behave the way I expect them to behave. That's my day. It's supposed to look
James Gandolfini, everyone, right?
the way I expect it to go. Like my Carlos is supposed to go the way. That's simple guideline. Like the things that I love. How everything should unfold. That's number one. But even leaving that piece aside, because again, is that's really what it is. But again, the second highlight before you get into the other piece is often anger is a result of dispute orientation. I see things a certain way, and that's the way I think they are supposed to go. It says that doesn't. What's the first remedy to guide us? Sometimes it's just the fact that just because we see things a certain way, and we think that they should unfold a certain way, doesn't mean that they're supposed to
That's a whole different conversation.
and again, that's changing nothing. That's changing your seat. That's changing your place. That's changing your orientation. So if somebody says, oh, like, this looks incredible about peace. So somebody says, people are not changing nothing. So number one, you want to rectify us, change your orientation. Stop assuming that you know how everyone's supposed to behave and speak and talk and do at any given point in time, how the day is supposed to unfold, how everything is supposed to fall into place. Change the orientation. What they change the orientation, don't need to pass. That's what the past goes away. But it's like it says chicken in us. Now the never goes on. He says something absolutely amazing over here. He says that the chewing muffin, the changing of one's place, that is in the past, is like the chewing muffin, the changing of a place of our frequency. Japanese, that a person who takes a shogun has to undergo as well. This is exactly what the undergo, right? I'm not going to put inside the house. Only the way I can see this. That Gomez, yes, you know, yes, for sure. That Gomez, right, literally exile. As well as again, you know that logo. I think we was yes, for sure. So listen to this. Remember, Ruben is climbing up a ladder. He accidentally falls off the ladder, falls off the Shimon, kills Shimon. Right, what's the halacha? He has to go to a period of place. He has to go to a city of refuge. That's the halacha. So what the says, why is going? Look at this. He says, Varitzicha ba'a machmas kas. He says, why does one person kill another person? So it's a result of acts. So let's start with this discussion a little bit of liberty over here and expanding this definition. Because remember again, the classic case of why a person goes to government is what actions says what actions was. Like I said, Ruben walking up the ladder and he falls down. The truth is, in those example of drummers, it's not really past that really caused the death. Well, what caused the death? It was really negligence. So you have to remember again, halacha, if it's an ones, if it's extenuating circumstances, you don't have to go to government. Maybe a person goes to government because it's negligence. But if Tzaddik is saying, well, let's drill down. Let's drill down. Why does one person take the life of another person? So Tzaddik is that a person takes the life of another person because their task got out of hand. Their task just simply was unchecked. And if you take a look by the way, footnote Shimon and says, Rambam, Midar Kestuva Leos Golem in Tomo, Shagolus Mihaperes Hub. Because Shagolana slowly turns Leos Armishala. There's so much stuff happening over here. So we'll leave that Rambam for just a moment. According to the Rambam, he says the power of Golus is that Golus humbles. Right? So murder occurs because of chaos. The murderer is then exiled. The fact of exile is that it humbles the individual. Now watch this. He goes on and says, looking at brackets, we'll have to stop with it for today. We'll pick up the next question. So at least I'll let your appetite for a little bit. But again, I would venture to say there are usually we love people who don't have to contend with chaos. You don't have to contend with anger on a daily basis. And that's the way that's like many of us, anger is something that you have to contend with. And I think if you look at many of the greatest mistakes made in life, they're usually because of chaos. So to have an opening of subjects that have something that's I get further and I get have a perspective on this.
It's always things like that.
We'll have to stop over here for today. We'll pick up the nearest section now. We'll pick up the meeting here again tomorrow.
Crazy shit. Yeah, take the ice cream scoop in the middle, take that shit out about the car and stuff like that. Yeah, I think you don't need a car. Yeah, I think it's just about living next door to a Scientologist and all the crazy shit they believe. Yeah, right. I realized, like, halfway through, I forgot that shit. So you just water out. Hey, you know what? They're recording. You know this is a podcast with video and audio, right? No, I would. You know this is a podcast with video and audio. Yeah, I know that now. I do that before too. Wow. This is probably the other. Oh, I see. You do have your phone set up there. You had that set up perfectly, probably. Frame house, right? Do you see that camera right there? Congratulations, my friend. See, that's all. Yeah, I would get rid of the car stuff because then people are like, they're focusing on stuff they don't need to. Just be like, if it wants to live next to the Scientologist, then you can just go through just general stuff. Yeah, totally. You got a great premise, man. Thank you. Oh yeah. All right. Someone did get Dom. That's great.
All right, so
Fraser Smith doesn't want to do. He goes, how do you find Will Smith?
This morning, that's not the topic of our last piece of Davis in the last
your next Canadian is Kenneth Lyon.
Let's begin with post and it really is a beautiful idea. I have topic. We'll begin with this quick training test in the hangouts that sent out last night. And begin with the Hasidic in the bottom left.
Good to see you.
The East going on. And it's in person, it's a pushing, stumbling, or a stumbling. But that metaphor is stumbling. It's a person to change the metaphor to sin. And that person says, Yego, Yach Eliatme, Shabbat Se'is Shalom, no, for himself. That in that moment, when I fall down, להכנה לאוסו דבר ואם תלך שבו is You never say,
Was this like some outbreak on us?
you should know that that moment of falling down is a preparation. The also that very thing in which I failed that it will be turned around for good. Now, what does that mean? Remember, this idea actually has been espoused by the Rebbe on a number of different times, which is, up until now, what we kind of learned is that whatever I sin with, remember, the Rebbe says, that represents my greatest fault. Right? My greatest weakness is just the other side of the coin of my greatest strength. Because sin is the least
I even think that translates to
of socialistic energy. So that the current set of humans are the good, by definition, selfishness of the man. Therefore, the Rebbe says, when I sin and look at the beauty, so to speak, of the Avera, which I now know the Torah has possessed, I now know if I can harness it and turn it around. The Rebbe here is saying, you're going to see basically a similar idea, but a little bit different. The Rebbe says, the moment that I sin, my lowest moment is the moment of suffering, the moment of suffering, the moment that I'm down and out. That moment, by definition, is life for a dramatic. The moment that you fail is the moment of life that is most dramatic for a positive turnaround in the exact opposite direction. Notice the unfinished part of here. You see, most of us are right when we're down and out, right? Most of us are right when we fall, right? You feel like I've fallen and I've rocked, right? I'm down. I mean, the ship was there. That's failure. And ultimately, again, that's where I feel that I'm stuck. That because in that moment when you are in the pit of failure, the moment after I just stumbled and fallen, that moment is actually the righteous moment in life. Turn it around and to do something great. In this step. Now, we'll define how that is in just a moment. In this step, the oath itself is providing us. And if they like to take advantage of that moment, this habit which is shown over us to Avodas Hashem Torah, to strengthen myself in my Torah and to return to Hashem. You shall ask La'anos to my people to go to I have the ability to ascend to a very high and lofty. The builder to slumber to love the Lord. As deep as I have fallen as a result of his mistakes, if I capitalize on the moment, I catapult myself to an area that is equally as high. So we'll say, this would be a fascinating idea. It was a subject essentially telling about this, that the most failure in life are the moments that are ripeness for dramatic ascension. See, I often think the moment I fail is the moment I'm most of life, and that's the moment that I'm least capable of accomplishing something. Therefore, consider like this moment. I commit an Avera, you fill in your own blood, right? You commit whatever Avera. How do you feel in the aftermath of that? Certainly after that. I feel like often I can't believe I did this. I can't believe I compromised myself. It's an Avera that I did many times in the past. I pledged to myself not to do it again. I feel like I'm a business. And I just feel down about myself. Again, do I believe that at the end of the day I can turn it around? Sure, I believe it. Do I believe that I can affect a dramatic turnaround right now? I think most of us don't. Because I feel really badly about it. I'm really disappointed. I'm not giving up on myself, but I'm really disappointed. The Rebbe says, the moment I sin, and the moment I'm lowest, that's the moment that is righteous in life for dramatic growth. In that moment, I can really turn it around and experience a meteoric rise. In that moment, not only that, I can experience an idea, an ascension that is directly related to the depth of my fall. So the further I fall in that moment, I think in that moment,
Yeah, if it
turn
comes
around and catapult myself up. So as it was shot, was the shot. So I think it was a perfect scene on a very basic level. The moment in life when I most accept change is the moment I get. Like, meaning most of us don't think about change when everything in life is good. And I'm having a good day. Everything in my relationship is good with myself, with my spouse, with my relative. Life is fine. Life is good. Everything is very fine. Not great. I know that it can be better, but at the end of the day, everything is fine. Most of us don't think about change when everything is just trucking along. When are people most receptive to change? When I realized that I needed so badly. And when do I realize that I needed so badly? Is an immediate action I took. In that moment, I will say, there's subjects we people have fun.
I remember learning that 5, 6, 7 months into doing comedy.
I'm trying to think about this a lot. As I try to examine my intro, this is
I went in and cut out all the fat on so many things. When I was doing it about as long as you are, once you do that, you are really quick. But it's still great job, Jonathan Tower.
I am better for a while, and then I read.
There we go. Yes, Iron Patriot.
Like that moment of disappointment. I could have kept it together had I showed you. It's not the
It all really
so
depends on
overwhelming
whether
feeling of
it's
the
the
situation
situation to
that
situation.
caused me to sing. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was. I don't know why I just didn't keep it together. But that feeling of like being demoralized in the aftermath of that relapse. Again, I don't really do
Is Addleston
it's not a failure if a person looks at that movie. I mean, like, that thing that I struggle with all the time, and I couldn't keep it together, and I failed again, and I'm so disappointed in myself because I know I could do it.
Come on, service. You owe us a little bit more
In
than I
that
really
moment,
commit
you
to.
don't know about yourself. But I think that moment, that's the moment of greatest progress. Why? Because in that moment, I recognize
Addleston, you
something about me
blacklisted
needs
motherfucker.
to change.
All right.
Something
Maddie
needs to be
Chimemore.
different. And if I
Oh, here he
capitalize on
is.
that desire to
Maddie
change,
Chimemore.
in that moment,
Ghost.
in the immediate aftermath
Ghost,
of sin,
watching me
that
jerk it.
it says, I
That's
can
okay.
see that. Other words, I can experience this meteoric rise more than any other kind of life. The reason I think I did this, I'm going to show it to right? Because I want to say,
She wanted me to treat her like the Seventh Amendment, but I fucking like thou shalt not steal.
instead of wallowing in self-guilt, and instead of feeling bad that I can't do anything to get I have to feel bad for feeling bad, it's part of the process. I feel okay, I'm low. But as low as I am right now, I set up for myself to change. And tap into, I don't know how you tap into that power. How can I realize in this moment that is greater than anything that we can? So it takes those moments that occur in the immediate aftermath of failure, where we normally feel lowest
Something about like
and
there's
most
a lot of people talk about
powerless,
like commandments and religion and shit that's just creeping me out. Like Scientology, I don't like because it hasn't been a topic for 2,000 years. I mean, literally all the jokes about religion, I guarantee you they've been done. I mean, that's all it is. That's an excellent twist. And the only but I also just love saying it's like, listen, because there's just something in my brain that just shuts off now when I hear the word. Not for commandments, maybe it's just something about this myself because tonight is weird. Like something's going on to where it just seems I can talk about dolphins all day.
Cabe acțiunea bacterii foarte mișcăroasă, o să fie în anul care de pitron, în suga asta de tot. Deci n-ar putea să vei pe trei. O sound It's more tomorrow. The idea of television is how do you do that?
They gotta
Right?
digest it.
How
Now
is
you
it
gotta
that I
be
go
able to think, you know
from
what I'm
the
saying?
depth
Even your
of
joke is that,
failure
but
to
I
the
think it's a
height
funny
of
premise. I
accomplishment?
like it.
And that
How
is
long
just
you been doing stand-up?
starting with one sense. How long does this process take? How long does it take? How is it? Well, it sounds like to a certain degree, part of it can be
Yeah, I think
instantaneous.
so too. Do you have a
How do
girlfriend?
you do that? The most
You've been
basic
single
answer
the whole
is
time?
identify the Torah that led
So
me
you're
to
just tapping
sin.
ass right now?
Identify the energy or the power
Got you
that I
got me.
used inappropriately
I love that.
and
Good.
figure
It's been a
out
good
from
day
that
as a bad.
moment
It's like it
how
was weeks
to
and good.
use
Yeah,
it
like
for
there's
something
jobs I
good.
respect it, bro.
If I could figure that out in the moment right now,
It's
then I
like
can
when you don't
experience
fucking
that
know
meteoric rise
there's a
in
lot
the
more
immediate aftermath. It's
Now,
going to
be
stop
alone.
with
Do
it
you
today.
get
We
when
pick up
when
the
you start getting really bad,
chance for
you
something
big
to
fat
so
chicks,
tomorrow.
it's slumpbusters. Yes.
Yes, dude.
I have to.
It's good to see you guys are doing that.
Slumpbuster.
Slumbuster.
Oh, do you? Yeah, man. Back when I lived in Vegas, man. Oh, Jesus Christ. I go 2 weeks. It's like I'm just crushing pigs.
Really? Oh yeah.
What's wrong with you kids?
Oh, baby. That's what it is.
Sometimes you get to do that.
It's Vegas. That's where you do it, Vegas.
You do that every you know what, man? Sometimes you just gotta get out. If you've been late for a while, girls know that. It's in your eyes.
That chick's in Vegas. This guy goes from blackjack to Jack in the Box.
Yeah.
Looking for pussy.
I'm like, that's see, fat chicks are decent massage parlors. Doesn't count, man. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. No. Something about your soul that it just eases in when a girl gives it up. Is it the Cool Ranch Dorito flakes all over your chest when you're done? No, dude, it's paying for a hand job, which I'm not against. I'm not saying it's just not the same thing, dude. When a girl looks you eye, looks you in the eye and says, look at me inside. So that means something. It's the thrill of the hunt. The idea of taking on a slow one every now and then. Yeah. Sometimes I want an easy kill. I don't want fun. Chase the gazelle.
All right, so good morning. We are tuning in. That's
Plus, they love it. They appreciate it.
They work way harder.
That's true. They want you to all over you. Yeah, exactly.
And a good Yelp review, you know what I'm saying? She may be big, she crushes dick.
Right.
Yeah, but they're also the ones that try to get
pregnant.
pregnant.
Well, they
So
were
remember,
like,
you
Watch out for this side.
and put your massages text.
Yeah.
And
yeah, they
you
haven't got
started
laid in
to
2 years. You probably were the first person to fuck
hydro.
in 2
And
years.
how many ways that you get individual that undertaking
Sam likes a girl that he can pound to go get ice
and
cream
then
with her
after that,
afterwards.
you give something she wanted to know to be solved in the book. To be
I
solved
don't
in
know
the
why that's a bad thing.
parent of the backstage to another. So if you again, please click on your diet
Give me some push. I want
in the
top
footnote
rope.
from the bottom left hand column, second line.
Oh, there you go.
I used to get only hang up
This is a hashtag.
or
That's
the
right
also
from
choose
Caddy
the
Shack,
local.
everybody.
Then you
There
can meet the other
he
job
goes.
and not
Matty
to
Chime
meet
Board.
that
Matty Chime
If
Board.
you just have to be alone.
The
Oh, by the way,
transcriber saying
if
no
I
bird.
send you, let's say I get over Shimon, and I say, Shimon, you come to Shir every single morning, you come to that morning every single morning. Here's what I want to do. I'm going to pay you $1,000 a month, and I want the course. I want the merit of your company. But just, they ask the price. Can you go out for excellent deal, right? So I want $1,000 a month, I'll give you, but I want the merit of that money. So I go, can you do that? Can you do that? So what right? Is together. Half Raim is one able to give have out. In small color. So I go, control high go. I go says foolishness. Foolishness, give a have out. Absolute foolishness, nothing to rely on. The 8 Yala Ali. So that, so my sister looking to us as zealous that, how can you ever imagine that you could
Let me tell you something. That's the set of the night, in my opinion, so far. Because it's such real, honest, true self-deprecation. And it's stuff that nobody wants to talk about. And you're just coming out and owning it. And it's fucking hilarious. I found myself laughing through almost the entire thing. I love everything about it.
the righteousness of the righteous man belongs to him, and cannot be the non-transferable entity. That they Omar, they saw some distinction of the Muslim following the Russia, Hakim of the Gilka distinction.
everybody
the
wants
same
to
way,
be
interestingly
healthy,
enough, people
and
very
everybody's
resistant.
poor, and it's just
Like,
everything
I
they're saying
can't be held
resonates with just
responsible.
about
I'm
everybody.
not involved in
And
the sale
I
of my
think it's
things.
just great
I'm also
being
not
real,
involved
and
in the
you
idea
can't
of
beat it when
something.
it's both real
Now, that's
and
comparison of
connected
other chips
and
flavor.
people relate.
But the point
So,
that Hydro says is that you cannot purchase the merits of someone else.
we haven't gotten to the
Taxa
really big
matan
bad
taxa listo. Dobro się su automatyką. The unit for the chickens and mutton called that. What do you think? That American emotions you carry around? That you could think, okay, I'll give it to this one. I'll give it to that one. You are the mouse house. Well, I have no single devil in the family. So, Borgan to the Misha Nasi Asimo, Nicholas Havila become Omara. Someone has to purchase the merits of his money. The money of your gift. Well,
and then you can really run with that ball and write it, afterwards is something that starts like, and I know a lot of people find it strange that I call my girlfriend fat, but then you can get into
ya
another
sabes
premise
amigos,
right now
tú
is
has
that,
una buscar Havila. So you go on so central type of house.
it's what you fell in love with, it's whatever that whole thing is.
You
That's
cannot
not even
go
a
ahead
tag,
and
that's just a whole new
purchase
premise.
the
I
merit
mean,
of a
that
mixed
you
thought and love
can
it
have
in
from
what
there
about
about
what
talking,
you were talking
about
about
saying,
the software
about
and
is
the
that
they're also
sounds like
very
a whole
different.
other great
So
show.
it's very important to understand what
I
you
love it
suck
too. St.
and
Joe.
right from so you suffer with learning takes to do what is not fun that is a partnership in the performance of a mixed life. Not the show.
All right, we're getting together for Jen.
That the sucker got all of the sucker got all of the stars, and then Zulu purchased it. Sucker and Zulu were partners. In other words, Zulu was able to be he was able to sorry. The sucker was able to sit and learn because Zulu helped them. Zulu supported them. That was a partnership. That was a premeditated partnership. And a premeditated partnership, there is a sharing of merits. That's what the high going to talk about here. The high going to say, I go to you and you wait. You come to me in the morning, I want to purchase that merit from you for $1,000 a month. I think what you consulted is no proactive partnership. I want to purchase it. This is a transaction. The high going says, can't do it. Can't do it. Doesn't work. And we'll say, you see the difference? There's a difference between a dedicated partnership, where again, in this case, the point of the enable the software to go ahead and sit and learn. That's what the sharing of reward. That's the thinking, the proactive purchase of reward. I would say the network, it's the ex post facto purchase of reward does not work, says the price. I will say, why is it funny to this guy now? Because remember again, this goes to highlight the point that a mitzvah, when a person does a mitzvah, it becomes part of who you are. Right? It becomes part of the essence. And because it becomes part of the essence, you cannot sell something that is inextricably linked to you. Like some people saying, I can't go ahead and sell my heart. Like, tell me what you're willing to offer. I can't give that to you. Because that's a part of me that I cannot live without. And I need so to become a part of who and what I am. And therefore, by definition, they are non-transferable. So again, remember, the topic is contrast between out with Avedas. When I commission Avedas, and Aveda, remember, it sits on top of me. Right? It sits on my neshama. But it doesn't turn me inside. So it's there. I have to rectify it. But it doesn't sit inside. The distinction of those translations shall not to do such as this. Financial sanctity, physical sanctity. Avera is financial sanctity. Financial sanctity you redeem to the review. The mitzvah is discipline sanctity. Because the all on the entries in this entirety. So that would go ahead and take you back on the topic of guys. But if I have a for my this is start show. I did in the Ulas have a fully different What about the fact that it's a Soviet book, right? Not a Christian question. Christian question. What about the fact that it's a Soviet book? Isn't the birthright by definition representative of this book, representative of traditional again, what the birthright represented biblically is not just simply a piece of heritage. What the birthright represented again was the elevated status of slavery. To say with such a ticket truth that an explicit puts to come apart from you and what I am. It's part of my soul. And at the end of the day, how is this able to how is it able to sell the birthright? Would be like me and the Fiat on the phone getting stuff. The Hakid Kabanos. Shanira. In the Fiat, Robert, it seems like you find something that has by definition to be so. Cannot be the piece of cannot be the piece to be hung up a car. It's the fine test. The thing you own for all the others. The piece must form the two everything. So beautiful. It's like it says, this song was never really with a fuck. It was never really with a fuck. We did have as much of an experience for fun. The thing was like full imagination. Right? He was the first, he was the firstborn in an illusion. He wasn't really the firstborn. And the topic again, in the footnotes will be there, discussing this controversy about what it means to be a car in Virginia. And he gives the most of a rap sheet that actually says that in reality, so I think it was the first crazy example of it. The item that closes first comes from the law. Therefore, again, the Jacobin investment created first, it came out of the second. The idea being that the reason why Esau was able to start with the Torah was because of David Hazard, who was never really, he was the public dinner. But Enoch Dinami had he said it, the truth and the freedom of the car, the ability to sell the car, which represents the element of Musha, would not have been there. Would not have been there. So we'll have to stop with it for today. But again, I just want to highlight. I just want to highlight what we did this. Actually, let's just do one more. Let's just do one more paragraph. Interesting enough, what you can say with subject is you can sell you actually know stop it. So again, to this point out the subject constantly highlighting this is so right. Averos is like ultimately what's called fiducian in financial sanctity. It's there, it becomes part of what I am, but it does not take over the totality of self. A mitzvah, like Dushas had this physical sanctity, takes over that complete and totality of becomes part of who and what. Based on that, there's a topic in Allah says you cannot sell your mitzvah. You cannot sell your mitzvah. You cannot sell the scripture to sell your mitzvahs. If you sell the people who you are, what will end up with tomorrow is you can sell your ideas. They will sell your ideas. Right? So you can tell what a market is going to be for that in their session. So that'll be continued. Tomorrow, we'll finish up tomorrow.
Yeah, we should make one. What? What are you thinking? I don't know. Thinking about trying to make it so they can't do it again. I'm cool with that. It's just weird to me to think about that. I saw a documentary recently. It was a documentary about the guy treating and shit. Which freaked me out. Holy shit, boys. Yeah, I love, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the commercial highlight reels where it's like coffee commercials and it's like, this is the worst company. It's like nice, like walking around just pouring your husband coffee, takes a sip. All these commercials, you say, this is the worst coffee ever. What's your problem, you idiot? It's like all these old commercials, and that just used to be how they would sell shit. It's like, yeah, I want the other coffee. My wife, she needs to stop sucking and things. It's very interesting. I miss those days. I like the joke. I think it's a funny joke. you can't finish, so we didn't get to hear the big punch. What is the big punchline? The big punchline is the next one. You know, the final line is what do you wear? Guys, that's how you do it. That's how you treat bitches. She fought me. She
Alright, so let's say good morning, let us begin with the
stalking. Yeah, kind of. I think it's funny. I mean, funny. I like it. I could ladies and gentlemen, the great Don Barris is here, everybody. Ding Dong Show starting in T-minus
from where we left off
20 minutes, everybody. The longest running show here at the Comedy Store. Alright, so we gotta get the last person up. Hey, thank you very much, man. Yeah, right. Am I sucking at this show? It's amazing. Oh, dude, you're fucking killing me.
when a person
I
doesn't
know,
have
I
data,
know.
that idea doesn't become part of doing what they are. Whoever is putting a person in
All right, so that's the comedians for the
so
fucking mirror.
that
We've been
idea
doing
seems
it
like
with them, everybody,
on
this
you,
week.
where it sits on top of my
Very,
show,
very
but
exciting.
it doesn't become
And right
part
now, we are
of
going
my
to switch it over back to
the
our
muscle
running
gave us a very
storyline.
powerful
Where
muscle.
we just bring it
We're
around to
sitting
you.
in something
Yeah, they
that's
ready,
invested
Put your
in
hands
financial
together for her
sensitivity. Right?
Death
Depending on
Squad
what we call it,
debut
how
and the debut of her work on Kill Tony here on episode 2.
financial sensitivity. Financial sensitivity, you can find the different
Put your hands together for everybody. It's Ken
because
Compton.
this not something the sensitivity is there. But the sensitivity can also be removed through rejection. Which shows you the fact that the sensitivity to be removed shows you that the sensitivity has not evolved within the entirety of the item. As opposed to the Kushas Haguf from something as physical sanctity, that sanctity develops upon the items through and through. So the Rebbe says something amazing. He says the fact that Shuvah is possible, right? The fact that I can commit an idea, and at the end of the day, I can then cleanse myself. I can then remove it from who and what I am. I can then become someone different. Indicates to me that although faith has an impact on who I am, after we did this, we always learned that what we do impacts who and what we are. So Greg is not arguing on that idea, but there's a difference between impact and ultimately becoming part and parcel of who and what we are. Everything impacts us. Everything impacts us. Every other bigger small impacts us. But to that the same thing, sometimes we think that when I connect with Avera, I'm fundamentally, comprehensively, and unalterably true. I'm damaged goods. I'm damaged goods. So that's not true. That's not true. Have I changed? Have I been impacted? Absolutely. Have I been irreversibly or irrevocably altered? No. No. And the proof to that is Truma. That's the proof. And he says the fact that Truma is possible indicates that sin is not comprehensively.
Your outside concentration?
Now, let's get that on the fine side. It's the same thing. Yes, but I sent out everything else. Fine side. About a mitzvah, I'm looking at the Biblia on the right hand column. About the heels, she took from other Mishan the kindness and the close. Shayotim know the Kalutim, the nickname the Esem of his death. I was going to say, because the Rebbe says, herein lies the fundamental difference. When a mitzvah says the Rebbe, Shayotim know the Kalutim, that mitzvah belongs to me in an absolute sense. The nickname the Esem of his death. And the mitzvah becomes part of the essence
off probation, decided at a later date. Plus, we do
of
know
who
that,
and what I am.
what's
Was
that?
it? Isn't this
She
incredible?
missed her spot
What
last week.
Doug just summarized for us.
Oh,
It's
see,
a
now
program
I can tell by the
with
attitude that she doesn't realize what she's done wrong.
Hey,
So you
it's
get
the
another week guaranteed.
Right? That is good.
You know what that horn means? That means probation just got
But
extended,
the
everybody.
mitzvah, a mitzvah,
Hey, my fucking meter.
a mitzvah is something inexplicable part of my spiritual persona. A mitzvah in itself, not just like on top of my neshama, but in my neshama itself. Is what they extra lahadin ממנו as פשוט ולפרוס of the papers ahead the letter says in our martial which is very beautiful. So the mitzvah is like the Kedushat Hagur. Remember again, and Avera was the Kedushat Hagur. What happens when an item has financial sanctity? The sanctity rests kind of on top of the item. Does it permeate the item into totality? The answer is no. Maharaya, you could redeem something. Why was the that you could redeem something from financial? You could remove financial sanctity.
So, hey, where do you go to college?
But when something has Kedusha Hagur, when something doesn't just possess financial sanctity, but rather again what we'll call physical sanctity, that sanctity permeates the item to which you owe. How do you redeem something that has Kedusha Hagur? How do you redeem it?
I'm just kidding. Very young. Very young.
You can't. You can't. Like, remember again, this is why the severity of Tamuda. Like, if you take a card and you swap it for another card, what's the halacha? What's halacha?
What are you writing for the roast or something? Oh my god.
Anyway, so-called instruction, then it becomes sanctified. Because when something has physical sanctity, it's permeated through and through. But that's a mitzvah. That's a mitzvah. A mitzvah is Kedushas Hagur, a physical sanctity. We actually have it in the those are the things that happen. When something has physical sanctity, you can't redeem it. Redemption is only for financial sanctity, not physical sanctity. So we don't look and the wheels and mitzvot of completion themselves are your household of them. Okay, so here you go. Whenever you do a mitzvah, the mitzvah belongs to the neshama in inexplicable or irremovable part.
So much fun seeing Tripoli.
First of all,
came up with this format, Brian, and I cannot wait to get you on this show
I do a
and
mitzvah,
find out if I'm so excited.
I alter my spiritual persona.
Such a
I
funny
alter
job. Listen
my
to everything
neshama
that Sam
in
does.
positive, in reverse of the fact that Kedusha Hagur, of course, the beautiful part of this is, it also tells me that no matter what I do wrong, I can't go ahead and use the power of that mitzvah. But okay, anyone can keep on the Hagur and do the same not feeling well. And if it says whatever, this is the power of the mitzvah. And I was like, the model is such a profound model. Averis, Averis like financial sanctity. So they're there, they impact, they create reality. But they don't teach it by coming sense of self. Suppose if you just a good physical sanctity become an irrevocable or irreversible part of who and what I am. And therefore, no redemption, so to speak, no removal. He says something very interesting. He says, Rachim Elam Shultik on the Hadris Person of getting proud. He says, Zach Moshe Kasu, and you can Ishes Kohen Days, so the Abba, Woju, Oju, the Darshu Kazab, and the Darshu, and you can Kumo, Kohen, Kamamono, the Java, Akaminatora, those Yahoo, they strong. Oya Azizi Lahal, the Dio, the Alcohol, and that's just to be the process. You have to use that even if someone was to pay you all the money in the world, that you can't reach the world, even if someone takes probably for all the money of the world, for them first, you transfer the stuff, and then you grow. Because the mitzvah that you can bring that into the mitzvah becomes an integral part of and yet by definition, you can't transfer it to someone else. That was like the Ein through the title, Shehidin Aram of Shaka, B'Inyan Echad, and Machar Etzim Losa. Okay, I'm going to make a tweet now and then I'm going to stop. We're going to pick up this tomorrow. If you take a look on footnote 8, side the text, this is fascinating. Shiloh that was asked of Hydro, and he says, Zealotol, Shalot of Hydro Zal, Rishai Lodin Kyle, Daniel Technology, which is so also has not Amar, Maharki, Ennis, Isi, and Kana, the tax, the kind of opinion of that, I wish you that Uno Hanala also committing of okay, so he asked the hike on the following side. This was the situation. He was the government backstage, the backstage, the backstage, like Monday, Thursday, Friday. Monday, Thursday, Monday, backstage. And then the guy decided at the end of the year, like, well, we did the backstage, should have made him an offer he couldn't refuse. On a fine is the wheels of the backstage. And we've been told it. We've been told it. They sold this piece solidified the sale already. Opinions, and then they give you a title and they ask them, does it work? So stop for today. We're going to pick up the marathon with this shine of tomorrow. The book is transferability and ability of movement. And the halakhic question is going to have a dramatic impact as well. We are just going to continue tomorrow. But
thank goodness our head of security is here. Ladies and gentlemen, your hands together. One only need Iron Patriot. As always. Yeah, that's one of his many awkward catchphrases. Can you give us another one? Like you say, there's a million new ways to die. That's enough. You only get one day to why we're wrong to me. You really have no idea where that microphone is. I think you need to take us a half a step backwards. I think it's pretty funny. The way I say it's just going to get knocked to a any point. Wait, like, oh, wow, look. So I imagine like a voice lock, like the blind voice lock. Just let go of it for a second. There you go. It's completely stable. Stop touching it. Stop touching it and don't take any steps forward. I noticed now, because I've been watching, I have a good angle on it. I noticed the last week that we've had your own mic stand that every time you say something, you get excited, you start walking forward with your palm out in front of you. With that mic. I need to be careful. Hell yeah. I heard you had a song that you wanted to. Oh yeah, you sent in some type of track. You wanted to do a song. Let's get this started. So, your hands go for the Iron Patriot.
began this particular age yesterday, and the study to do something, and I think it's really exciting, and I want to try to do this. The study to do something in the concept, that idea is to jump on some very good exercise, but understand, and ultimately again, does not fundamentally affect you because it's human because it's unique because it's not Aspects of self sounds every but there's always
So you're really not a friend in that thing. You're choking up and you're saying the N-word with Tiffany and that shit over like you're a wake up little interest. So, alright. That was awesome. There could be, you know, I was expecting when I heard that hit song in the late 90s. They do a new kind of Patriot version of the rap. What I love about you, Patriot, is that you didn't do that. You just said the actual lyrics of the actual song. But only the first two verses, you cut it on before the third verse because you don't have that memorized. Right?
There's nothing that's there. There's nothing that's there. So at the end of the day, there's nothing so there's no platform. There's no springboard. There's nothing to start with. So that's just the process of starting to sing. So therefore, faith ultimately at the end of the day, so I want to go on and do combined bulb. Therefore, again, there's the ability to remove oneself from sin. That's why the most basic level of ego is why is sin possible? Because I believe that it's not fundamentally I believe that at the end of the day, faith does not go ahead and totally undermine truly what I am. Therefore, those who can, there's this beautiful already says they will see that when emotions are true, when we give that well, we call out on that. Ultimately, there's a total routine by yourself and all of the others. You know, this is what it's about. It's really something all of the time. You will repeat yourself from this sin. What does that not mean? What could it say? Well, Islam will follow on ourselves. Basically, there are the idea here is forgiveness. The idea here is that I want to be part of the transgression. What is the direction is left,
He has me pumped up to get this thing started. You guys ready to bring up our two awesome guests tonight? Essentials, the murder and certain show, and many other great things from my funniest friends, regular comedian appearance,
I do it, no.
no hesitation, bring up the second guest as well. You know this guy from both television shows like Saturday Night Live and Mad TV, and extremely funny. So happy about your experience with one of the funniest people I've ever met in my life. One of the chest pictures
Now, why is one able to do that? Why is that possible? Why is that possible? Because the being
that's his impression of me, though. Don't judge my now.
the being doesn't have meaning and full of safety. What does the being have? Look, mean that. It has financial safety. And because it's only financial safety, and not total safety, the safety that you need food from the being and food from the work. Have it stress something absolutely out there. When I sin,
That's what we're gonna see the shit soon.
what happens? Okay, what is it?
A brand new city, you was like you were
What happens is
old baby.
what happens is
That'll be $6,000.
what happens is our religion what? The faith itself is trying to take that's who I am. I'm now a sinner. And the more I sin, the more reinforced that identity becomes. Something says, "Whether I don't know who you're watching, when you think that as you slowly cover
This is what Bradley and Sid did, Vicky, and
probably I could be routine from a dream to the same way that the dream could be routine.
yeah, the Patriot is
There's
the
like
that's all happening. So you
the
guys know
same
what we're
thing
doing
with
on
the
this,
dream
right?
is
We're
not
talking about
total, right? It's not complete. It's just the shots from it. There's a layer of symphony that's there.
feedback.
But that symphony can be removed. What I feel when I sin and I commit to that. There you go. There is a layer of faith that sits upon you. There's a layer of faith that now exists. Is that faith, does that faith for the completion? I would say absolutely not. It sits there on my soul. It sits there on my heart. It sits there on my identity. But it doesn't overtake everything. And therefore what? I could be redeemed. Isn't it incredible trust? There's a concept of freedom by faith. I could start with deep hope in me.
Very excited about
Redeemed
that.
me.
What do you guys think?
Because
We get
love
circuits
is
and
not who I am. Just like you saw, I might have thanked really bad things. Right? And I certainly have to figure out why I did that, how I did it. And you impact that too. It doesn't impact the me for me, but it doesn't take over me to take totality. Because it's defining it in totality. Therefore, I have to be close. So, deep hope in me. Go ahead and redeem me from it. The fact that redemption is possible means that sin does not color my persona into totality. It is like a layer that sits on top of me that I need to be revealed. So it's just such an incredible and overwhelming story. Now, firstly, I'll point that over here. Take a footnote to me. This is something so beautiful because he says, "Re'ei ma shekasa Rabbeinu Retzitza." He's coming over here from the southern, and he says, "Yachal Yisrael El Hashem, Hashem HaChesed V'Harehi Mo Kidus." V'Harehi Mo Kidus. So it says from that, he gives us the magic. Moshe Rabbeinu Alav Hashem Miskashem U'Machzis Hashem. Moshe Rabbeinu could not understand the concept of Machzis Hashem. Right, that should quote this. Now, what couldn't Moshe understand about Machzis Hashem or the Hashem or contribution? Because Asher the Ish Eating the Adnashem, the Hey, we are other meeting focus to Shigyon, not so the Dava Katan Kazak. So it's never again. What is Machzis Hashem? So we often think as Machzis Hashem, ultimately as a mechanism for taking a senses. Like you can't find things directly, you just don't do it. That's hard to be true. But remember again, how does the Torah practice conceive of Shagnash? It's a pidyon nashon. A pidyon nashon. A redemption for your soul. Pidyon nashon. Now, again, Rashi says, how is it a pidyon nashon? Remember, what we do in Rashi is like almost 1 minute from our government. What we do in Rashi is like, don't stick to the Kazakhin. Remember again, they would buy Kazakhin. So the pidyon nashon comes in the form of the fact that ultimately, again, we purchase kavanos. Kavanos are used to affect on level of the Torah. Doug says, in its essence, Machzis Hashem, where there is a common totality, so there are others. Moshe the message says, respect the Moshe Rabbeinu.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those situations where your microphone was so far away from your mouth that it was just hard to pay attention to it. And I guess I would say this because we all learned something.
And maybe because as you're doing, when you would get to the punchline, you would start to already look down to the next joke. Probably sell it more, look out more. Every time you don't stand out.
creepy kind of thing, you know, like voice is sort of like a Homer. You're not an awkward. I don't think so. I mean, you don't seem like an awkward one-liner type of person. I feel like you would like beat me up. That's what I'm with. Yeah. Normally they're soft. But yeah, there you go. There you go. Steam for oh my god. Why did you think that you had to have Twitter to do the show? You guys feel about illustration jokes. It's not made over here. Indica's funny. Do you like them? You know, the Game of Thrones thing either. Yeah, I've watched a few episodes of Game of Thrones. I really haven't seen any penises. Yeah. What is that? Something that happens later? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a real romantic format. That's right. That's a fun comedian down, everybody. Hey, Benny Fastlane, talk about creepy. So, yes, I am creepy. Very creepy. I didn't get laid much back in college either, actually. I was so used to all my roommates, like, fucking chicks all the time, like, listening to them, fall asleep to them. Right? Now I need to put porn on to fall asleep. You know what I mean? And, like, I don't have any roommates, so I gotta knock on my neighbor door, like, hey, can you guys fuck a little bit louder? I'm trying to get some sleep around here. Weird dude. I don't know, what's that when I do it late? I get laid once, and I want to sleep with me, and I can't figure out why. I don't know why. Maybe it's probably this. I don't know, I go across that my phone. Who's me? Christian. 1 minute of jokes. We have kids that one day. I have kids, I want to have children. Tell them all my experiences growing up as a child, you know what I mean? Tell all that. I realize I can't talk about music generation. Can't do that. Because my dad used to listen to classics. Patience, you know, my grandpa, Frank Sinatra. Like when I was supposed to tell my kids, I swear I can't do that. You ready? There you go, you see this minute, right?
Yeah, there is, but comedians, they never actually use the the idea is that and then again, that these are on the street have an effect on the Jewish soul. Ain't no union, it's not considered to be this personalistic activism, but it's the thing about the Iran crisis, la action like this, because these ideas have no real direct connection to the essence of my soul. Ellen, trouble not the government is rather a game of just considered to be something happenstance or Lomar, government is we are in the government, the Mikra, also open what the concept the services is just to totally be the problem. Like many of things are very who you are. So what I'm mentioning here, because the way that I control the user is not about person, but rather as a good person, who unfortunately usually does bad things. So the idea is not to find you. He says not to function. The idea is not looking for opinion, not peace, or open and ultimately, rather, it's a double mission. Double mission means someone having sex, or every side. So it's a perfectly how we view ourselves is one of the most important things in life because our self-perception drives so many other things. Actually, the things we see the world. How do we look at ourselves? We look at ourselves as silly, or do we look at ourselves as someone who is inherently good, inherently beautiful, inherently rich? But sometimes, maybe that's because the way we see it is that it does not become thing that unfortunately sometimes I am into, as soon as I use it, but it's not. I think it becomes a part of who and what I am. People looking for it. You know, this is right here. See, right? So, you know, so, hey, my shit, come to that building, you see, it's not something that's the world public teacher, right? Which we like. All of this I'm happy. Marshall, also, the high day for artists, the beautiful things. It is like a rose amongst the thorns. Right? So, people have people in this moment. If you have a rose, you have a rose. Every single person, you know, a murder amongst the leaves. And if you have a rose, it will hold the rose myself. You see why it's a rose. If you have a rose amongst the thorns, and that rose is an incredible amount of thorns. So, you never say that you know there's so many thorns, the rose is no longer a rose. Right? It's like fuck of the rose. Fuck of the rose. You know, so many thorns around it. And yes, but ask, come on, what is one little rose in a whole bed of thorns really do a really, really and as I said, it will do that. Even if there's a voluminous amount of thorns all around the rose is still a rose. The rose is still a rose. The electric what's in it, so that's what's powerful. The sugar has a kind of soda in the organ, it coats in a soda in the structure. I think that's the light are comparable to the thorns that surround the rose. Right? On the rose, you should one of the rose. And the sun to rose. Yeah, they would like mix, those are the thorns. The inner extends the other. So most like, there is two pieces here. Number one, no matter how many thorns there are, the rose is still a rose. And number two, interestingly enough, the thorns are not part of the rose. Like the thorns themselves are not part of the essence of the rose. They surround the rose, they're next to the rose, but at the end of the day, they are not that part of the rose itself. Dr. Sullivan, who Makifin also decided back to Shalom. So it's a really incredible idea. So the thorns are there, you know, the initially beautiful together, not the thorns that are on the rose itself. But imagine a rose that is surrounded by thorns. So the idea is, no matter how many thorns there are, the rose is still a rose. That's how it is. And the two, the thorns themselves, they're not from the rose. Like the thorns themselves, they're not from the rose. The thorns are the thorns, but the rose still remains the rose. How about me? Sad, that's actually crazy. In both cases, wow. What a profound statement. From the perspective of the trauma, there is no truth. There is no sin that's there. Rock from a table, the Nala has וזה, כאילו בעצם הנפש שמצד חומתיות שמסגר את הלכה. So we incredibly profound research. We can be better research. That when we sing, when we finish our data does not become part of the national. That data does not become part ultimately of my actual trauma. Rather, something that's next to me, something that's inside me, something that's around me, because it does not impact my inner core. The inner core only brings impact. The inner core only brings soul. Let's look at the research. And look at why this is important. Go back up to the area. See why this is so important. It's such a need for way. The other life says, well, it's not. This what has the deal. Therefore, the other says, this is why there's a concept ultimately again of people. What is people mean? People is redemption. What is redemption? So the Bible says, well, I can't do something to deal. The extra entire and the usher is Israel, they have on the same. We have the ability to go ahead and the ability to go ahead and do children. Why do you have the ability to do children? Why does the person have the ability to engage with children? Why is that aspect of the communication? And as I said, it's incredible. You know, Picasso, well, who you can from the collaboration. Alright, so focus is are you talking all of this things? Why is video possible? Like why is it that we abuse someone? If you really ask me, why is this sugar possible? Why is the ability to overcome that barriers? No matter how powerful they may be, why is that possible? And let it seem so beautiful because you're not part of that. Because at the end of the day, the fact that there is faith does not go ahead and impact my inner core. My inner core is intact. My inner core remains. Who I am, what I am, does not change even when I sin. That's why when he's picking up on what he's doing this more tomorrow, what he's picking up on is reflection of that we get that essence of the color of ourselves. He will redeem God himself. Celestial video, right? What does it mean? When there's something, when you redeem something, what does that mean? You remove some aspect. There's wood that belongs to this church, and I want to go ahead and now use that wood for my own personal use. How do I do that? Video. I redeem it. How do you redeem something? You remove a status and transfer it to somebody else. In the case of something like I remove the piece from the wood, I transfer it onto the money. As I go ahead and I give that to the base of the stuff. So the fact that not that doesn't have to be with Russia, we give that from the collaboration of Israel means that the other in the faith can be lifted. The faith can be up and be redeemed. The faith can be removed. There's only one way that happens in life. If it's not part of my inner core, if it's not really is part of who and what I am. Because once faith is part of who and what I am, then by definition, no way to go ahead and no way to remove it. The fact that it confuses me, ultimately highlights the idea that when I faith it, when I choose it, it does not become part of my essence. The essence, the nefesh, the shama, always remains intact. Just sometimes there may be layers of untruth, maybe there are secret things on top of it, but just as easily as they come. You could do it with your house, stop with it today, you pick up again from this is incredibly important to show the peace, to wait for Shabbat, of purification, ability to myself with love,
From Beverly Hills and non-Jewish, you can't imagine how nice it is. Maybe I don't, but I know what's going on over there. You see, you hear that a lot. I think it's just that there's a lot of poor people. So if you're not poor, people think you're rich. But I'm not rich, I'm just not poor. It feels like I'm rich to you guys because you're poor. First of all, I said you come from money. I didn't say you were rich. I said you come from money. You go, no, you don't come from Beverly Hills, Jim. But, I mean, you know, you don't give it a dollar outcome. You were raised by a maid. Yeah, that's the subject. There you go. And I read a post on they were raised by a maid because your parents were so rich they could actually afford one. I was remember you did. Really? You have rich parents? Holy shit. Most people with rich parents, it's just always a fun conversation and know what that shit's like. You feel comfortable if you want to, it's not my fault your parents are losers. It's the best. Do you buy your own toilet paper, man? I'll actually put it in order with my mom and my mom will buy it for me. But typically my mom's assistant, laughing. I only buys my toilet paper, it's my fault. And then I pick it up from the phone. Guess who's talking about Hollywood, everybody? It's Jane Marin at Jane Marin1.
very tiny,
sometimes
so
long
the
ones
camera
are
is sort of
really
yeah,
trackers got to find
and you can start to get into this idea of your called
that's why in the concert hall.
and people can respond with the way that you give out, so you try to show that it's only true,
And I think it's pretty
and
obvious.
it's working with
Society.
the same exact circumstances in which the this kind of and get the kind of things this kind of things because this like we discussed it's not a novel idea, not a novel qualifies
By saying this, you can't
it
do it back to the
and which causes and bound to give up I thought that it was just one about to do it. What is it? How to and again, everybody can use the same idea. The only time before the person is when it's battle time. Some of the things that people use in this but let's continue now. I didn't do that. Somebody said, well, let's go on the yes. But the other point, however, because one is not committed to go ahead and lose themselves in a very good deal. Just fantastic. So remember, as we go back into the here, it's always interesting to see how the a small act. Obviously, the man who is the woman, it is also an situation. The shame itself. I want to think myself in this situation because I want to show that this woman had resisted medication. So that I can do the first step of certain because A is really important to read the certain story. And the first person roll with the dice. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not right. And again, if I end up sinning again, I created that situation myself. So it's an interesting anomaly. Because on one hand, what was angry, I'm not really about Cuba, but I'm faced back in that same situation again. But this time I resist the temptation to change. But yet, blood, I'm not allowed to put myself in that situation. I'm not allowed. Look at what I'm saying. Far high up. Therefore, there's this together is true. The only understanding far from us will be silent death. Hello. Your idea of over there is when you touch it. If you find out, yeah, I know it's good. But I'm not also communication around them and like this to make this well. You know, because you don't put yourself in that situation. But you know it does. But the reporter shall only put me back in that same situation. Is the absolutely unequivocally clear that I have the ability to resist that temptation. The reporter will cut me back, but only because he knows that I can only through something. But again, I can resist the temptation. It was not. Yada adam, yada adam, birkaç şey tarafından dinlenip sayın, işte hakkıyla birkaç hata, gel, üstünün therefore makes it so what a positive reaction. Let's just use this example. I sing and now I think sure Friday. All the values I know at the end of the day, my church only to do when I resist the temptation, but I still face myself. Because number one, it's part of the places. So the partnership program allows me to test marriages with myself. Why not? It's probably developing the bubble. He knows what's happening inside of me. He knows if my signal is he knows I need to show that I have the ability to I need to show myself that I have the ability to remove from. I need to demonstrate to myself that I have the ability to ultimately resist that temptation. It's necessary for me. It says that God is for me. Because it only puts me back in that situation where he knows that I have the ability to overcome the temptation. In other words, after the part of the other devil, this is incredibly so. Never sets you up to fall. Never sets you up to fail. So keep facing me back in that circumstance. That is because he knows that I have the ability to meet that particular challenge. And if you look at this love in the past, you know how other person can so Chicago can spark my memory style. If you try to love the that's all. But I can follow through some great series and celebrate faces you down in a difficult situation. Lovers, yes, Simon Holmes. It's a good series. Why is it a good series? By Mr. Neadela Hadi, you will have much to Basabashari. Listen, what it was on if I find myself back in the same exact situation, this is a Simon Holmes, the weapons that show that I can also be that my children can accept it, and it can start pushing me back in the situation because he knows that I have the ability to overcome this difficult method. That's the same code in this entire thing. That's how I mentioned it in the thing. It is a very specific God never gives you an intelligence you can't handle. Okay, so when so Torah can set you that way right there. The other thing is, okay, Father never gives you any challenges that he can't handle. Some days, perhaps I can't handle it myself. The good news is that the Father can handle anything. So the Torah never gives you any challenges that he can't handle alongside you. But anyway, the subject is perhaps, that this is so, it becomes familiar. That what a tzaddik is saying is, the Father puts me in Messiah. He only puts me there because I have the tools to be able to overcome that challenge. And if that's the case, he doesn't need me to do it. He needs me to see that I can do it. And therefore, the question over here is Davar Zat Simon Toklo. Was it such a profound result? We often think that when we find ourselves in the midst of an excitement, especially if I find myself kind of in the same situation or in the past, we think that often the question of having made poor decisions. How did I get here? I got here because I made the wrong decision. And sometimes that's the issue. Sometimes I made the right decision, but I can talk to choosing to put me back in this situation so that I can prove to myself that I have evolved and I have become someone different and make sure that this is here. Whatever goes on, this is that. Then my son is talking about me so happy. It's very interesting. He says, "Look, you understand what I did." In the end, I'm not going to stop doing it. It's like it's not like over the years. Certain people who are hostile and certain people who are not committed to give testimony. So, for example, we have a lot of examples of this. Misaki Fukuyo, the gambler, where you see most fake traitors. A person goes out and back to sell nonsense and unconditionally. So, the example of this. The interesting part is absolutely this is rough. How do you regain your Festus consciousness? Right? What does that person need to do in life to regain their Festus consciousness? This is a fascinating question. So what I said, listen to this. He says, okay, go. Hazara Shali Shefasik Hamikida train first black women. She didn't have the bubble. Because, for example, he says, what does a person do? Moving so straight. Right? We ain't getting out. We ain't so shaky. Right? We're the one that had and short non-coaching. Okay, so that's awesome. Why do you tell my coaching to it? Right? Not because he doesn't want to keep coaching, but why? Money. Money. Everyone knows there's more money to be spent, more money to be made in non-coaching than in coaching. He's so shaky. Now let's see, as a result, he's also able. That, how do you rectify that state? Right? How does a person go ahead and regain effective practice? You turn the height, are you doing this? Incredible. שיעשה עבידה לחבר נמצא. Let's say watch this, and you'll have to stop. How do you regain your effective practice? Right? I was a multi-trader. I sold doctors, sold non-cases to Jews, right under the bodies, right under the in his process. I even put on 17 activities, right over the factory. Right? So now I want to be sure. It's not possible. They want to be sure. How do you feel up? You do feel up by become the kind of person who finds the rough objects of my friend and returns. You find the lost object, it's usually enough to happen. But if you become the kind of person who finds the lost object, you return the lost object, your test must actually be. Now, what does one thing have to do with the other? שבזה מוכח שבוועד האחד שבו נחמדת הממון שהחסר. It's so beautiful. So remember again, why does a person go ahead and self-trade? Why does that happen? Why? Because I love money. But I love money in unhealthy way. You know, healthy, right? If you don't liking money, loving money is problematic. So now I'm selling cases of money. So now I lost my sense of practice. How do I get that back? I get that back by restoring a proper relationship to money. How do I demonstrate that I restore a proper relationship to money? I find your lost objects. I can just see many people know me, never know. But I don't. I give it back. And when I give it back, I hereby demonstrate that I have restored a proper approach to money, to materials. So the point of the subject is saying is, let's play with that. How does this happen? So the subject is saying, the way it happens, this is the problem. Some cases, I'm possible Avis, I do my tshuva. There's multiple steps before going to tshuva. And then what happens? When my tshuva is strategic, I'm ready to what the Baruch Hu do. What does the Baruch Hu do with tshuva in general? Because at the end of the day, not for God, but for me, the only way to really see that my tshuva is genuine is in battle. So what does he do for the local churches? You know they're walking down the street and what happens? How do they lie? You're going to lose his wallet, no idea. He gets the box number that goes to the ATM, right beforehand, right? So it's easy enough. But I don't. Ultimately, again, then they'll have to stop over here. So שבוודאי, כל דבר מכן דתון חלשלו. יוצי בזה, בגלל שיוצי שקיף המחלות ידו דבר חלשל לזכוח חלשל. We'll have to stop over here. But again, the point of the representation is this idea that while I am not committed to put myself in the same situation in which I originally sit. Friends is not allowed to say, I'm ready to test my results. Let me put myself right down in the same circumstance in which it's in. In fact, I must remember again, part of the favorite part of Cuba is distancing yourself from the actions, from the circumstances which led to this in the first place. Failure to do so is a fundamental lack of fundamental lack of Cuba. And yet, like, so it's only confused when it's actually personal. How do I reconcile that? I put a person push me back in that mindset when he knows that I'm getting secret. And I'm able to give me the opportunity to show myself that my children is complete and my children is getting. Well, let's stop over here. We'll continue. There's some one more creation. Yes, I
Wine and cheese, you know, wine's so slow. Yeah, we're showing. Have you done? Is this thing dead? Like, call her. I'm gonna call her. She hot or she wanna go? Oh, I did. She's hot. Take pictures later. This is painful for you. Very painful. Are you denying about her number or her name to anybody? I have one more chance to try this. They'll do that. You need to come back here and let us know what happened. Get on top. Try and get on top. No. Yeah, just jump on. There he is. Ari Nance. Ari Nance. Nance, N-A-N-N-I-S. You want to tweet at point about his name material. I don't know how true you are, but maybe don't eat because, you know, I know after I eat, I feel there's maybe a turkey taco, maybe small tacos. Yes, you don't want to overeat and be like, I have some tolerance, I don't know. Right? Just booze. Instead of sour cream, use like a yogurt, not yogurt. So I'm finding your idea. Of course. What the fuck is wrong? She likes smoking, bro. Yeah, she likes getting liquored up and having sex. Not wrong climbing. She totally thought you were going to get her liquored up after that, by the way. She's a dirty girl that wants to be fucked. It's fucked up. Yeah, I mean, 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock to 1 a.m. is, I mean, on Valentine's Day. That's just what it is. It was the big thing, man. Yeah, shit's true. It matters. So watch this comedy shows there. What an idiot. So on the head, I can't believe that was asked that. It's a great one. Is that the case? Wow. Holy shit, you're like that guy that takes a girl to the skating rink and like starts skating backwards. It's just like totally struggling. I'm like, I can't do it, so don't help me. Any other time. Yeah, I'm doing that look cool, baby. Yeah. I'm shooting it down. Alright. Don't worry. That fighting on Twitter is from Carlo Flanagan, everybody.
I want to go and I want to fix that which I have broken. I want to go ahead and fix that which I have previously broken. Imagining when you say it, I get also the purple creeps when you sum it up. You say it, I can't. is literally recreate the same circumstance. And put me back in the same exact situation in which I sinned, in an effort to be able to get it, Shubha Mishka Ras, gather us also, we Hasheno, the Mokka Bishimit shall go back. And so far we go ahead and enough houses with what is called Shuvas Mishka. Now this is a very interesting phrase. What is Shuvas Mishka means? So Mishka literally means what? Wait. Also that is to engage. I guess I don't know how to separate this. It's called a weighted Shuvah. What's a weighted Shuvah? So what's a weighted Shuvah? There are different levels. There are different levels of Shuvah. Even the last by the way, this is what we're talking about. It's actually very familiar. It's like Lama gets a closer look at Shuvah. Lama doesn't want it's familiar with the Shuvah. In fact, it's the Lord footnote, which came out all the way at the bottom. The rest of the Shuvah, the Gemara, everybody about Shuvah. What? That's about Shuvah. Amra Yehuda, the Yom Shabbat, the other side of the Shuvah, it was a good idea. One time, two times, and then what happens? They eat something. And then ultimately, the third time, he doesn't eat yet. That's about Shuvah. Not the idea of this is by the way, whether that's true, but also Isha, but also Parak, but also Muslim. So if you want to illustrate this in the sort of the morality, so the Gemara says, once Shuvah, I see the particular woman, one time, two times, find myself in it. So read the Rambam to find also. Parrot is on the same stage of life. In other words, I committed in that data, that's the morality of the life. I did that. All of a sudden, you had the body and the work planning. What's something you would talk about, like physically? I put my walker with the bed, and I have my little basket on the front of the shelf. It's very long, and everything is good. You know what? In the meantime, not working. So she got to ask me to walk through that, you know. But the night side, so you might also I have the same level of physical vigor and vitality. That's what to me it seems level of, because again, all seriousness, not saying that's the thing. Is it devil? Does it come to something? Absolutely. But I'm not saying any single person does Shuvah, that act of Shuvah counts for something, even if it's quote unquote perfect act of Shuvah. Now, the Rambam when he says Shuvah, he's supposed to look at it. So he says, anything done by Shuvah, no. That's the Rambam saying. I thought there's been about Shuvah, and there's about Shuvah something. But you know about Shuvah, and you know it's Shuvah, it's about Shuvah. And by the way, that's true because the moment that they were actually I keep literally again the first thing see, like, a lot of times we go through life without clarity. Or it's either we don't want clarity, or we just can't find clarity. So the first thing you realize is that there is much fear. And it happens. People just show up for us only get paid in the moments before they do show up to become meaningful. So, Rambam says, as long as you have breath, your show up is meaningful. The Rambam also says that our Shiva Gomer is literally one single equal circumstance that is placed in that same circumstance again, but this time is not sin. That's the highest level of Shiva. Our Shiva Gemara, also Isha, also Makot, also Haggadah. Brahman told on this water. The tzaddik of the Shemina Levitin, or this type of Shiva, of these things, is going to be all the same circumstances. The first time, second time I sinned. Now I'm back and I resist the temptation. The tzaddik calls that Shiva. Let me start. Like the latest Shiva. So it's really the same thing with the fact that it's weighted Shiva means that this Shiva carries a greater weight. All Shiva is meaningful, all Shiva is important, but when I literally summon up the courage to abstain from sin, when placed in the same exact situation, and that I was here before. But this time I resist. This time I so also by the way, you know it's interesting. The Gemara always Rambam also always illustrates these situations. Morality just fascinating. Gives you an interesting perspective of relations out into nature as one of the greatest pushes forces and cuts negative sentiments have us, ultimately again kicking it out. So all of these things, and again, I just want to point out, obviously it's a little bit, it could be happiness, it could be, but I always get angry. I always get angry. I find myself now in the same situation, and this time I don't get angry. I resist the temptation. I come back, I resist, I don't get angry. That's Rambam is talking about Shiva Gomer, times on the Shiva. The Tzaddik calls that Shiva Nishma, a weighted Shiva. That is a weighted Shiva. That is a weighted Shiva. That's a hundred Shiva. The more substance of Shiva can literally face the same circumstances, but this time it is. Let's go back to it a little bit. He says, כדי שתהיה תשובה צריך ביקשתי, אבל ביקשתנו במקום צריך לעבור בעולם. So it's a much bigger story. I overcome my desire, bikashtem. I capture the cycle. Shehi Tshuva Hamuchana. This is the most preferred form of Tshuva, the highest form of Tshuva. The mitzvah tells us now, what's the problem with this? That's now, if you were stuck, yes, if you were stuck here, the person might choose to complain. But what did he do? He says, well, let's see, the mitzvah Adam, שידעני לא הדבר מהשמיים. אבל באת לדבר שאסר האדם להביא את עצמו לידי כך. There's an interesting dynamic over here. That in order for me to be about Shiva Gomer, according to the Rambam, or to be about Shiva Hamid, according to the Tzaddik, what do I need? I need the same thing. So it doesn't say, hold on here. So you might think, okay, no problem. Where's that situation that I said? Well, let me put myself back into that. Now I think that I am strong enough to resist that. Say the Tzaddik, no. We don't do that. A person who's not instant themselves into way after the here, we ask that the part of
know
not
that's
gonna
all there.
roll these things.
It's just like one of those
Don't.
children's
You should have a lot of people to come up. I'm not putting my, I'm not allowed. You're not allowed
just
to
out of
put
place.
myself in a compromised
Just
position
printed out
where I might say. He says, so us to the other naughty fuckers, you're not allowed to put yourself in a situation where you're compromised situation like that. The most difficult stuff, شعب بعد تعبير بقى شو سيادة بالبحر يقول هو شيء I'm not going to go ahead and put myself back in that situation about the overall right? And, you know, if it was just I'm not in pretty good shape. But my mind's again, you're a human being. Not shared That shared is part of full management mode. Stuff like that. Yeah, let's say this is a public says that they should have initial work is that it is a commercial format to reach everything is diamond even when the most notable is that was the historical so instead of something on one hand Shiva's initial that I'm so talking with the Europe as far as the reaching the circumstances in the United States. On the other hand, I am not allowed remember again, being nominated part of Shiva is what? Part of Shiva is what? That's not not doing the thing which you say. Like leaving the sin. That's part of the dynamic. Leaving the sin. But it takes myself right back in that same circumstance is actually in violation of one of the tenets of Shiva. So I have this great Shiva paradox. I only fully actualize my Shiva when I resist the temptation to sin in the same situation as I sinned before, but I'm not allowed to put myself back in that situation. In fact, it's a violation of my Shiva. It's a violation of violation of my Shiva to put myself back into that situation. That is sudden. But again, here at the consciousness sounds ready. Anything that my resolve is strong enough. My willpower is strong enough. My sure is clear enough. I can solve the circumstances in which he puts me back in that state. I can't do it, but I can follow the focus take that in order that I can do the final stuff. So what's that? Lots of stuff over here. Again, this is a fascinating dynamic. We have to
You're so weirdly neurotic sometimes, and then other times you're like, I'll go, fuck. I never even, like, you'll listen to a girl shit, but you'll, like, she would have to have, like, her own bathroom. Like, you won't use the same toilet as her afterwards. No, I will. I've never heard a girl shit, every girl comes to me, so I want to hear a girl shit. You want to hear her before she dumps you. That's how that goes. No offense, everybody. Jeff, have you ever heard a girl take a baby before? I've heard it. And you smelled it. Yeah, because I have this problem where my bathroom's like great. I live in one bathroom and it's just, there's the fans, barely makes a noise, my water pressure sucks. So you just hear like every little fart, everything little echoes and stuff. So I do try to turn the water back on, so I have to like accidentally knock stuff off, like the bathroom. Like shampoo bottles, and I do some things, and I noises. I do things like that sometimes, and it always ends up going like off beat. You know what I mean? You'll hear the shampoo bottle dropping, and I'm just like, you know, splashing diarrhea. And then I ran out of the fragrance. They started trying to use so weird. I was like, it's like, what's that? I tried to put like soap on the towel and like spit it.
just the only responsibility. It's something to do. The idea, first of all, of the concept of necessarily inspiration and emotion. The idea of music, the idea of further, but all too often good people do different sense of that about where you don't got it to got it to the sick. You don't want to be put in place by who you are, okay. Depending on the way how you change the position of you. That's one thing people to go ahead and God is like this powerful power because the ritual is God is on the left. Like remember again, a person can have two levels up there on their result. Okay, one of them is on the left. Versus what you have at times is done. Meaning the other will buffer ultimately again a person will have a different person to be such a not a historical like an narrative that is for the person to be but if a person is value real a person ultimately harms others a person negatively impacts others a person is compromised in their behavior ultimately have zero and a person is committed having the best we have a proof at this point in the story with Israel. At least another was the proof that from the beginning of Russia. Interestingly enough, where we left off with Friday was the bottom of the bottom of the island. This is the Pacific State. We do have a left-hand column, last couple of lines. He said, however, in order to do this, in order to damage someone, now will hear someone who is bad, or who is different from someone, to be judged and inspired by sparkles. In order to do that, a person has to have this understanding of who the individual is. And each time you have to speak about this, but you can go right to each of but nothing is doing in this individual. If you have rock, I told that. So you can go ahead and you can gather practice all of this is right in someone. Rule up. That's a couple of lines. Rule up. We should hear about rock and roll. But someone who does not do this rock and roll. Yes, no rock. So we money in his heart. Such a person should refrain from cursing another individual. Our act genuino lascia agonizzare l'anno Dio. Il mio electrolo in the vacuum traspasso. Scena acta shine Dio believo not much secure agonizzare ma avverso non è si venne disco colori che inizia flow e agonizzare nel luogo Dio. Ready for something amazing. Remember, that's the text of your life is horrible. When you speak about the fact that I'm going to go ahead, God will do something. God will do something. That if I'm talking to God and individually, He's lying to you. Like because the cover is the way to go. Who will be terrible to you? How to who is terrible to you? Me. You. That's happening over here, right? Even Alicia. Someone's right, someone wrongs Alicia. Alicia ultimately wants punishment from the individual. So the pastor says whatever, what we're talking about over here is someone really wrong, objectively wrong. Objectively wrong. So he now feels a contract where I am committed to go ahead and not interact with the charges. Where we go into a to punish this individual because of the negative behavior that he has engaged in that is negatively impacting him. Just as an aside, you see from this, I'm trying to mention this last week, but the guy for the shooting, the whole you said over here, how seriously after the Chicago kids are being affected that it is not just enough to be consistent of them the muscle between yourself and God. But it also really looks at how we interact and how we treat one another. So if I misspeak, God, you focus on negative. But I mistreat people. But well, because you're putting the people take so much time when you put others in the team. There's other people whoever says something amazing. The problem, therefore again, in this matter, I am committed to that interact with powerful, with a regardless of almost the business management and the person who is not giving appropriately in your since level, unless you have left before them, don't do it. Why? Because relation, how do you know that your intentions are weak? Especially if you are the aggrieved party. Especially if you are the victim. Especially if you are the one that you have been hurt. How do you know if you're really seeing things for what they are? How do you know that as a result of your pain, your entire perception of things or Russian is so profound. Using exercise, you know, not about the fear. The fact that you are personally involved in this situation, not about the one in these situations, you would be able to see this situation for what it is. Okay, what is incredibly profound on a variety of levels. First of all, again, just sticking to the subject of the yes, whereas whoever introduces the model originally committed to having for another two to be judged and even punished by for the cost of the ministry in the realm of being undemocratic. They practically only do the Diablo. Why? Because when we are hurt by other people, our entire perception of reality vis-a-vis that person is skewed. First of all, there are people with whom you all have it, with whom you have negative as well. People just think that they're nasty leaders. When you become something objectively, but it's just every single time that person starts walking close to you, what happens? What happens? You can't stop. You can't stop. And every single thing that person says, right, is heard really certain filters. That's the way life works. Like you go ahead and you shoot people based on the I would be so really, if you kind of negative interaction with someone, you ever really look at another person, can you really ever be objective? Can you really ever see things for what they are? Because the themes color every single thing. And to make more sense of that, although it is true that this situation of gathering like an authority to judge someone does actually exist. In a nice self, doing it in the absence of Rafa and explicit clarity to see a situation for what it is, don't just never goes on and says, he's copying out, we'll do the teaching and stuff like today. You have to say, when the aspect of self will hit you as equal and exist, Moses is one way to die though. She ran with realize the mission of Carlo. She was able to say that because a person has to go ahead and remove any ideas. Ideas means like any, I guess we'll call it like selfish interest. Like I have to remove any selfish interest from my heart. I have to make sure that I'm able to see things for what they really are. Before, number one, I judge someone to be material. And number two, first then, he says, David, I know that a lot of trouble for instance, and he will, I'm all out for us. I said, the leading follow security. So I was able to another example of person people who are wrong with real, who can do negatively, having example of that, is Abraham. We have these people today who are examples of Rabbi Hanala personally. And his enemies are not like this. The enemies are negative positive. Always negative, which is our so again, back to Rabbi's model. When someone is wrong real, when someone gets means women, but first other people who are permitted to go ahead and ask them. To intervene, to judge, and even to curse that person. But David says before I did that, what happened? The Levi Hello because before getting me, my heart was hollow inside of me. What does that mean? Because that's what I'm saying about cookie Chinese. The harbor David Hanella is hard to understand between David Hanella. One of the gates are like David Hanella came to a point in life where he was able to fully overcome the Jewish covenant. So I mean, Shalom David, Shalom Shalom Shalom, לפני שאין או ששום ידיעה, שמה הוא עוסק, הוא מתאבד ככה. So you see David Hanella, before he judges another person, as stated before, curses another person, what happens? He said, you want to go there and check the nation. Check the nation. So that's the level that a person has to be at. Prior to going and judging and twisting another individual, even for what will be accepted to the rate of egregious behavior. So let's say he's doing this all together. If it's not with rate, so to do this all together, the level will be involved in a kind of a model, which highlights another lesson, even though that is that in actuality is not one nice self as well as the second. And so we see that what ends up today, at the end of this, how much I can call the guilt, some of these lala guilt, some of those compromised things are done to the Hadith. So the follow should always to go ahead and handle Allah. If I'm not good, imagine I can Allah. But the moment I begin to look at the moment I begin to trample and the dignity of another being, God has been trying to say, open me up, voila. And in fact, says Rebbe, if I see someone who's lying of guilt, I am the light to go ahead and have in fact the requirement to first that individual. So lesson number one, how seriously we have to take our London and how seriously we have to take how we treat our fellow Jews. And even things that we not do so significant to us, to trample the dignity, trample the feeling of another, to go ahead and see. Lesson number two, thank you, Rebbe. So don't hurt unless you know that you are seeing things for what they are, and you have objectively disregard. Meaning what? So that either you have to or you discover you use the hara. So either if you have no use the hara or you have to then you can stand in judgment of another. If I don't possess either of those things, I have to commit to a sin. Right? Just understand you wear these things for what they are, and you see how the energy is often skewed. Especially if the person in question has visited harm upon another incredibly person. And when you are hurt, when you are hurt and you are involved in a situation, it results in pain. How difficult it is to be able to see for what they are, to recognize the other, a judgment of the situation and a judgment of others is so fundamentally skewed. And if I said that, if I know that because of my pain, because of the hurt, I'm not seeing things objectively, I'm not seeing things for what they are, I have to be safe because of your thinking judgment and certainly and persevere. As well, so that's all for today. We'll pick up the next session tomorrow in the Iron Days. Sorry. Right, like that. Even more so than what you can do. She just attacked us. I think we all probably tried to fuck her at one point and she just realized it. Thanks. Well, what is she? She's pretty. She's pretty. What do you think I'm gonna do? You're pretty and friendly. I like you. I might try to sneak it in you. I'm sorry. This is my condition.
in her bag and right out of the bucket. Now we move on to, as every week originally started, we close the show with one of our own special creations. We have two of them here tonight. We're just going to give them both a solid 45 seconds. And so we're pretty excited about this. Going first, the challenger, the person who's on probation. Put your hands together for they just started here a few weeks ago. Regular on the show making a return after not showing up and missing her spot while being called. Put your hands together for at Sarah Joseph and Sarah Stajabi.
All right, so it's a good morning.
So I've been going in and out of this relationship for 4 years. And it's been in and out and in and out.
Yeah, picking up the news I said this morning.
Unfortunately, that's the only in and out that's been happening. We never, ever had sex. I gave him full access pass to a music anywhere that you want. So again, I was selling the scene. Because I guess my counsel and my parents is all I fucking need right now. And so I'm by myself. So I'm on that. Alright, is that pretty much saying that? Very fun. You try to fit it in there for you.
That is qualified as said, that applies to everything is adult then the subject actually says that it is wicked to go ahead and gossip throughout the Bible to teach something terrible. But to call this individual that he should stop with his wicked. He should stop with his evil and he is easy for it to stop. Now, let's lodge it, but that's the whole issue. I want to put some test. This sounds like the area to do left hand side, the end of the first paragraph. And that is about others who love the real. Located in other Makabere. The person who is evil. It is the other Makabere. People with fear and hurt other people. Well, in Christian, he said, so the Nika Negativa. Means punishment is reciprocal. Nika Negativa. Sounds so. Well, okay. Shame to lose the rational, she alone with the muscle, singing with his face, focus on doing something negative alone. But esta manera, the honor to pass, the nature of that is for the follow up. In that same result, it is wicked to go ahead and for the penalty to go ahead and punish him for him. So the Nika Negativa is this person who is wrong in the other Makabere. This person who is negative in individual conduct hurts other people. It is wicked to say that the follow is please visit hurt. Please visit wrong on this person. Because that's Nika Negativa. That's reciprocal. So okay, it's a very practical. Pre-sales were available at this fucking upgrade. Like, so I'm assuming out to these because I used to hear I get surgery. That's the stuff that keeps me up and part of the wonder what we trusted. Wonder what we trusted. And it's not getting different. It's not because you know, you can't stop it for what we call this is coming for person who's wrong in other level. And Gavin Class of the part of the honest person who's wrong in other level. Okay, so I want to say, so you can make a couple of examples. Let's say, for example, Trinity. To on the right hand part of the earth, you can see the hand part of the bottom right. he said, "This is it. This is kind of a blood skipping video. There, you look at it, not sure, but for like the 24 hour around, after the first week, I'm not even there. That's just left my fault. He says in this kind of left arm, so his powerful says, we open the heart of left arm. Shem says to Avram, those who first you will be toast. Diamond, שאני מקבל את אלו שאני מקבל, אלא רק אני שמקבל את first he will run the wheel. So it's interesting, why is it developed to say, I will those who first you I will first. So the study says, the Prophet said, Avram, anyone who persecutes is a run the wheel, bad people. Right? It's a Russia in terms of being ultimate power. That someone is around who is a person enough, if you get I will post it. The study looks at it as a predator. You see that there's that almost this is committed to go and reach for wrath upon those who are terrible in living ultimate power. So if you curse Adam of Inu, because it's part of who says such a person will be punished. Because that can happen. See that. If I'm wrong, it might be other there's like a in the round of real, if the bad people, there's much less people. And it makes sense because if you understand why I can find it with about the Sparrow, I don't see him, right? I don't always perceive him, and I can't necessarily always relate to him. The human beings are understand to me. How can you hurt another human being? How can you mistreat another human being? How can you trample over another person? So as much as I can't think with you, I ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to go ahead and visit Ra on a person who's Rala Shemani, who's damaged the other Makom, I am permitted to go ahead and visit HaKadosh Baruch Hu to visit punishment upon someone who is Ra and who is on the Chagila. And again, it's ultimately using Avram.
That's very eager. I'm excited. I'm David Taylor. So excited. I've never been more excited than when you see it. I'm excited. We just got back from Toronto. If you're wondering why we're wearing baseball jerseys, you know what? I wasn't intentional. I realized what you were talking about. I just figured out I'm not wearing a Blue Jacket jersey. I thought I was wearing a That's why you said hockey. Oh my God, that's so crazy. I just realized it because somebody asked if I lived in Canada. I'm like, no, why would you ask that? I'm wearing a Blue Jackets and I looked at your back and it had a baseball logo. I'm like, oh, wait a second, what am I wearing? Wow, this is baseball. This is like a professional baseball team. Yeah, the Toronto Blue Jays is a very, very famous baseball organization. Does the United States play versus Canada? Well, yes, they're one of the only Canadian Major League Baseball. Wow, I didn't know that was like USA only for baseball. No, it seems like it would be, but it's actually one of those sports that they just barely cross. It's all Americans that are playing over there. Like, I don't think there's too many great Canadian baseball players. The closer you get to the equator, the better a baseball player is. It doesn't go beyond that. Is there football that does that, or is it just baseball? There isn't an NFL team. Basketball? Basketball, yeah, so they're always horrendous.
So the study
There's the
example
Toronto Raptors.
are these people to go ahead
It's
and
interesting. We had fun, man.
ask them person to
We
do the
Toronto
job
was like
of people
it seemed like it was like the richest city I've ever been in
who
my
are
life.
bad
Like,
at
you go here, it looks like there's evidence everywhere. It looks like LA is just bankrupt. It's definitely Canada's Tokyo.
was
Look at it, it's
illness
bumping. There's so many skyscrapers. This guy told us that there's like 70% of all of the cranes that are used to make skyscrapers are in Toronto. Yeah, Basics can't make so it takes them years just to move a crane.
at the end of the day,
Put
there's
it on
nothing
the
going
track
on
is
hard.
where it can't put
Whether or not they want to be
it's all
involved.
pumping and the energy there is crazy. And I asked somebody, I go,
Otherwise,
why
I
is this all
might have
awesome?
a right
Why are the doors
to
open?
dive into
Everybody's having fun. fun.
Ruben is so
Why is it
terrible and
always
he's
like
out
this
in the
here?
tornado.
Because they have no guns there.
Punish
There's
him.
no, people just don't carry
Look how much
guns
look how
anywhere
much
or
support
have them at home.
he has brought the
Can
hell out of
you
it.
explain to me
I
how
might
that makes
have
it so that you can have fun all the time?
a license to do
And it
so.
made sense, by
But
the way, when
whether
it
or
was
not
done.
I
After
should
he
do
explained it,
so
I'm like, oh my
is a
god.
whole other
So that's
matter
sort of crazy thing that I
entirely.
learned when I was
At
there
least
too.
I have the
And
license
then
to do so
it
also.
was really stoned
We
and we
get
were
a
playing a pop cafe.
with the
It was
cover
about
of
100 people
Never
smoking,
react
smoking
to
weed
like
and
that.
blowing interface
فأول
boards.
فأظن
And you
لأن
had
شفا
what was called
يشتري
very
عن
popular
دان في
in
نظام
Canada
الخبر.
called
Those are the
greenouts. Yeah,
There's
and
another
everybody
reason why you
uses
should
this
be
word.
careful
Never heard it before.
about
Me
cursing
either.
a
I'd
person.
never
Because
heard
a
it, but it's
person.
used, and we saw a few
But
cases of
davening
greeno.
that a
See
person
what
can
they
go
do in
ahead
Canada
and
is
punish
because
or
they don't have the mountains and beaches
listen to this.
that Southern
Filter
California has.
down. Kilo lookhol adam
Josh, you
hotel
got meaning
kalo.
you have to be the guy that controls
Af
that.
mishura lebir. Shari amu kazad alisha. Bayin shela. Iban nakmitis. Rulam. So I'm skipping a little bit. Misha ino bal ruach hakodesh. Yesh lo lachtosh. Will be
The
mother
other great thing about
Level
Toronto is that
applies for
all
them
people
example
came up
inside.
to me just
The
going like,
pragmatic example is
what's that catchphrase you
so
say?
some pieces is Alicia. Basically, Alicia goes ahead and she goes to city, she's speaking to the ones. These young men act very disrespectful to him. And it wasn't just the fact that they were holding in the cover. These guys were bad guys. They were bad guys. They were bad guys for the residents of the city. They were just bad guys in general. So the Pasuk says, this is incredible. Vayifet Acharot, Vayar'im. He looked behind them and he saw Vayikaro, they cursed him. The Tzaddik over here quotes from the Maharsha, who says that before Elisha cursed him, Elisha died, he looked into their souls. He looked into their souls. Was there any element of good inside it? And if there was some element of good, or some secret good that would come out, he would have escaped. So it's like, what do you think here? Before you curse another Jew, you will be able to see them in their totality. You have to really be able to see the whole person. In other words, you have to have Ruach HaKodesh. It's a little thing called Ruach HaKodesh. If you have Ruach HaKodesh and you can see a person through and through, if you have Ruach HaKodesh and you can sum up the totality of the individual, if you have Ruach HaKodesh and you can see what a person is, where they came from, and what they will be, and it still looks like rituals, then it's not a good thing. Then you can curse. But in the absence of the ability to have that Ruach HaKodesh, says the presence, never happens to the misfortune of another individual, no matter how much they may be caused. Now let's just not to stop over here for today, but this is an incredibly important piece. So, you see ultimately where we're going to go with this, which is, this serves as the basis for how careful we have to be in terms of absolute judgment about others. Because often all we see is what is judgment. Always, and sometimes people objectively act terrible. And sometimes objectively cause terrible pain. And they're wrong. You know, not everything is being done with top sports. Hey, yeah, sure, it's done with top sports. But sometimes done with top sports. People do bad things, and people do wrong things, objectively wrong things. But how I react to that, and the subject says, what I'm going to go at and God is about to be part of, is to that person. Because at the end of the day, very often, all you know and all you see is the person who stands in front of you. But you don't see them in their totality. So sometimes I'm going to go back and even in Alicia, who serves as an example of davening for a person who is wrong with Rios, how do you have to be careful? Be careful once you daven for the individual. Be careful. The judgment is not upon the individual without having the ability to see that individual.
This is all happening. I knew what it's like right before you pass
We'll
out.
pick up and spend one more day next on Monday.
Passing out before is the good part about passing out before positive is you learn how to pass out well. You really do. So when that happened to me, I'm like, boom, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm like, oh, okay, here we go. So I'm like on a mission. I pop the lock. I open the door. I know that I have this 4 or 5 second window. And as staff is right there. These cool bartenders and everybody, by the way, Puff Mama, Joe Tuccido, at Hazardous on Twitter, and guys that made us these Susquehanna, Jason, the guys that made the jerseys, the hospitality that was incredible. I bust out the door and I go, I'm about to pass out, and I'm going like this. Like I'm actually, I open the door, I take one step out, and I'm like, I'm about to pass out. And they all look at me like, you know, I just been on stage twice for 45 minutes. We all been having a fun week, and they're all just like, ah! And I'm like, no joking. I'm about to fucking pass out. And they just they split up in 4 different directions at the same time. One went and grabbed a Sprite. One went and grabbed a fucking wet towel. Another guided me outside. The little girl carried you. It was unbelievable. There was no little baby. I was significant. Oh, yeah. That's a little baby that carried me. In imagination land. And fucking, I was right on that rim of passing out, and it didn't happen. That sucks. We had nice people there. It was a green out. I mean, I was out of it. There was a point which I had given up. I went outside and I took my shirt off. Yeah, it was just crazy. Tony's not one of those guys who just takes his shirt off. Right. He actually wears multiple. He has like 7 shirts on right now. Yeah, I always wear multiple layers, 2 pairs of socks at all times, usually a pair of thermals under my jeans. Yeah. But I took off my shirt, man, and just started sweating profusely, but we fought through it. Something about the Sprite, the fresh air. We got through it, man, and I did not pass out. Toronto, you tried Toronto. We tried to take down the Golden Pony. Well, guess what? This pony doesn't go down that easy. I looked at that on that hotel menu, and just like you did that same night. It was a Friday night, it was like whatever night, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna be good. What do we got? And I looked at that tomato soup, and I'm just like, wanted that. Just don't think I can repeat for oh no, like 3 hours later, I am puking tomato soup. Like I was ready to wake up, and wait, something's wrong. Like the back of my throat has that little teardrop or something that's going on there. It's like a little itch. And I stand up, filling my mouth up, holding my mouth together like a pin, like a clothespin, just so it won't go out. Get to it, and just rips everywhere. I was puking blood. And when you're half asleep, you're not thinking like tomato basil soup. You think you're puking blood, you know? It was
So the notion that even if someone is a lecture, one should not drop into us and quality is somewhat misfortunate, something negative to occur to that person. And where did this message come from?
Yeah, we decided to stay up all night and just party.
On the bottom,
when you take a Thursday morning 5 a.m. flight with a friend, and you live our type of lifestyle, it's much easier to not go to sleep
I know by
that
your
night for
the
1
hobby
hour and a half. It's
is
better to plow through and then get on the plane and crash, which worked perfectly. Even with the layover, which is rare, moved. Passed out again. But that was the best. Nothing better than sleeping on a plane. That's what he kept doing. You see that? See what happens when he says that? That kind of energy. That's the whole thing. So he kept saying that over and over again with people in line in front of us, behind us. Say the whole thing. There's electricity and wires. George Martin is like the worst assistant producer of this show. Like, he just puts on to expect their texting. It's fine. You just hear the cool towels, man. I got my shoes. That's on the table. Oh, yeah.
Really, I had such an incredible view.
Not only was he watching, not doing anything, he was also texting. I love that he's part of the fun set, though. Like, we really have the worst assistant producer guy helping us. This part is stained red. The tears of a million things. So true. It is very precise, strategic color that they use on these carpets. A combination of dark red and black for comedy strips. It's just a mix. So you can't tell what's a stain and what's a fucking blood from a corpse. Anyway. I'm very excited about your Patreon. One more question. That joint that I gave you last week after the show. How did that work out for you?
stopping for their benefit, stopping for other people, if we have compassion on them, then they hug you with tshuva. And although the sure enough, what you got coming to do, the hug to the tshuva. And here, the act of the tshuva, all these guys, but they did
Somebody has a Tony with the shirt off outside my theater on that.
what Julio was saying to the hair, aren't bad people, but just good shoes, good bad things. And a person sometimes has to be able to look at the others, be able to differentiate things. Very often, we automatically assume or we characterize character of someone is if you do something bad, that means you are a bad person. And what Julio was trying to highlight is this incredibly display, but that's not necessarily the case. Other than people that people. It's very often like good people, it's just bad things. And if it's just people to stop the bad things, remove the bad things, the inner good ultimately comes out. So instead of davening for good or husband, when you try to deny, davening if you give up, if you give up, you humbly have husband, let sin cease from the world, and if there's no sin, there is shortness of peace. There will be no respect. The person, it's God who has to do it. Just sometimes the God recollects himself with
Why do I get the feeling that that joint I gave you, last Monday, why do I get the feeling that you waited 7 days to start it right before the show?
the mayor, like essentially, this concept, this cornerstone of
He
truth.
sounds,
Like
it's a
without
moment where he sounds so human when he's asking for Colin. No, I want more, please.
if I'm bad,
Restream.
so is there really some significant degree of hope for somebody to have personal restoration? This is entirely because I'm a good person who does bad things.
Yeah, man, one more time for the page. Traitors, we are about to bring out.
I may do bad things. I may even
Ever
do
since
more
I started
bad
here, he's
things
been one of
than
the
good
guys that I've
things.
always looked up to.
At
He's
the end of
hilarious
the day,
comedian, specializes in late night here at the comedy store, which is one of the hardest positions to be in. He carries it, he's dark, he's different, he's original, he's fascinating, he's definitely the smartest friends that I have. He's a writer, he's a writer for TV that does like events at the Comedy Central roast. Before that, fantastic comedian, one of my great friends, we're going to go to one only David Taylor, everybody.
how do you dive
Here he
into
is,
people?
live and in the
I
flesh.
mean, at the end of the day, the Gemara says, "Comedy Shemayim, that broad hooks,
Very excited about
Yira
David.
Shemayim." Yira Shemayim, the mission that I have is Baruch Hu, the
Keeps
mission
it
that
so
I have.
real. He's
At the end of the
funny
day,
as fuck.
it
Even
is
up
up
to
to
you.
you. It's up to you, right? The Gemara second people says, "It is Baruch Hu determines how tall or how short you can be, how rich or how poor, how smart."
Now, you normally are the guy that also in the
All of that
LA
actually
comedy
Baruch Hu
circuit,
determines.
you're
What New York
notorious for your
is
for
what
these
you need to
awesome
have
parties that you have, the barbecues.
You are. And your Sharai level is absolutely up to you. So it's interesting that over here the Gemara says, so you would normally think you can't dive into something to be about someone. You can't dive into something to be about someone. So there's a lot of different answers to this. It always bothers
Can
me a
I
little
tell
bit.
you something? That is not fair for guys like me
When I
who've been
realize
telling
the
you for
answer wasn't
years
yesterday. That
to not fucking back Bill Chocolate. He steals
the
from
answer
you.
wasn't
That's
yesterday.
not even the first occurrence.
The Gemara like, all
Yeah,
right.
he's such a moron, this Bill Chocolate. I know he's
Yes.
adorable to all you people newer in comedy.
Let
I've given
this,
a few
let
years
this,
of that
let
bullshit every
this
fucking
sell
night.
up.
I promise you, he's a fucking crazy maniac.
Remember again, you saw
Anyway, but
this
this is booth for you. David's parked in
what
this
is the
lot
point to say,
for
remember again, the
years
first
to
said,
become a
the rest
regular
of
here
the
at the comedy
talking
store.
about
One of the
physical
only
life,
fucking
the
perks
God is
is that
talking
you
about
can park in the lot
spiritual,
here.
that at the end of the
Bill went into David's
day,
car, got his
person
iPhone.
can get
This is
stuff
the best part
too
though.
nice and focused
He
in
tried
order
to sell
that
it
to
to
help
Alex
the
Moore, comedy
spiritual
store
life.
employee at
That's
the time.
the whole story. That's the whole
Put
story.
it up.
Right? So we see that there's a comparison of engaging in dynamic spiritual activity for the benefit of someone else. Perhaps that is so overstated. So, at the end of the day, can you dive into someone else? Sure. Gathering that your Zikuyos, Shemir Hashem, push someone else, push their merit in the right direction. The same way that I can dive into the Ruchnius, and I'm obligated to dive into the Ruchnius. Do mitzvahs for the Ruchnius of the mighty children. Today, just to again, perhaps that's what's not going to be what else. How do you influence someone else in Ruchnius? The Ruchnius is the one thing that someone has control. So perhaps again, when I gather and I do mitzvahs and I direct those individuals for the benefit of the other, then ultimately that has a other effect on that person as well. Okay, that did not be the study. So the study said going back we have level 2, which is focus on it. Go back up there on top. Who's the right? Is it ever right? He said, therefore, in his follow in the doctrines and Hashem is wrong, he wants love to other people. A person should never practice to accept something terrible to happen for other people. Back to the rest of them. Even if this Jew is a rest of them, something incredible in this story is like it should never stop it for misfortune to befall another person. Even another Jew, even if that person, even if that Jew is a rest and now you have a posted the amount of second brachos, where again, that there was without this misfortunate individuals, really interesting and said, don't do it. Why? Becoming a poem, alone becoming posted. We know that it's existed and doesn't stop. So this is interesting because why not? Why not? If somebody is in Russia, right? If somebody is in Russia, somebody is so why can't you got it for them? In other words, look what he writes. This is already qualified. He says, "Zeu, Klau Hanoi Zak Ba'adam, Yulala Shamayim." The whole day, the day Adam Levant is going. When can't you got it for the misfortunate someone? When ultimately again, they are an individual who is Lala Shamayim. A person who is terrible and eating Adam Levant. A person who is a wrestler, violates every single mitzvah, tramples upon halacha. Such a person of Russia like that, you don't die in the misfortune. אפילו כל בעדם שלי אדם לחברו, שהאדם כזה אם לבד ישתום בפיהם. אבל אדם שהוא לא לבריאות, בכל פעמים אדם לחברו, also he needs a negative. The Tzaddik says he's never diving for the misfortune of another Jew, even if he's a Russia, and a Russia meaning what? Even if he's terrible, he's been Adam Lamakum. Person is terrible, he's been Adam Lamakum. The person is terrible, is the person that he's choosing.
Ever since Neil Armstrong, they put a ban on
Hurts
it.
people,
Something like
then
that.
ultimately says that Tzaddik, unshown, the mitzvah negative.
Anyway,
Such a person like that is the punishment that is mitzvah negative. ולכן, שום לדעתי, יהיה לא מזרצון, בחוץ להמידה לפעמים כמותר לדעתי, ולספלה להשם שיענק על העבודה. You get sense of self, you believe this negative. Because when a person is having it, other than it, and therefore you have to seek out negativity over the other. So ultimately, I answer that is to go ahead and defeat that little part of this.
I'm lucky enough to be here at Comedy Store, able to do a live podcast with a bunch of comedians.
They will have to do that focus today.
Whatever. Ballsiest stand-up talents get a chance to come up and do a minute, then we have a podcast without being a guest, and used to be a segment called Tag It or Bag It, but now it's just sort of
how we think to act.
So without further ado, did you say no?
It sounds
yeah, everybody gets 1
never
minute
stopped
if you
before the
try to
enforcement
go
of
over a
arrest
minute, you're
records
going to hear
and
that
husband
sound.
from the Muslim. But if someone thinks that his husband was Kavero says the Tzaddik, to be committed to davening to ask for the Shemara Hu, to visit justice, so to speak, upon that individual. Why? How? The meaning of that? That's just
And they cross the line just a quick, and they never did it. Maybe because they really had the microphones working to provide sound. I have a dog collar that we could have on there with a button. Honestly, that would. Whoa! We got an electric dog collar for the show. Yeah. And everybody had to wear the collar for a minute. Yeah. And that teaches you to know how to put it 1 minute. Also, you know what it does? It also makes comedy even more familiar, which is the one thing I didn't think was possible. Yeah, it's perfect. It's a great idea. It's a great idea. So we have a bucket full of comedians. We pull them out of a hat, and let's have some fun, shall we? Here we go. All right. Is that exciting? I'm Patriot. Are you excited? Awesome. Justice will triumph over evil. I love it. I actually know this guy. I'm very excited about this. Put your hands together for the one and only Russ Newton. Russ. Yeah. Russ. Russ Newton. There he is. He's in the flesh. He's back from New York. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome. I'm Russ Newton. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you for everything. So we do the bit, right? We do the bit, and then go back and time. Is that it? Just do the bit, bro. All right, go ahead. There's no talking to us. Do the bit. Oh, okay. So my wife and I, my Italian wife and I, we have a big son, and the only other way to make money for him, besides being a comic, is being an actor. I have to audition for a lot of shit, dramas. But I'm getting a little bit slightly racist towards sexy Australian actors doing a sexy American accent, okay? Because they're taking off their jobs. People think it's the Chinese and the Indians and the Mexicans. It's not. It's sexy Australians, okay? And whenever you see a sexy Dr. Mario come on television, it's usually played by a sexy Australian doing a sexy American accent, okay? So I gotta get this work.
once again, morning mess up to do. So we are
Initiated Mark trying to do a little crowd work with me at the beginning.
We are thinking of doing items. We left off on
Fuck yeah, rescue.
the Oriental culture a little bit. It doesn't speak about incredible idea. Namely, that the area of like
Russ, I remember Russ is a pal that's
the area of like
New York and now is back. How's everything going?
so
You didn't even say the day before.
the idea of our businesses
Dave, what'd you think
even
of
highlight
Russ?
show us what our potential strengths really are. So we started to give a couple of examples of this. Today we're going to focus on the 20s how to post it. Well, time is left. The right hand colors in the internet. First paragraph on top about hormones. I'll get it. That. Don't too much. But some wonderful electrical guys. They wrote the network both sides. The day on which the base on which that was destroyed. Owned by the old Nova Again, this is the film developed Mashiach was born.
During an audition.
He was this funny. Who was the doctor of his mother? Who told we've only bought
Patriot, what do you think about Russ said? Worked out great from a call history of sexual abuse and heroin addiction.
God forsake one. The ox spread out the globe. Let the ox spread out the globe. All of us had
Patriot, did you see the movie today? You said.
the Shamakala was an Arab who was heard of the ox making this. How many times you go, Sorry, Diego, sorry, you go ahead and unhitch your arms and unhitch the clown because it was unexpected temple and being destroyed. The Arabs think they don't going to be doing anything, so they say it wasn't being destroyed. Your arms is minus so then it's very secondary. However, by very Hartford did not have a Qatar for the house. The Jews would do it. Whenever the hour of the you settle or we attack your arms to the ground, so how your reach belongs to the Jews. So when it's not, it's just for. This is the story. It is like, yeah, right? And one moment, and then anything is just destroyed, and the very next moment, it's just destroyed. I was not saying, yeah, what is
Well, this is very exciting. One of my favorite new friends that I made in the past couple years, and he's also autistic as fuck. Everybody bring your hands together. Joshua my name is Joshua Myers, and Asperger's, which is a form of autism, so I cannot relate to shit. One of the main facets of Asperger's is anxiety. It's a horrible anxiety attack. I got one recently with some shit. See, some schmuck decided to come up to me and he decided to tell me that the movie Demolition Man sucks and my brain is fucking over. I went to a mental field position for like 2 weeks.
Or whether it's national destruction.
That's why I started. I'm not happy about my torso. It looks horrible. If you're gonna tell the hair, I'm trying to jump in my mail.
So on a personal level,
It looks like a sad ghost.
when we over the last week, when we sin and when we make mistakes, and when we destroy ourselves, we need to see what our weaknesses are. And when we see what our weaknesses are, now I know what I can work on. You're very important. People have people learn when life is going well. Like you against when everything is refining and all everything is doing what it's supposed to do. People generally go.
And by the way, to have for the three of us to know you and like you, first of all, that's like one of those eclipses that happens once every few years. Definitely not.
What is
This is great. The only time I ever made it was when talking about your hobbies. Harry Bruce has anyway. And I'm just anti-lifting up that shirt. I think I just leave the picture without having to have your shirt coming inside it. I think, yeah. My favorite Jeff Martin somehow Josh got his hands on a flashlights on the face on stage. This one, okay, this is what took Josh from like here to here. He fucked it in the bathroom because I tried. Wait, what did he fuck the flashlight? Yeah, in the bath, like he couldn't wait, like it's no. He asked him to do it, and he actually went in and did it, and then recorded. And it hard for him. It was sort of honesty that I appreciate. So while I'll agree, showing your shirt might not be the best. You think he was being honest? He couldn't get hard for it? Look at the Josh back there. Josh has the gift. He's the comics have. One of them is part of the Asperger's. He's really honest. It's so I appreciate that. Take a shirt. Do what you want to do there. But my point is that the willingness to do that was to show your jump on stage, but you also got it. Yes, I wish I could bring that now. Okay, can I tell you the description? I think it looks like a chorusing on the frogs world. Anyway, now the news. Kyle describing the Rockwell station, but he has no. Yeah, he knows.
Make it whole.
I'd say great job. I love you guys laying out.
Boy,
Yeah.
what's the
I am a positives.
what is your
I am nothing but positives, except I would not. There's just it's a thing in comedy that the guys that lift up their shirt actually show their belly. Really, it's known amongst comedians. It's like an act of desperation. It's like the ultimate problem.
But the life of study says the fact that the start with the explanation tells you that no matter how bad it is,
A mentally handicapped comedian.
and isn't that incredible? Every day. And for us, right? And then when I'm talking about my if I believe,
Does it feel natural when you show a bunch of strangers?
if I believe the affirmation, if I believe that dead back to life, then no matter what is working inside of
I need you more on the security end of things and less on the producer idea of like creating an house. Well, you're rushing a judgment on it. Nobody's retarded. Nobody's fucking retarded. But with that said, neither of the members of the Ding Dong Show. It's not an insult to be, part of that. It's a very fun show. I watch it all the time. It's so much fun. However, it's not right for you because you want to be a stand-up comedian. So, don't let people freak you out. And I would call them retards. That's all. No, I'm saying.
What is called the idea of all I do I have the ability to care by someone to now what you do about that? All I do is how respond to that.
I'm learning something here tonight.
Was so much
That's Joshua Myra. It's everybody that's autistic thunder on Twitter.
not just the people die because of the behavior, but
This guy is blacklisted. It's Ricky Luna.
and the spiritual consciousness of himself, whom they had followed us to the out. And yet again, if you ever have a thought,
That was the best one yet. First of all, that means he's blacklisted. That's not
and the most
Mr.
profound
Spot.
and
Yeah, that's right. I think the last person I did.
so once again, it's like it says,
That's exciting. It's a new name. Ryan Martin. Everybody talking about
from that you really
holy shit. We are just going through it. Isn't that amazing? I love it. Wait, can you do that one again though? But can you add that L thing that you did the first time?
So you look at them just back to these states, every state.
So we get
Again, this is something
fucking
that's
mix, bro.
going to get the second part of the sentence. Yes, the state represents the representation of that
One of my favorite producers to work with. He helps us get some of the amazing footage that you're gonna watch tonight. It's at Dune City Films on Twitter and YouTube. He's amazing. He did my Man on the Street thing where I people your next comedian is Keith Soul. There was no help page. I need the fucking help. There we go. So far, we have more people not doing the show than doing the show. That David Minnick. This is David Minnick.
Okay, so I'm talking about headlines. I'm not talking Zimmerman or anything like that. I'm talking
Masturbator zips away. This guy got caught 3 times consecutive weekends masturbating outside of sororities. And all I can picture is this guy working a 9 to 5 and telling his wife that Thursday nights is poker night. She wants to watch like some fucking Real Housewives of Hollywood. He just needs to get out of the house and masturbate. I just picture him standing outside the window, Jack. When they see him and they scream, "Oh my God!" How do they not catch a man with his pants around his ankles, running back to his car? And I just picture the CSI team coming up and going, "Asparagus, relico, got it." The picture, the woman tried to describe him through the window, like, he was like 6 foot with, I don't know, he looked like everybody else. He had a big bush. His penis was circumcised. It wasn't the biggest I've seen. The moral of the story is, I decided to start masturbating to Facebook, and it was never fun.
Double kitties. Oh, that's a penalty right there. You got the penalty ground for trying to finish it up. Obviously, he doesn't know that if you try to go over and finish the joke, you get another sound effect. Oh, yeah. That means for something to go. Any other jokes you want to finish before
Rushing again.
No, I know it's true. I think it's just like I was on a car trapping you there while they were
Very similar way.
That's never really got better, by the way.
Very similar way.
I'm very confused during that. I could barely pay attention to it, even from talking headlines to masturbating to something, and then
That
I
is
got
the way
lost over and over again.
that you will come to recognize
I was following your way through.
and your unique mindset. Your unique character traits or attributes and skills. So remember on a basic level, what celebrity highlights us
I can't even go
is
back
this
down
idea
and say
that
overall.
I'm serious performance is not that problem. That it are weaknesses that teach us, show us what are actual strengths. We look for it. We often think there are 2 buckets, there are weaknesses and there are strengths. But this is really, really one bucket. Your strengths that are more about, and then there are strengths that are going yet more about. And you find out about your unactualized strengths. And you find out about the something you can get that you don't yet know about. The study how this comes to an says you find that out through the expression of your weakness. When you fail, and when you fall, and when you find a weakness in a particular area of life, that shows that weakness is actually a core that is needed to be punished and rechallenged. To be driven by yourself as an extreme lacking moral because he had such a flavor. He felt he could not resist the pleasure to be able to sing in a particular situation. Stop, but reality shows up and tells him no. That the fact that you have how flavor, the fact that you have desire, shows that you have passion. And that thing that itself, that passion, is channeled in the right way, complicated. So let me give you an example. This where this stunts value. Body that has how the reason is about 5 lines up. Ini suami kami jauh itu ala pasir dan itu alih beliau banyak akibat dan hadir. The pasir says after arguments have sinned, to what they need to themselves floating out of thinking. Floating out of thinking. We will also have brothers to spiritually go out of the cup. So why make yourself floating out of thinking? The legacy is Korinashi. We will also have brothers to spiritually go out of the cup. Because the very thing that arguments have a sin with, the Haniba Akiras have been the impact of their relationship. There is an approach to find out what was the truth that what was the truth. The one thing that everyone agrees with, it wasn't.
Well, I just pulled the name out. I'm going to keep that right in front of me for a second. I'm going to acknowledge that I noticed that
why is
Ricky
this
Lewin
that
is back in the
happened?
room.
It's associated with
One of the guys that likes to spot.
so remember it's not exactly
Ricky brings a high energy
that's
performance.
what
Does he have the toy?
okay.
Ricky, did you bring
And
the toy?
remember we have the story of Yaakov and Esau,
Did you have the
and
musical
Yaakov
company
dresses
because
up
this
as
guy
Esau to go
brings
ahead
something I haven't seen since
and
the days of
I mean Yaakov
chocolate lava.
You know, since my guest is so excited, I'm trying to do the thing, but let's just listen to a minute of his
get to this part,
something else they say.
and this part
Anything
says,
about the deep throat
yeah,
is
A,
like this.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, Ricky does this thing. He's a tour guide here at the Columbia Store. Another stand-up comedian, of course, and he does one of his areas of expertise is deep throating a dildo. That's actually a picture when you think about that. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Like an apple orchard. Like an apple orchard.
So I'm thinking, well, Ricky, you want to do
Apple
it?
orchard is the scent
Should we
of
let him?
the
Oh,
somehow the
yes.
scent is
He's
the
back in the
thing.
room.
The
It's
kind
a
of that
Ricky.
association
You're
and
gonna
the kind
live
of that
far.
the fruit. The other than have that fruit was the apple, but it's actually saying, because my focus was has out. Was it sweet? Was it sweet? Was it the Indian? Was it fake? Basically, as my focus all revolve around. I didn't just give us any very stuff. And anyway, we'll go with the punch of shot. And say each must be they ate a pig. That the pig was the forbidden fruit. Listen to this. The Chinese, Bahia Sativa, Bo Atmo Mystery, was the deep spirit of the pig that's on my idea. Remember, the very thing in which they sing was the very thing through which they were remedied. They ate from the tree, they ate from the tree, and ultimately, again, what covered their nakedness, what covered their quote-unquote shame in the aftermath of the sin? The fig tree. The fig tree. Bonus in the Atmo B'Kach, the Asine Ale Itakola Haguos. The day the Passos Estes before his time, Esmore. The God from the top went to Hagal, the Itadat Hayakiskina. The Prophet said something absolutely amazing. At least, I think that this is an incredible truth. The Prophet said, Hagal knows that it was a big truth. How did they know? From where did they get this idea that the forbidden fruit was a fish?
Yeah, for a guy that deep throats a dildo, you're really good with the mic. Like, it's like you don't get it confused. At no point do you put it in your mouth, which is one of the worst things. Yeah, it's not a good thing. Yeah, don't do that again. Why wasn't it a good thing? You realized that you had something. It's electric. It just, it's just,
The things that we think are worth it seem to go away. Like the shortcuts we think are worth it. You look back and you say, oh my God, threw away opportunity. I threw away the here. I threw away to do something. So we want. We're fake, but you know, in the moment, the fake looks like the see it everywhere. So Prophet says, how does Hazal know that the forbidden fruit is wicked? Where did they glean that from? Where did they get that from? The Sabbath habit, and this is really incredible to do. The Sabbath habit that Hazal was fasting. The fact that
Ricky Lynn is notorious for sucking off one of the Capricorn Vikings one night here. That you're not going to use the name, but I mean, he's one Viking, which is a flavor of
Prophet says he always demands with the risk to rid yourself. And with the risk to sin becomes the very thing in which we have optimistic and remedy. That's the way his life works in the church. So if they were remedied with the fig leaf, it must mean that the Prophet has understood that they sinned with the fig as well. Or if you read for Osa Israel, my remedy for that, even you say that, the touch in a conclusion, the Negro may not be letting go. This model, establishing discounting, is incredibly valuable because something that Travis says again is that the very things with which you say, the very things in which we go ahead and sometimes spiritually demolish ourselves, become the very things in which we are able
So, Ricky, what else is happening here? I think it's going to be interesting.
God,
Shakespeare play.
there are going to finish this section. Now, there are
Weirdest thing I've
too
ever
much.
heard
I'm
you
talking
do.
really down.
That's hair that's sucking off a Capital One bike.
This is
Shakespeare
before
play.
we get to this, so yeah, I just want to crystallize this idea. There are studies creating a model. And the model is the thing through which you destroy is the very thing through which you grow. The thing through which you sin is the very thing which you respond to. people
gives a
in
shit
the
anyway.
creation of a beautiful spiritual tightness. When we sing, we see with when we sing, we see fractures in the spiritual tightness. When I sing, I now know what's wrong with you. If I know what
I get the feeling that the Iron Patriot is actually Cher in a suit.
give me a second, let's have it. This is not doing that.
Won't you fuck Cher?
The only way to remedy any of this out
I would like for a dyke to fuck me in the ass with a strap on. That's
now,
one of my like bucket list things.
To be able to hold like
it's like
Just to job you what you want fuck me in the ass with a strap on.
medicine, right? Okay, it's assuming you're self-medicated, right? The whole medicine.
going your own little tangents, huh, Ricky?
Sorry about that.
What do you need to do?
Ricky Moon,
You
everybody,
have to,
there he
you
goes.
have to
He's
get it
gay,
done.
he's proud.
In other words, if I'm suffering from chronic pain, if I'm suffering from chronic pain, and I just keep taking medication, right? And then I realize, well, I'm not getting better. I'm taking all this medication. Well, because maybe you can go on medication. Maybe you don't know what's
Suck on it to go
in other words,
capital one.
that
You know what I mean?
it's important to know what the diagnosis is. And I think if I have a if I fall and I break my arm and I take Advil and I realize I'm not getting better. It's because the bone hasn't been set. So just because you're taking something that has a curative effect doesn't mean it's going to work for your particular malady. To be incredibly very sensitive subject is I have to know what's broken in life in order to fix it. Well, how do you find out in life what's broken? How do I find what I have to fix? That is a subject. With the beauty of faith. With the beauty of sin. The beauty of faith is faith tells me exactly what's broken. And if I know what's broken, I now know what it is that I have to fix. So that's a subject says it's the very thing that undermines us that becomes the very catalyst. Because lots of people here, we're going to pick up tomorrow morning with an incredible book about the Shia. Tomorrow morning, the Shia and the Reformation. The Reformation tomorrow morning will about 45 minutes. Probably be that to be on time.
But then, like in the back of my mind, I'm always thinking to myself, boy, I really hope there's not a smart shark around. Because if I was a smart shark and I saw me, I would be like, that guy can't see. So what I'm going to do is he's swimming this way, he can't see. I'm going to set up shop right here. I'm gonna open my shark mouth, and I'm just going to let him swim inside my mouth. And then I'm going to close my mouth, and I will have eaten him alive. And I don't want that. Thanks. You know what this sounds like? The first draft of the pitch for Sharknado. They're like, I like that, but is there something more? It was silly. He said like you're gonna follow your heart and stuff. It was very that was the peak of the set. And then after that was the British remembering that. Yeah. But overall, fine bit. Tony Hawk.
I don't know what it is. I've had too much coffee, or it's the comedians. I'm just having such a hard time paying attention to it. It's like shark, and then I miss the punchline, and then I miss the new thing, and I'm just so out of it. But I'll tell you this. You have an interesting look. You look like the guy from Ghostbusters 2 that's painting Vigo all the time. Oh, Vigo! Let
me tell you what else I've been acting as. Part of the sewer toxins in your group of clones.
That's great.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. So we can start this morning in American Sunday doing our Indian TikTok hobby. So then we'll American Sunday start back at 5:55. It's just public service lesson. If you're not on the WhatsApp chat, you have to share or have to do WhatsApp chat. And I sent out the PDF of the voice today, but if you guys to invest in a set of TikTok, because some of the edition that we use, you can order it online. It's a beautiful paper and an important addition to one's to one's library, and also it's good for residents safer rather than from receipts or things like that. So I'll send that information out today, but at least for today we'll get started. So yeah, picking up the message from this morning, the host Iron in Sip Study. And here, together says something really beautiful. He says, about the hook sound of desire. If you're following along on the PDF, whoever says it follows. Ra'oy Sindavar, Shebonitza Hitzon Hamiyukat, so called. If I translate the words, then we'll try to understand it a little bit more depth what the Rebbe is saying. He's saying in that particular area of life, where you find your greatest sorrow. The sorrow represents that which you are lacking.
Smartest, funniest writers.
So in that area of life where you find that which you are lacking, that's in that area in which you are most deficient. Also govern, also in mind, that's root that very thing.
Seriously, awesome. I've been trying to see that.
In which you are deficient, remove on Lahadiyah al-Ma'alosa and it is in that area that you have the ability to achieve your most unique and singular accomplishment. Now, what the Rebbe is having is exactly spoken about in previous sections that often we look at our struggles and our faults and the areas of deficiency as weaknesses. Matter of fact, they are totally dealt with their weaknesses, as the earthly represents their level, the greatest opportunity for growth. My deficiencies, my weaknesses, my areas in which I am deficient represent what the Rebbe says as my ma'alah my most unique ability for accomplishment. What does this mean? So first off, you take a quick look because of footnote 8 and he says, "Ra'a ma shekata Rabbeinu La'el, mi sheyish lo teshukla b'shukla." How is this possible? That if someone has incredible heights, incredible desires, the person might take a look at their desires and say, oh, what are the reasons individual I want? Look at these things I want, look at these things that I desire. So that is something amazing. It says, Yadrava, Ukimukon Mukoke Avos Ukishukot. So for example, he actually quotes over here a little bit of this as well. The Gemara in the stuff like this, where the Gemara quotes to put under again that Abaye one time overheard a man and a woman having a conversation in with each other tomorrow. So Abaye said, you know what, I'll be the chaperone. Well, I'll follow them, and this way, when they're ready to commit it out there, I'll be there to stop them from sinning. Remember the Maisa? He follows them, they get to the crossroads, and they say, oh, how nice it's been to travel together, but alas, you have to go this way, I have to go that way. That's what I love. But I love it great. He said, if I was in that situation, and I had the opportunity to sin, and no one was around, I don't think I could have resisted. So here the irony of the story was that Abaye was following the couple because he thought that he was going to be the showman. Like he thought he was going to be the chaperone. He was going to be the one to prevent something from occurring. And meanwhile, these people were to a certain degree even greater than he was. They resisted a temptation that he thought he could not have resisted. So the Gemara says, Havisaba was an old man who appeared to Abaye. That person that means to be an old man appeared in the Gemara usually together guy about it. And then later he told Abai, yeah, Abai was very dejected. He was very dejected because he thought that what is highlighted was such fundamental deficiency in who and what he was. However, the old man appears to Abai, and he says to Abai, don't be upset. He says, היסטי בזלת שופים ובחורים תקשיבה, יד רבו, וכלימוכון לתוקף אבון שפשוט תקשיב את האמת. Because, son, he says, so the essence, I think that's the answer. Essentially, he says to Abaye, the greater the subject, the greater the like, the more, it seems to me enough, it wasn't spirituality, the greatest phenomenon is that in general, the more proficient you become in something, right? The person wants to hone the skill. Right? I want to be a good basketball player. The more I play, the more I practice, the better I become. I want to become better at my profession. Right? The more I learn and the more time I spend in it, the better I become. The one area of life where this running that doesn't work is when it comes to one direction. That the more I do it and the more time I put into it, sometimes the greater the challenge. Because as I grow, my desire grows along with me. With the subject comes out of this anybody. That the Saba, if you're a Navi, was not simply comforting that baggage by telling him, don't worry, because you're a greater tzaddik, ultimately what you have a greater Yitzhara. He was comforting Abaye in a different way. When he was telling Abaye that at the end of the day, the fact that you have this Yitzhara, the fact that you have these items, that's not a weakness. That's a strength. That's a strength. It's just a sign of how you feel. Sometimes says to them, this is what it's saying. That which is our greatest deficiency. That which is our Achilles heel. Actually, the channel to the right way become your greatest strength. So Abaye, you're upset, you're dejected, because you say to yourself, oh, I was alone with this woman. I would have committed an adultery, right? I could not have resisted the temptation. What does that say, Abaye? That you have great desire. That you have great desire. See, you're dejected because you think that you would have channeled that desire in the wrong direction to sin. But Abaye, that same desire is harnessed and channeled in the right way to accomplish incredible things. And that is what the subject is saying. Once again, at the Lashon in Ayin. And the Lashon in the Lead Irish part. It's so important. First of all, have your own success. So let's look at these words again. In that particular area where you find that you sell it, in that particular area where you are deficient, that's God. Ba'osa davar, ba'osa iman. In that thing, in that deficiency, in that struggle, Right? The strengths are things I want to build on. The weaknesses are things I can leverage again. Aesthetics is not good. There's only one bucket. What's the one bucket? Strengths. There are two kinds of strengths. There's strengths that you know about and strengths that you don't know about. And then there are actually three parts. Strengths you know about, strengths you don't know about, and then weaknesses. And what are weaknesses? Weaknesses are just strengths that have to be converted and channeled in the right way. So themselves is not doing that. It's sometimes the greatest strength that we cultivate in life is when we're able to harness and turn around those ways. Most of us stop over here. Again, next Hashem, over the next 2 days, we'll spend 2 more days on this post. But over the next 2 days in Eretz Hashem, we'll see some examples of this which will make this concept. But we establish the conceptual, intellectual framework, and in Eretz Hashem tomorrow, we'll begin to
So that's a great joke. Sorry. Oh, I just had one more tag. Where I was like, Magic Johnson, if you're listening to Kill Tony, heaven needs you. We're getting killed right now. Martin Luther King just got dumped on by Osama because Malcolm X can't play no defense. That's a great bit. Absolutely. The way you wired in the dude dead Lee guy, I mean, I just love that shit. Yeah. Can I make a point here? I would suggest maybe, possibly one person who's just benched it, they didn't really need him, but just got really, really selfish. That's a possibility. That's the kind of premise that you could stretch that up to be some crazy 7 to 10 minute long closer, you know what I mean? I was. I was gonna use it to stretch the talk about because I can't talk on this show because I can't really listen to fuck but like in a good way though. In a good way. Listen. Oh, that in a good way after saying. They love me at Toronto. They love me. But this guy goes in a promote. Oh yeah, this guy. I've been on there like 3 times and they send me shit. Yeah, great. What do you think Redman and I are wearing custom made Toronto Blue Jays jerseys with our names on the back? Shit, I won't want to. That's not. I bet. But I was gonna stretch it with the Trayvon Martin stuff because you know how like they were saying like someone's yelling help on the 911 call. I was gonna be like, you know, Martin King got dumped on because Trayvon Martin can't play defense. And that's a good joke. And I was telling that to somebody earlier, but it's just not. I don't think I could ever get away with it. I fucking love it, and I totally think you should do that. By the way, you can totally make that so that after that you say, I never thought I'd be able to get away with saying that. Then you can also slip that. No, I'm going to keep that for myself. No, that's not how it works, Dave. No, actually, I just keep it this great idea for a bit, and then for some reason,
Again, leave it alone.
it's great. Thank you for helping me with that. There you go. By the way, no, that was like, this bit is so good that it feels like it's in the wrong range, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, it should be. I should get on downstairs. What's the one? By the way, this guy won the thing. We're glad you're at the, I got second place because I don't need this. Oh, yeah. Okay, was it what? We had some girls wrong with you. We had some. But you really don't need this. I have, but it's not like. You must hate it. It's not you. It's a comment for you to get laid. That guy. That guy's funny about cigars. Yeah, but he's sort of light-skinned. Have you tasted a dick? Does it taste better? I think, personally, I think that it's a sort of way to get pussy when you can't get pussy. You know, that's like it. It's like cheating. Nobody cares about your opinion. I totally see what you're saying. This guy, I'm telling you, it's so how are you not getting out downstairs? They just not solving this, but they don't. Yeah. You're black. It's like you need to tell Tommy. Tommy goes back and forth between hating on black people and hating on black people and being afraid for his job and getting the politics spots. So if you catch him on like the second phase, you're going to work for himself. Is he wrong? Fuck, he's afraid of Trayvon Martin. That's fucking sweet. Tommy's that sort of racist. That sort of racist. That's a big thing. And I thought that was great. You know what? I'm probably not going to acknowledge you. Thank you. There he is. Trayvon Martin. It's Trayvon Horton. There you go, Trayvon Horton. Everybody trying to get one last thing. This is exciting. We know this guy. He's one of the worst producers. One of the worst people that help out, but I love him. He's an employee here in a very charismatic rising young talent. Put your hands together for Josh Martin. Randomly pulled out of a bucket. Josh Martin. We talk about him being a crowd. Hold on. If the share grid is heads, I would believe it if I could turn back time. We know that you have share on. Why don't you share some over those dollars? It's me. That's tough. You got it.
filthy.
basically
I am filthy.
saw a
I am
picture of my
temptation. And as much as I would like to
love
think
this guy.
that I can stand up when they say it,
I feel like I'm just like my sister's ex-husband.
that is,
And I feel like
what
there's no
I'm about.
moment
I'm a good person. I've
prouder
done
as
many
a
good
father
things, but
than
I've also
holding your
done
baby up in the air. You look at those beautiful eyes, those eyes look back at you. You realize you made the worst decision of your life, and then you just run. You run as far as you can. Like that's what I would do. I would just run.
And again, that's okay.
Probably by the Santa Claus's hair grade. It sucks because I can't think of another guy. I won't be able to pay attention. But I'll say this: when you wipe out like you did with you had to have your own. Just relax, Josh. You have never been this direct with anybody ever on this show. With an immediate game-changing piece of advice. You have got to do whatever it takes to be able to summon noises like that. To add into what you do. Because all of a sudden your words don't really fucking matter. For a lot of them, for some people can't speak. It's the speech impediment. I'll say that, but the bit's really good. But man, that fucking wipeout. Well, I will say it did start a little creepy with the I love my nephew. I feel his sister's ex-husband. It took me to a hard place, but then you find out they're funny. Funny to my island. I didn't get it. I just didn't get the sister's ex-husband.
Well, once I show what I really could be, then to a certain degree, it amplifies the value of the past.
Oh,
If
you're
I'm
relating that
capable
to
of
the
being
death.
this, whatever the this is, that holding a life,
The way you say ran away is priceless.
so before I became this, before I reached this level of spirituality, so that, the things we might have been justified when it was like, you know,
Can I say something about Josh
stuff
Martin?
like that happens
You notice
to people on that character, on that level. But once I reach this level of accomplishment, this unspeakable of this, unspeakable of this place, all the people of this thing is
Well, he's got good timing. He's got good beats. Beats are good.
so that becomes therefore
You're definitely an interesting character.
almost
That noise
things
thing,
that
though, man.
electric
I mean,
on.
if you could
The
put
more
that
I
in the
grow,
show,
the
you
more
need
I
to
have to
figure out how to
electrify
do that. That's what I'm saying. There was an amazing moment. I wish I was already listening to this podcast so I could rewind it. And I mean, it almost made me feel deep in that. Like, I was at some point where I was having a nervous breakdown of laughter. I wasn't sure even that we even went that well. Yeah, it was good sound. It was like good sound.
The more I grow, the more I grow, the more I have to use my capacity for greatness, the more I have to necessary.
This is not great for podcasting. What? You got 20 seconds. Josh Martin, guys. Yeah, Josh Martin. There he goes. Well, I like this guy. You're like, this guy's the worst producer ever, and Josh is getting up like he recognizes his influence. Oh, yeah, totally. Totally. Let's be honest. It's unbelievable. Yeah. Patriot, what'd you think of Josh? Patriot, can you make that sound? I need more howling, man. I wasn't howling towards the end of all this stuff. I need more howling. Thank you. I love it. How do you think that one noise that's in the middle there? There's one that sounds almost fake. I guess for you. Maybe we can get one more in before having to head to our main event.
That's the way it works. But also when I fail,
Oh, wow. It's going for Trace Stewart.
For a variety of different things. When I fail,
Also, notorious for hooking up with chicks. He says anywhere above somewhere around the 75 since he's been an employee here, around 75 chicks he's hooked up with at the comedy store. Who knows? You could be sitting next door to those ladies right now. Thank you. It's good to be here. I'll make this quick though. Our bus is coming
hands on the wheel. But it's
That's
so
missing. That's
to
only
get
1
that
minute, so.
transfer of the legal referee,
That's good.
because the legal referee
Hold on, I got pause here, guys. This is Matt Goldich. Hey, from TV's Late Show with Frank Ferguson. Okay, here's the deal, guys. Can I suggest a listen here? We have a guest from Matt comes up and gives us feedback about this topic. I think it'd be great. Like a one-time guest. One-time guest. Walker, just one-time copy. Just come up here and tell me what you think about this. Come on out, sit down. And go. And that's the last thing LA needs is even more fake ass bitches.
My models, you know,
On the bus, I want to talk about that. She got a bus sitting right next to me, and I started talking to her. Everything's looking good.
sorry,
This is what she said. She said, I'm sorry. You want to burn the bus. You do realize you're on the bus too. I just want to talk to her. We're both losing in life. Right? So let's go up again once in a while. Now, but he's going to have his life together. He's going to have a good girl and a lot of money. He's going to have my life together. I'm not be talking to you broke ass. Nobody's on my bitches always going to upgrade for free. Good time. And that's it. That's it. Wow. That was more of a statement. Yeah. I'd say right now, right here looking young. Oh, yeah, definitely. It's going to be a narrator one day. Okay. Television writer and feature comedian back on the Twitter. What do you think about that? By the way, you heard something really good. This one, it's a TV back to go ahead and reconcile my behavior. I haven't seen this segment for a while. First of all, I'm sure he's not. Hold on, please. My favorite TV appearance, and that's Bob's Bernie Stevens did a set on that.
How could I have done those things?
And sweated out of his pants like the crooks
If it ever goes on,
and you still
the
mention
I
it
must
to
have
you
it
for
back
minutes.
down.
It was
You
incredible
said
how
you
I
might
sweat
get
that
a
much
hot
during a set.
dog. Well, I go out.
But
I
yeah,
look at it,
really,
I
now take a like quickly. Siren Chris Holmes and Terry. What did you do? Oil hydraulic cushions, all sorts of stuff. Material was very old. Good buying, very good
pretty
thing.
much my entire life. It's always
Very simple.
remember, I'm
Very
too
nice.
much of the apparatus that I've done now.
In advance,
And when
was
I
that
go
night
to
of
too much of the
James
apparatus
on Wednesday, Airbus really nice. And behind the scenes, Friday Night Fergus, that's a whole organized.
Yeah, that's actually how it is. Life is actually
I like that. Does anybody have any questions for this favorite Goldich? Anybody? Oh my goodness. Anybody have a question? Yes, go ahead. Yes, Gerard. Great question. I mean, it really depends on the show. Okay, that's not even an answer. Okay, so that is the Gentleman. That's actually the Karate Pages. That's actually the Karate Gentleman. How many pages is that? It's 200 pages. It was like 2 for the second one for the second one. So you the biggest mistake you can make would be to submit something that was not right for that particular show. So you really want to get the actual submission requirements for that show and then do it. That's the best. This guy knows about diversity considerably more than Anthony Jeselnik and Albert Jenkins. This is the spectrum of misogyny to lesbian for a lot. I only write for blogs. Was that 102? I guess technically and with that said, that's Matt Goldich. Everybody follow him on Twitter. Because I didn't get you to be an exciting second guess. Maybe for example, I was in Twitter and then Ron, you leave the story. Okay. Yeah, we'll see it in my friend Matt. Trey, we're done with you. Get out of here. Yeah, you're Trey will be back soon. He's always here. working and doing comedy, but most importantly, just trying to bang chicks. That's all he's into. Trey's one of those guys that like can't hide how much he loves women. So like if a strange girl walks by him, like having this happen a week ago, there's a group of us all hanging out in a circle, and a strange woman who nobody knew that was sort of, alright, cute, I guess, walked by. He's just in a conversation, he doesn't think anybody's looking, and he just dips right behind her, like the stalky walk. I'm picturing like a cartoon dog photo. Oh yeah, totally, exactly. And it was very creepy. I go, what the fuck are you doing? I couldn't help myself with immediately. I go, what are you doing? And he like snapped out. He's like, he gets so excited that he thinks nobody can see him. Alright, anyway, this is an exciting portion of the show. As people who followed along know, the legend of Sarah Mostajabi and Kim Congdon, two young rising female stand-up comedians who started stand-up basically in this room and have been progressively being built week by week in certain ways by whoever me and my friend is of that week. I'm very excited about this because we decided to lift Sarah's band her probation. She's temporarily on probation. Last week we kind of ran out of time, so you guys both did a good job. Right, yeah, you guys did 45 seconds each, so we were running out of time, which is why I purposefully put a few minutes here towards the end to be able to cover this, because it's a part of the show that I always like, and especially tonight I'm really excited about, because not only are they both going to get back to their usual full minute of material, but there's no competition. It's sort of organically, we're just gonna, unless they don't show, right? And then you hear that noise that somebody makes. There you go, the old dying dog at the end. So with that said, and also I'm very excited about this one because David is notoriously honest and aggressive. Aggressive would be an understatement towards women. Sometimes nice, most of the time not so nice. Like God, he tries to remind them of their father that hated them. There was a reason. So with no further, what do they say, no dude, or something like that. Let's start off with the original female of Kill Tony. Here it is, go for Sarah Mostajabi. She's known on Twitter, the infamous @Sarah Dratz, is an icon since episode 1.
So a couple of weeks ago, when we second time on the show, I was told that my last name, Mostajabi, which is a Persian name, was too intense. In my defense, I haven't screamed out jihad since my last orgasm. So, it's not really my fault. Although I get it, legend has it that if you say my last name 3 times in the dark, my dad shows up in a Cosby sweater and a white BMW and chokes you to death with a gold chain. Although you think he's wearing a Cosby sweater, he's not. He's just not wearing a shirt. And that hairiness runs in the family, right down to me. I have to shave my body with a sickle. Alright,
Okie dokie. Well, you really are hitting those stereotypes pretty hard.
My dad is an engineer, my uncle owns a liquor store, and my dad owns a tobacco. My other uncle owns a tobacco shop. Kind of like a notoriously stereotype.
I mean, even the things that you just said right then give you opportunities for better premises than saying that he's actually wearing a sweater. It's like, you gotta go one deeper. You know what I mean? David, you essentially saying, well, the Hoover Derby. That's a real question. Nobody's answered that yet. Golden, do you know? Watch. I thought that you did pretty good. You could have went into more at the beginning when you said you said jihad in the bedroom. You know, it's probably been a million times, but you can say like you were bomb dig up or something like that. You could probably go into that more. You only used 40 seconds of a minute. She seems very comfortable on stage. Yeah. I've been usually very comfortable in reading because they're used to being stared at. And then they kind of don't get any better. They're just getting crazy. For no reason.
As a result of the elevated level of nuclear
The name was Kajabi. If you were fucking ticket in entertainment, never else I with that. There were always going to be fucking opportunities for brown women. So if I were you, I wouldn't necessarily hammer the stereotype so hard. I would do the ridiculous thing where people talk about their family and do that fucking stupid accent.
I don't think you could.
You wait, wait, hold on. You don't do that, and then you just did 45 seconds about screaming. Listen, I'm not back. Look,
I've been in this for a fucking month, so I would appreciate some actual advice and less dick holery. That would be cool.
it wasn't even Dick Holy when I was at really wasn't. I'm saying, sure, where are you going? Oh man, you're on double probation watch. You better get back on stage, young lady. They think it's what the fuck? Yeah, it's like angry.
Do you really think that I should do like where I make like the Persian dad voice?
Honestly, isn't that what your dad sounds like?
No, I mean it's just so many, especially Persian people.
Okay, and they're not talking about the sweater and the jihad. I mean, you hit every single stereotype. It's unbelievable. So you're saying that one stereotype's bad and one
The only two other Persian comics I've seen that both did that, so that's why I didn't do it.
did what?
The voice, like
Yeah, so you did the only thing that you saw them do.
I did something I hadn't seen them do.
always thought
But
that
you didn't. But you have seen them all make Harry jokes and shaming jokes. Something on fire.
you become a better person. Shuts us.
No, what we have is this team of general managers and imaginary father working on that.
Now becomes
No question, that's great.
level of serious.
Oh, they won. Fuck, you had a great first round. Did you watch? Oh, come on. Anyway, Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
We're talking about a home run derby that's going to be in 2 weeks before anybody hears this. Sarah, you seem furiously angry. You're just like giving us these looks like we're supposed to be blown away by Dragon.
No, just the last.
The fact that he asked you to do the voice is what offends you this much.
About
Because I'm going to go into it.
I don't think it will make this stand up, so why don't we go into it? What is it that he said that offended you so much?
Just our previous interactions and his general disposition toward me, I just don't appreciate it. And so when it just come out of his mouth, it just gets me off. I'm sorry. I have a fucking vagina. I'm sensitive. Like, what do you want from me? Like,
Anyway, that's not an excuse. I was lying. I was a child. Yeah, exactly. And that guy has had more in his ass than anybody. Honestly, he's hungry. Yeah, he's able to take the criticism and respond to that.
what do you criticize?
Well, why didn't we criticize him? Because it was fucking great. All right, great job. How are you? She's a newer comedian. However, I just think it's important to stay open-minded and not get angry. You want to make friends in this business. Take it from me. Yeah. There you go. There's Sarah Tajabi at Sarah Dresses. Yeah, just don't look me in the eye when you see it in the audience. Just right. Yeah. And don't try to make up for it quickly. Just be weird. Yeah. It just gets meaner the second. Yeah. Well, I'm excited because this is the awesome. This is one of my awesome new fun things. Is she replaced Sarah when Sarah missed her spot, and she actually started stand-up comedy on the show. Very cool chick. Your hands are gonna hurt. Kim Fun and
If there's one thing I hate about kids, it's everything. And I think that's because my mom had a home daycare when we were younger. And kids are such smart asses. We had this one little girl, she was a little black girl. She had Daddy said we will die. The fuck? Like, I don't even know how to get into Askanisha. It's time to take a nap. You would like me to take a nap? I'm like, no, I'm not gonna make you take a nap. And with that being said, I don't know what the fuss is about abortion. Everyone's freaking out about it. I'm saying if you get pregnant, give it a try, have the kid. You change your mind in a few years, you can always post abort in Florida. I hear it's legal there.
Yeah, but always adorable, always likable, with a smile and fun.
That was great. Really outstanding.
Yeah,
Thank you. The voice was excellent.
yeah.
I mean, we can all take a lesson. Just everybody, is that, can we please get another hand for it?
Very impressive.
It's beyond impressive. It shows you what could be done. You know, outstanding. That's what you know. It's so refreshing to see someone with talent on the stage. I just got one token. Thank you for letting me see that. It makes me feel so much better on the level of freedom.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you. I think the dry booger baby impression. You're not here. There's a standing ovation taking place right now. The cameras are picking that up. And high fives are happening. You're leaving. Dougie, what are you talking about? Podcast that you've been over, you just have to see that. I feel like everything is going to be about that. Okay, that was really good. And I'm so surprised. We still have to check out with the Patriot. We're going to get some of anything you want to plug or anything. Kim, by the way, what is your official Twitter handle?
It's Kimberly Conklin.
Right, Kimberly.
CONGDO.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Sarah Dresses. Of course, very notoriously followed.
I have like 46 followers now. So
You
it's,
know what?
yeah.
Maybe we get to 47.
I hope
And how have you been doing spots other places since you started your 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, I hosted yesterday and then shows yesterday. Yeah, this is like my 6th time.
Nice.
There she goes, Kim Condon. Awesome. Always a breath of fresh air. She's crushing. Love that. Love that. I don't know if I've ever heard anybody do the dry booger voice. Like you hear it in real life.
That voice was really good. I doubt was it racist? Probably, but still great. You know, it's kind of like the Zimmerman verdict. Was it racist? Sure, but did I agree every second? Yes, absolutely.
I grew up in a black neighborhood, and a prominently black neighborhood, and predominantly, yes, of course, I know it's immediately. Trust me, I'm just as much of an obsessive asshole as you are. Man, I've heard that noise so many times that I haven't heard it in forever.
I know that's great. That's really the voice is really good. And the fun was a name. You know, if that wasn't a real name, I feel like they could put you over maybe black names.
David, what are you doing? Anything to promote your with this David Taylor on Twitter? Is that correct?
Yeah.
This David Taylor, spelled exactly like that. This David Taylor this David Taylor on Twitter. As always, so much fun to hang out with you. So much fun having me for.
Thank you so much.
Can't wait to hear the feedback on this. Iron Patriot. Anything coming up? Anything you want to promote? He's at Comic Patriot on Twitter. Any last words before you knock over your own microphone? This is the only show you do here.
You're not unbelievable.
Yeah.
Look at what
Yeah.
Look at what he's done. And now what is what I do?
Oh my God.
The majority of the city so the police and now when he says
Another
this,
company left me next year.
but
Because I wasn't being
the
named.
more I grow in life, the more I grow in life, the more still I have to do
There
like
you go.
that.
There he is, the
But the
Comic
more I
Patriot.
grow in life, the more
Iron Patriot. He's at Comic Patriot on Twitter again. And shout out to Attitude City Films for hanging out, producing, taping, being a fun friend. Sarah Dresses, Kim Condon, Josh Martin. Everybody, thank you. Thank you, Toronto, again, because I'm an amazing fucking weekend for listening.
right?
Here's
I
some
think
of the
that
jerseys to wear them with pride and proud. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next week.
So now we're trying to the Sugar Board again in the 5782. So the Gemara meaning dependent on well, did you connect the idea again or not? which to some extent can actually do nothing to yeah, leader. And the creative not only did you grow, so let's say you're like the opposite. That the more you grow, the less you have to worry about the past.
Fuck yeah.
The more
How exciting. Wow, it's good to be here again. How you guys doing out there? Holy shit, this is a big crowd for a Kill Tony episode. It's very exciting. Word's getting around. I love it. Hi everybody, welcome. Fuck yeah. Big weekend this past weekend, right? Yeah. Brian was at Comic-Con in San Diego and leading the Death Squad regime into the American Comedy Company for big midnight shows. I was in Corpus Christi, Texas by myself doing gigs there. That's like near, that's like in the middle zone, right? It's actually further east. Yeah, it's right by the Gulf of Mexico, Texas. So, yeah, it's right there with Salinas from there. They have this big statue of Selena right across from where I was staying. Selena, no, the original Selena. Her full name was just Selena. She was like the Mexican Madonna. And she got shot and killed. And she's like, yeah, it's like it's a big deal. Oh, hey, everybody, you Iron Patriot is here, obviously. Holy shit. This guy really knows how to, he's like Ed McMahon with Tourette's. What were you saying? Well, I didn't introduce you yet. We're at the part of the podcast where the son of a bitch. You know, we always say hello, we talk about our weekend, and we check in with you. Look at you over there. People have been hitting you up on Twitter so much. You're speaking up. There you go. Luckily, it still fits in that iron helmet. So the statue of her, is it like just like she's laying down on the ground? No, they actually made the statue when she was alive. Oh, I mean, like they made it of her alive. They didn't take the part where she was a corpse and make a stone image of that. But that would be something. They probably get like more press or whatever. Yeah, they need to do more dead statues. It's true. Why do they always try to encapsulate these heroes in the greatest moments when they can get them in their clothes? Yeah, or it could just be like a funeral. You're seeing them like when you didn't get to go to the funeral, you can see what they look like dead. Yeah, like they're just resting. I'd love to see like a decomposing statue of John Lennon or something. Or a statue, I guess the wording would be the statue of a decomposing John Lennon. There you go. So Iron Patriot, Iron Patriot is here, everybody. Put your hands together. Yeah, and there was tons of you guys out there, and it was really comforting to be around them because I felt like it was you. Yes. And you were the only one that I know that has a voice modulator, though. So like you come up to this really badass guy, like there's one guy that had like this huge turret that would like rotate like it was shooting and stuff like that. And he comes up with, oh hey, that's costume. He's like, thanks. You know, it's just. But no, it was really cool. Again, are you excited about all the announcements that you know? Yeah, people have been telling me I've read some things on the internet. I looked at a bunch of costumes. There's a lot of people doing cosplay. Where were you there? It's hard enough for me to make it here. I don't think I can make it to the city. I didn't have a ticket. If I had the paper invitation, I might go. You know that you can't travel places and you don't have to wear the suit, right? I know. So those of you that don't know, the Iron Patriot suit is so fucking like real and crazy that he has to take the bus here from where he lives because he can't sit down in the suit. That's not a joke. Literally, like if you offered him a ride, he wouldn't be able to take it. He has to stand up the entire way. So the only way he can do it is by getting on the bus. And the fun fact is, they never charge him. No, they would buy me one time. I was in Dallas, standing on the bus. I tried to go like this. And they just keep going. My buddy's here, Matt from portblasters.com. And if we get a mic on, I don't know what a portblaster is.
No, this is exciting.
He started the company, I believe it was 92 or 93. 2001. 2001? But it's those cars that have like train words in them. You know, where you're like, what the fuck was that? You know, yeah. Wouldn't it be awesome if he had that like somehow attached to him?
Patriot makes some great noises. The what? This is going everything in reality. I didn't realize that we're floating in infinity. Consciousness is always showing us what we want to see and truly believe. Wow, those are some new ones, by the way. First of all, for those of you again that don't know, the Patriot is also notorious for his marijuana-induced deep thoughts. He's very philosophical at times. All right, some are better than others.
I am the cyber sexy sex vibrator Steve. I am bigger than the big gold ladies for you. I am Godzilla, but I've been circumvented as I've been previous to hackers for video grams. Supersonic, sex machine, supersonic, sex machine. Supersonic sex machine, because that's what I am.
I could definitely see him on Broadway. I mean, not inside any of the theaters, but outside on the sidewalk, too.
That is fucking amazing right there. That was awesome. That was creepy. Function on the plane. They come to America. Never coming back again. They come to America.
All right, Patriot. That's we know that you know some songs. We get it. We get it.
Okay, well, thanks for letting me carry on this.
Look at that.
Fucking love you, man.
Matt, remember this guy? He makes these videos where he's just driving down the street and just honks it and records the people like fucking shitting themselves. And you still have my portblasters.com. Yeah, it's an auto. Did you ever got in trouble for that? Like, I don't say I'm full last name.
What happened? You caused an accident or something? Or did your dog have a seizure?
Some hearing loss.
Really?
I happen to have a baby elbow,
They sell your
son
license
of
or something.
So is it technically legal to have that? Like, there's no law against it. It's so fucking fun though. Yeah, it's like watching people react to it. It's one of my favorite things.
I love that. I love shopping. I saw one of the funnier videos I've ever seen in my life. I can't remember what it was, what the actual thing is. Somebody in this room might know, but they did this prank on people where they put this scary little girl in an elevator.
Oh yeah. It's awesome.
I must have been the last person to see this, but I mean, it was unbelievably fucking hilarious. So they put this little creepy girl on the other side of a panel, and people get on an elevator, and they hit the floor, and the elevator stops, and the light goes out, and this little girl comes out of the panel of the elevator, so all of a sudden she's in the elevator, just standing there, and the light flips on her. It's some shit. It's unbelievable. So check that out if you have. Suffice to say, it's a funny fucking video. That means you have to watch it, right? Because I hate everything. And you do is I have love to impression.
That's always decided on the
Me and Ari Shafir had this thing where this guy gave me a box of stuff that he created called liquid ass. And he was in college, he created because he was a scientist, and that was his college project. And it's like one little teardrop of it makes the whole place smell like fucking shit. Like, it's just disgusting. So I had boxes of them. I'm not going to like use that much. So me and Ari took all this money, like dollars, and just drenched it and put them like on the ground. And if we recorded it from a car in the car, we never released it. video. I think it might be on Desktop Podcast somewhere, like where I showed it, but we didn't release the video because what happened is only kids picked it up. And so it'd be like a family like, Mommy, look! And then the kid starts crying and wipes it all over its face. And then it got bad, so we decided to like take it somewhere else because we're getting kind of nervous because there's all these kids wiping everything.
Well, the baby, after it finds money, is still in front of you guys and starts crying at the same time. And so it's wiping its face with the dollar bill.
And so we decided to move because we didn't want to get in trouble if we felt bad. And so we went to Burger King and same thing. This old man wearing a camo thing. It's a little one. Like I'm supposed to pick it up. And the guy like take like no stop. And then he goes and picks it up and then puts it down and then kicks it into a puddle of water. Then he turns around and he only had one arm. He was a bit so we decided to stop and we had recorded it. We were like, this is not good to me.
Oh my god.
But then the animation was out of control and we never got to too many parts where you couldn't move and stand like this and we just kind of got stuck because people were like, oh man, Paradise and shit. But at one point where this girl was dressed up as Finn from Adventure Time with like the really short shorts that Finn, by the way, is a boy character in a kid's cartoon. Like as an Asian, a tall Asian wearing it, it's fucking hot as hell. It's like a tranny somehow or something. It's badass. But she's like stuck next to me and my hand was just like constantly like touching her like leg part of some kind of skin right there. And I was like, wow, this is awesome. Like, look at this. And it's suddenly this big fat guy in front of me wearing nothing. He's on the speedo. It wasn't a real costume. He just like was like, oh, I can do the rest, you know. So like, he kept like backing up, and so like, that was his thing. Like he just there to like crowds where you can just touch other people. That's what his costume was. Crazy pervert. Jesus. And then so they brushed my dick. I thought it was the Asian, and I looked up as Wolverine.
Wolverine's gonna brush your dick. It's good that you made it out safe.
Comic-Con, by the way, best party ever. Fuck Damien, fuck all the Comic-Con, other girls, just amazing.
It's still haven't made it there, but I bet it's just filled with adorable little Asian girls just covering up their mouths and giggling. I just pictures like just tons of cameras and flashes, Asians, chicks.
A lot of Iron Patriot type people like crazy. That's why I bought a new bathroom.
One of the cooler things I saw on Reddit yesterday was that Ray Granson, I don't know if you guys saw this, but look it up, it's hilarious. He wore a Heisenberg mask and was walking around all of Comic-Con dressed as Heisenberg. I mean, it looks exactly like Heisenberg, but it's, I guess, a mask you can buy. And so then, it's him, it's his character in Breaking Bad. So he's wearing his own mask, right? But he's totally mingled with all these people. Just walking around wearing it the whole time. And then they're doing the panel, they call him up, he comes out of the crowd, dressed like that, he takes off the mask and looks exactly like the whole place goes crazy. And it was that guy's fucking cool and just and professional. Before I find out Ryan Cranston got really agility, you have to be able to play that fucking guy in Breaking Bad and the dad from Malcolm in the Middle. That's fucking crazy. Like, there's a lot of great actors, but they're not. Like, you think of De Niro, but it's always De Niro, and you think of Walken, but he's always playing Walken. There's actors that just play the same roles, and I'm sure they're great roles, but it's agility. The fucking guy's intense anyway. Looking forward to the return of the sponsored by Four Blasters and Breaking Bad, by the way. Well, I'm excited about tonight's guests, and I'm very excited to bring them up and get this party started. In no particular order, the first guy I'll bring up, I've known him for years. We are back in the Grim Assassins together late at night. This is a real comedy warrior. He does tons of spots. He opens up for Rob Schneider. He tours the country. One of my funniest friends for more than 6 years. Marianne's gonna come out now. Hello, say hello, everybody. And also another amazing stand-up comedian
This guy caught my attention when he came on the scene a few years ago, just being absolutely hilarious. And one of the things that blew my mind about him was that he was always doing a different set completely. He wrote more new material constantly, but not only I was noticing every time I posted, it would be a different 3 minutes. Soon that became my intro for him, and we became great friends. I think he's the future of Saturday Night Live, and one of the best impressionists I know. And another one of my funniest friends is Jeremiah Watkins. Exciting because you guys come from two totally different spectrums of comedy, in my opinion. What Earl has a dark, evil, fun, joke style, grounded, just beat him with jokes, and change directions, and just crushing, with standing there and being just like almost like a statue. Jeremiah's flying around the stage, being just a goofball. So I'm excited about this chemistry to have you two guys on. My funnier friends. What's going on, guys? No mercy. Fuck yeah. Earl, how long have you been doing stand-up? 13 years. Jungles. Jeremiah? I've been doing stand-up for about 3 years and improv for 7 years. Yeah, you're like big in the improv world, right? Yeah. I still like to keep up. Did the second stand-up program, done some classes around things, and I try to do at least handful of times a month. Yeah. I've seen both of their asses before. Really? Oh yeah, Red Band definitely has. They've seen my ass. Oh jeez. I do a great Buffalo Bill impression. Yeah. It's one of the funnier things that happens late night here sometimes. Like I said, Earl and our friendship usually is based from 1 in the morning and later. For the last, over 6 years, you forgot. I got here, so. Yeah. And we've always been late night dwellers. We've always played in the band together with Don Barris, which we used to do a lot more often a couple of years ago, where we just played airplay, basically music for hours and hours. Big time. Sometimes we watch the sun come up. But, there's some crazy stuff that happens here late at night. I highly recommend it. Yeah, that's one of my favorite things of this podcast. So yeah, it's one of the funnier things, especially like if there's a comedian on stage that we know that's just doing terribly. That's always the best case scenario for this. He goes behind the black curtain and back here walks in a comedian can't see, right? And he comes out with his dick tucked between his legs, like an angel, and just slowly scoops up behind the curtain. And the part what's great is the person who's on stage thinks that they're getting this gigantic laugh from their material because they'll wait usually until like it's a perfect time, and the place just erupts because the person's like, oh, thank you, oh, you like that one, huh? And some part where it really starts dying of laughter because they don't realize that we're laughing at the naked guy behind him. This was this guy's performance. So every time I was talking about my dad, just killing, just standing there. Next time he does the same set, and he comes up to me with this girl and over there, last night I killed him with the same jokes. My dick wasn't behind you. That's fucking awesome. And Jeremiah, what about Jeremiah is I just cannot picture where Saturday Night Live existed a few years ago without thanks. I don't know how many of you know, but his impressions are unbelievable. Mr. Jeremiah. There you go. Unbelievable. Hilarious. Always original characters. Always fun. Adrian, what do you know about these two guys? I went on the internet, I put down the impressions again. There was one of them was Justin Bieber, one was Justin Timberlake. Yeah. And you're very skilled at that. Thank you. I appreciate it. Although you picked two guys with the same name and pop stars, but my dad's in the acting. Oh, nice. Mr. Watkins.
عشان خلصنا على
Actually,
عرب
I've never seen his
بعدهم
face. I've been working 7
بعدهم
episodes.
بعدهم in لعبوا بعدهم. So the concept literally means is following. That before any of these legislations or ordinances or grants began to grow, why didn't it grow? Because Section had not yet brought ready, but remember again, before it's the politically necessary
Tinder yet?
was literally sitting
It's
right
this application where it shows a girl and you can either like
top
it
of the
or
ground,
hate her.
ready
And
to
you go
come
through
out.
her photos,
Why
and
didn't
if
it
you
come
like
out?
it, it puts it in this pile, and then
Because the
she
authorities did
looks
not
at it and likes your picture,
Why
and
did
then it makes a chat room so you can talk to that person. Wow. And
they
so
not
when
why
you
did
things
the
that
government
get
not yet
binging,
really
disturbing on a
raise?
weekend,
Again,
is figuring out that all you do is you just like every single girl
بعضهم
who gives your
عين
chances. So
لعبوا
we're now addicted to it. I'm averaging about
When there was
5,000
no
per
man,
hour.
yes, no head
By the way, what this means is now the entire time Brian's out at night, by the way,
and
we're all
Rashi
hanging,
says,
and there's a chance where if
Rashi
she was
says,
right in
if
front of him,
Rashi
he could meet a
had
great
died in
girl.
the fire of the
He's too
RS,
busy staring at his phone, pushing this button all the time, waiting for some Tinder
فلسه
whore
بعد
to come
صدر
find him.
العظام
And it's
you
nearly
know,
gonna
here's
find a 10 on Tinder.
again, Rashi says, so why was another case? Well, we didn't call you today. I invite you to my same concentrate. It's not coming here. It's the Adam Ayin La'adol Adam. That is not the distribution for the church. So how Adam judges from God, the Olam, to follow others. Ultimately, again, so that's the thing. There wasn't it was only one second of Hava, you're able to daven.
Fuck yeah. Well, what do you guys say we get this party started? As always, we have a ton of comedians that have signed up. I think we set a record tonight. Comedians come up and they do 1 minute each. In 60 seconds, they are made aware of running over their time by the famous happy hour.
Someone to care. Stop. To never
Stop. It might get so it's Hollywood there.
That's right. It starts off soft with a little kitty meow, but if you go too far over, whatever you do, you don't want to have to make the Patriot make his famous noise when people miss their spot being blacklisted. So there you go. Any of these things can happen at any given moment. You never know what's going to happen. We have a huge bucket of comedians. I'm so excited. The energy in this room is great. You guys ready to get this thing started? Fuck yeah. All right. Well, we're loading buckets. Lucky number one. David Liu. Oh, David Liu. Oh my God.
No respect.
David Liu. Here we go. I was there. What? You got it.
That's one of the ways. Right? For everything else, I saw like, I hope. Without prayer, I could just as easily so on their own. With love, I recognize that this, the things that I have in life are only because of the wonderful. Therefore, for nothing. So the powerful is not going to bring about bracha. You're going to be ready to without true love. Because when the bracha doesn't accomplish what it's supposed to do. But you do this so recognize that
I love the timing on that. He did a little head turn and the cat meowed. It's like he knew exactly what 60 seconds was.
I know. You figured that out. You've been working on that
represents
timing.
theological awareness of this episode.
Fuck yeah, racism is always
And there's
you're Asian, so you get to talk about, yeah, that's
everything
fine.
that's part of the job.
Does your girlfriend have any friends?
You know, that is the right outcome. To give an example of this. Sivas ve Elio.
She has a
Volturi ve Elio hanımlar. İlk kısımdayız. Tekrar olarak seni para. Late Sivas ve Extra Motor Admayı
No,
hazır.
man, there's
Bunun
some
için
great changes that goes with buys the end.
Alfa güvercin Elio.
They're not getting those from their shifts over at Spa Day.
if they're traditional Koreans,
We'll hold the whole discussion. But maybe that should be decided to that's a guess of the key
I'll look for a
is
cell phone.
something
What animation are you?
go ahead and change it out there.
You're going to be the guy that we all go to.
They got the ring. This is called it's gonna rain. That's not my stuff. Yeah, I think you know.
And have you ever known another?
Although the most
Have you ever known anybody
that
that
you
actually
have
has
answered by yes and one of the years, it's
You
the
can have all
death
these
some
questions that
one
we're
of the
asking
years
more
in
races.
Parliament. You know about the kilo action of yes, and you want to have the same area. Remember the other channel and what the
We're also
students
having
are
flashbacks right now to last week.
why is that? Why is alumni
Is that true? Get the fuck out of here. That's real? Fuck yeah, David, that's all really funny shit. Keep doing your thing, man. That's awesome. That's great. That's it. Dave on Twitter, LIU Dave. Talking about racism.
That's
Awesome. Your next comedian, Josh Martin, everybody, aka the worst producer of any podcast ever. He's one of the producers of the Kill Tony podcast, but he sets things up terribly, and he does a mic check, and he has a speech impediment. Josh Martin, everybody.
Guys, I call it's great. I love my new place.
I get all the rest of the merits. I get all but without the kilo, the ruffles don't come. Without the kilo, the ruffles don't come. Again, the reason for that is because the ruffles are
I'm actually lying about everything I just said.
I recognize it comes from
It's just my
the
vaccine.
ruffles are only meaningful if they use the closing bond.
There he is, a 60-second suicide note, everybody.
How is that bond go?
I think,
Everything that happens is going
Fucking doubt about it. On the topic underneath this, this sign-up sheet, it says dick pills. Next time I see it, it better be WEENAH. Weena pills. Did you do that same bit last week? Jesus, really?
That's always the deal out
All right, well, you're on 2-week probation.
2-week probation.
Yeah. There's tons of comedians here trying to get up. You're the one that puts the names in the bucket. How many fucking Josh Martins can there be to 6 mil? I just picked two. All right. There he goes, everybody. Josh Martin. It's not going to get better than the Weena pills. There's no bunch of we can do that. That's it.
There's nothing wrong with taking dick pills.
He's great. That's my little tiny pal, Josh Martin, at Josh Martin Comic on Twitter.
I'm just surprised he just did the same joke, just wasted.
I know, it makes no sense.
sense whatsoever. You're here.
1 minute, man. You can do it. You joke.
If this was a, if it was,
Yeah, talk about waiting for something.
I didn't even think of it that way. Just the fact that he's like trying to work out that specific 60 seconds. I was just wondering why you would want people that listen to this. I think he's doing it as like a press thing so that he can have a bunch of people just tweeting like, what a fucking idiot, 2 weeks in a row, dumbass. You're gonna get a lot of that.
You should do a Schwarzenegger impression. Oh, that'd be killer. Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Be killer, alright. Anyway, your next comedian, I just put that in the bucket. I believe that says Melissa Shoshaki. Fresh out of the body. Look at that. That's a door swung open. I love it.
All right, starting. So I'm seeing a guy right now that I met off Tinder, right? He is so hot. He is so hot that you almost forget he doesn't have a car. You know? And I get so mad at myself because, like, I'm stuck in traffic, like, trying to pick his scrub ass up, and I'm, like, so mad at myself. I'm like, oh my god, I cannot believe I'm putting myself in this situation. I cannot believe it. And I see him at the bus stop. I'm like, oh my god, get in. Hot. But here's the thing, because he doesn't have a car, but he doesn't have a job. That makes me nervous. And like I asked him the other day, I was like, so what did you do? He's like, yeah, I had a meeting with a client. Okay, what else did you do? He's like, yeah, I sent out an email. Like, you just sent out an email as something productive done today?
Just like
Here it is, 60 seconds. Fuck yeah. I got confused there because you said you met him on Tinder. But then, what about the bus stop? He told you to pick you up at a
right.
Right. Did you say that you found him at the bus stop?
No, I picked him up.
At the bus stop? Oh, so he told you, like, via the Tinder chat, he's at a bus stop. Is that what you're saying? I'm asking you. I'm confused.
I'm just thinking that I want to, but I'm like at a bus stop.
When you said the bus stop thing, what did you say? How did you say it? What did you say?
I go, I get so mad at myself. I see
Because it sounds like you're talking about two different guys or something. You said, but you say you met him on there, and then it seems like you're meeting him again at a bus stop. It's like you used to be over.
Yeah, they're two different things.
Yeah. It just seems like there's Whoa.
You can see the whites above her eyes.
Oh, your feet are exposed on the Patreon as a foot fetish. This is the part of the show where I let him judge one of the female comedians' feet. Oh, there you go. What nationality are you? So that washing the feet thing, that's like once every few months, right? Anyway, Patreon, what do you think? Patreon, what do you think about her feet? Can you see out of it? There you go. Yeah, and nothing feels better massaging your feet than fiberglass. So, how long have you been on stand-up? In LA? How long have you been in LA?
But ultimately,
Wild.
Well, I've been held back before,
part of the trip to catch them ultimately in soil and that no rich in
What did you study in college?
communication.
Really?
Yeah, there's one job communication.
So what did you do?
That's why Tinder's so much easier. You just have to go. fucking love it. I like your style. Okay, you guys have anything for publicity?
You remind me of a Persian wedding. No, I'm sure that's a compliment. She's like, the biggest compliment in the world. You can tell.
Yeah, I can see you're like Whitney Gibrani. That's awesome. You give the best of both very successful worlds. Yeah. And I see that. I don't know if you'll be the face of NBC, but I'm sure Al Jazeera is looking for something. It's gonna be great. That's another Whitney reference, guys. Put your hands together for Melissa. It's at Mel Show. Great job.
Good job.
Follow her on Twitter at Mel Show. Yeah, pretty sure Warren Blasters just found a new date for them.
I don't want
This fucking magician's got the puppy and everything. This guy's just fucking chick me. He's got a little puppy and a service vest. That's a new name I haven't heard before. Put your hands together for Norman Towns.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to be part of this. I don't want to be associated with this.
This is what you should do. Has anyone ever asked somebody what they do, and they tell them everything what they do?
This is
Somebody
something
else,
I
somebody else, like, yo, what do you do? He's like, oh, you know,
stylish stuff. Hopefully, you're embarrassed about the things.
Success. I'm like, okay, can you put this on an application? Like, what do you do? He's like, yo, just still doing it. Just get it. Got it. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Like, you gave me a business card. Everybody has business cards there. You gave me a business card and a business card. I said, put your name on it. I was like, success. But that's how it is, man. I love being in LA though, because in LA, people have more connections for you than for themselves. Still like, I ain't walk by Applewood's from chocolate thunder, so I can try everything. Where do you work at? Just a question. I'm like, so you have the connections? Go ahead.
60 seconds. Fuck yeah. That's a funny shit. How long have you been doing stand-up? Wow. It's incredible. And you're from here in LA? Wow. You started out here?
Yeah, I started out.
Yeah, you have a great charisma, great cadence, and that's fucking some funny stuff. Yeah, that's funny shit. What do you do?
Well, I work at a beach camp right now. Like, I hang out with little kids at a beach camp, and then it's a summer job. That's what you do.
What are you saying? This guy's a pedophile?
It's possible. It's funny. Personality traits.
Because I can't believe I did this. I don't want to do this. I want to be so This is not who I am. This is who I want to be. This is how yeah, we should.
That's hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. You should definitely take that and talk about that. Yeah, what you're doing for that summer job is what's fun is, you know, only you can talk about that. And there's so much more to that. Working at a summer camp, building sandcastles, like you smoke pot. What's the fun in building sandcastles? I go to sleep in my face. You're not smoking pot. Wow. That's kind of really? Really?
Make a weird face.
I think you're hanging out with me.
Therefore, again, obviously, the opposite of that is
Yeah, that's a bumper. You would not even smoke like indica and stuff, probably. Why would
they talk
rich
more
kids,
than
when they make sandcastles in parks, they have homes?
So it's such a thing, I think, therefore,
What?
Right?
Why would they?
Because
It's so rich that that's not going to happen.
that's this big house, most of the road, after you go to the
I like how sandcastles was the first thing you said when we asked you.
again, it's no confusion.
Like, no, I said Nick. He said Nick, and he agreed. Oh, okay.
I mean, it's something
Wow. There's a job. That's a great job. I guess. Wow. I've never heard a black guy say that before. Yeah, no, just looking out to the ocean, swimming around. It's almost like they're dropping it like as a credit. Man, what they like to do, just swim and shit. Not eat watermelon, It's a joke about stereotypes. Earl also has this knack for going, whoa, and starting awkward moments. Alright, what's the other part? In the opposite direction. Norman Towns doing this 8 fucking months. You're a fucking killer, dude. Jeremiah, you have anything you want to say to him? Jeremiah's from Kansas, so he doesn't know how to talk to black people. There's black interaction. That's right. It's fun. At Norman Towns on Twitter. There you go. Very likable. Extremely. Fuck yeah. Towns got that guy. He's gonna oh my god. This fucking guy. Face of AIDS. Jesus Christ. His door guy here is also one of the gayest human beings ever. I mean, he'll be the first to tell you how huge of a flaming homosexual this guy is, which I have no problem with on the shirt. Annoyingly gay. And this is his name. It's Ricky Luna. Hey, how's it going? So I'm gay. I'm so gay. My favorite color is balls. I've been in love one time, and for me, love is like the Holocaust. Never forget, never again. It was Thanksgiving, and I was with my boyfriend, and he looked me square in the face, and he said, I'm gonna get you to stick your fist in my ass. I said, you have disgusting dick. 2 months later, and the best thing about fisting is that when your fist is lodged in another person's body, you can feel their heart beating. And that is so romantic. Okay, that's it. There's a lot of interesting shit going on there. I love the fact that he's telling you he wants to be fisted at Thanksgiving for no reason and never comes back again. Video games. Wow. He's kind of gross. Yeah, you can feel it. Yeah, it's real. Oh my god. DJ, pretty much Philadelphia. I've never seen that before. Like, do you like stick it in like this, and you go straight and then turn it like a, you get it like this, you go like that, and then you climb under when it's inside. I think this is an act. For those of you listening and you don't want to be watching, Iron Adrian had something to say. It's Thanksgiving, that's literally still a turkey. Yeah, so there you go. Yes. Yes.
Go ahead and repeat right, for example, you could take
what do you think about the Iron Patriot? You're so gay that I want to know if you hook up with the Patriot. Like, what type of work would you go through? I like furries, I like yiffing and all that, and this is kind of like weird, like cosplay stuff. So yiffing, dude. You don't know what yiffing is? No. It's like when 2 furries get together, they don't have sex. Their sex act is called yiffing.
totally.
So it's like they pull out the
So I
gems.
understand how this is true, and it's ability.
So always smell the crotch
Right?
area.
I can make my way.
Yes.
That idea, every idea, every idea, big and small, comes with a face.
Wow. Oh yeah, he's
But
very
funny
masculine.
again,
He looks
so
like
what's
those are my favorite colors.
you know, I can do that.
Yes, I
With,
did.
what's the word?
Yeah, you did. Yeah. You didn't know that was going on, did you?
Forgiveness. I do that. Clemency. I thank you. No, so I think it's fine. I should give it my
About Bobby Lee is he just pulls down his pants and takes a photo and I also took a photo because
I act
I just did this in the parking lot outside.
never forget about trying to get
He's
into
done it. It's pulled out his pants on Comedy Central.
I see them like another level. But the notion is so that
I guess proper sense. Ricky, you're right, and are you really dirty? Like, oh, I guess it's like yeah, I'm trying to get actually trying to do cleaner stuff.
We'll pick up with the
If he wants to talk about cleaner stuff, but he also wants to talk about his real life. So those two things sort of conflict. I need to step out of my comfort zone. Yeah, maybe talk about belching or something. Belching. I don't do that. I also am pretty dirty and I have a lot of clubs and audiences that hate that. And there is ways to like still do the same material, I think, but I'll just make it seem a little bit more cuter instead of more like, I just said that. Right. You know what I mean? Right. Yeah, because the thing is, I have to do is like, I get a little fisty poo. Yeah. I mean, like, you just make it adorable. Yeah. I mean, just kidding. That's not gonna work. I love it. That's Ricky Little. Ricky Little. There you go. A lot of Comedy Store employees and former employees. Well, yeah, this guy's cool as fuck. Very fun to watch. Young rising stand-up comedian. We're getting together for my pal Teddy Ray. Oh, Teddy Ray. What's up, yo? Are you blind? Listen, you didn't mention this when you mentioned you mentioned that I was standing next to my Hollywood Boulevard's friends. Not water. It's a What's wrong? Just pretend like it's not there. Were they afraid of that? Did you ever run into the Iron Man at some point? You have like bad memories? Having flashbacks to your experience with Tony Stark or something? No, man. It's cool. I'm good. Here he is. Teddy Ray, everybody. Here he is. Start it over. Alright, I'm gonna get into it. I'm broke, making money. Bitches. That's pretty much where I'm going. I don't know, people think I need like their help with getting bitches. That's not what it is. Thank you. I have people come to me and they say, Teddy, I got the perfect girl for you. It's never the perfect girl for me. She's always a female version of me.
Just for a moment.
If nobody else wants to fucking has it, what makes you think I do? I can really never be bad all by myself. Trying to be famous, that's something else. It's a trying to be famous. The thing is, Hollywood not gonna let me because I'm not sexy to them. To me, I am, but they like, nah, I'm cool. So, I gotta write this little movie to fit myself, you know what I'm saying? So I'm writing this movie, I don't know if anybody would like to see it, but it's called Norwood, a Untold Story of Prison. That's fucking funny. Oh yeah. Couple great fucking jokes. I think like a good side of it is we can already start making people laugh before you. Technically started it over, But I thought that was like part of what was exciting to do.
He says, however, Alejandro
This
Correa
was just a
had
bad part.
I love it. I just get a little concerned for the people that are listening. Yeah, that's fucking hilarious. How long have you been doing stand-up, Teddy?
There's 7 points of
Fuck yeah.
Love it.
Going up against Teddy. Yeah, I'm sorry about that,
Alright,
bro. It's my red name.
A person suffers inner
So
turmoil,
much fun.
That's stage
when a
presence.
person suffers
Yeah,
that
I like the stage
as a
presence.
result,
Teddy Ray, you're gonna be a fucking star here.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. This guy's a wilderness.
work of pursuit, but it's also a form of suffering. And that can be a form of suffering. That adverse methods that a person experiences the result of his thereof is also a form of suffering. It's also a form of repentance. Well, hey, I'm going to explain that
Oh, but look at that. Get the fuck out of here. Congratulations. That's so fucking awesome. That's so cool. How long are you gonna do it now? That is great, bro. Look at you. Did they still do Showtime at the Apollo? That's so I think they do, but they don't hear. Oh my god. Like they set it up, they have the cameras and everything.
I think I'm that ghetto.
It's just that unimportant. You got the voice. Wow, it's crazy now that I think about it because that was like the original back. But it was just like a ghetto. That's an effort. Instead of there being, judges, it's just like a crowd that would just go crazy and do the shit out of it. Just a bunch of haters. Unbelievable.
That's a military sports too. They're just 3 douchebags judges too. And they're bringing it back.
And the icing on the cake is they would have somebody pull out the guy with the fucking hook thing or whatever.
They get your ass up. They say they're bringing it back. Are you talking about sultry? No, they're bringing back Carl Weathers.
You haven't gotten to do that joke in a while.
It's a debut. It was debut.
Really?
Fuck yeah.
I fucking love it. That's great.
Hello, Teddy. That's great. Teddy.
Alright, let's keep it moving. That's at Teddy Ray Comedy on Twitter talking about tiny money. Teddy Ray. Watch him on Comic View. When's that out, Teddy? Sometime in the fall. Keep watching BET, everybody. Keep watching BET and then you'll see it.
BET 227 episode. BET HD is more scary than me. Oh, Jesus.
Next comedian's name is Kyle Henson. I'm sure he's on here before. This guy's a goofball. I've seen that.
And then is embarrassed by what I made up. He's forgiven. And somehow the movement itself, the embarrassment itself, is the vehicle for sugar. Vehicle for sugar. And nevertheless, it says that bullshit self that you are almost out of the Gehenna. Everything is built up are related. According to the subject, why is it that Buddha has the ability to return? Because Buddha itself is the Gehenna. Gehenna, okay, I want to point out here. The difference between the dead and the Gehenna, unless the concept of hell, are very dramatically different.
Yeah, only doing 35 seconds. Now, you've been on here a few times, right? So, and I've been nice before, right? Yeah. Okay, let me tell you what I absolutely hated about what you just did. You mind?
That's the goal. Someone is to go right now. How do you think someone
There you go. You're raising your dick hanging out of your jeans right now. What is that?
Jesus.
Oh my god, what is that? Oh, Jesus. Oh god.
That's fun. The idea is that somehow the two shots get
Jesus, it's right in his face too.
And here, from a definition of that's true.
What I hated about what you just did is it your nephew you're talking about? You did an act out for him, and he's saying something that doesn't need an act out whatsoever. It seems like it wasn't real at all. So it's just, you're just getting people's attention. It's the thing that I hate the most about the stand-up comedians that I hate. Is they're going like this for no reason. Like Jeremiah does a lot of physical stand-up, but you don't notice it. It's the same with like our pal Jesus Trejo. Another unbelievable guy that moves around a lot, but he moves around a lot. And it's not, he doesn't, it's not like, yeah, yes, my nephew is and he's not like, talk like that, respond to the question.
Ten Spidey Spoiler, Zabisza honorowy trzeba głosy Syrian i chicken is about just sounds from the tomorrow. That whoever goes ahead and does something into the satisfies, the ultimately again is forgiven for all of his sins. Satisfies for him, he said this literally because the Usha, all the role Usha counts as true. We are embarrassed about the faith, that embarrassment in and of itself is the truth. So what's the Nigiri, Shabusha
Just hold in your incredible. You say it like there's not a hole in your heart. You're responding to me like, oh, there's a ketchup stain near the ankle of that. That would be like, all right, man, a few weeks I'll get sorted out. That's a perfect situation.
Our research said before is the tshuva. Said the Nigiri, why is Usha tshuva? Why is embarrassment over the faith? Why is that the tshuva?
Oh, look at this.
So the Nigiri says because the Usha is the equivalent of Chayaka, the equivalent of Lord. And as
Oh my God, that's
Raka, the Raka positive the Nigiri, is the soul, is the basis, is the foundation for this interesting idea. So first of all, let's look at the Nigiri, then we have to back it up a little bit. But just interesting enough, the Nigiri concept in this idea that Haraka, remorse, is the soul of truth, which is a fascinating idea as well. Makes sense. Let's say a person is not remorseful, say what? Say what? Then it was just a test. How do you know if you're really, if you really get
anything that
sometimes and the truth is there's two reactions I have. I'm not going to do it again because do I regret it? No, I don't regret it because it was very enjoyable. I know I can't do it again, but at the end of the day, I think so it becomes more like intellectual to us. The intellectual industry becomes a lot of times.
that all makes sense.
When
I mean, at least you're trying to stay in the
profound,
same
changes in their life,
you're trying to
and
grind
maybe
out
react
something
to
about the
the
bettering system,
it's hard to make to say that I regret it. That was who I was. That was who I was. So there's not a time like about there. There's almost like an intellectual level to it. I can't live like that.
after it
I
doesn't
can't
go
do
well,
that
you go, I
anymore.
didn't want
That
to
is
finish
the
that
sense
or else that's just going to be the
reward.
permanent punchline to the.
It's not about that. It really says that the true is that the Shiva is Haraka. Because if I'm remorseful,
Unless you're going to
regret
write the fire punchline.
regret is such a powerful emotion. What regret
There's something
says
adorable
is
about the fact that you follow the grooming of the
I
Arctic
wouldn't
Cafe
be
there at the end.
because I recognize that this action so fundamentally undermines who I am, what I want to be. I would have never done this. I would have never done this. If I could go back,
Derek and Aaron.
I if I could
Because
take
you
it
hit the
back,
notice into
I would. That,
no, 2 months in
I
a
love
minute,
to have remorse that I
5
ever
months and
did
just
this
keep
to
at it,
begin with.
stay in the
Because
pocket,
if
no,
that
the
is
joke's
so
not
true.
doing well, just
How do
fucking
you
finish
know
it anyway,
if you
work on
have
it later.
halakha, at least in the beginning projects?
And there's a lot of jokes that I went back to and rewrote because I thought it
If I'm embarrassed about
things and he was to do it.
that shows you I
There's a
regret
couple jokes back.
it. If I regret it,
The first
that's
joke
going
there
to
were
make me think that if I could
there's
take it back,
long stories. That's what I did. So
I
I was
would.
just trying to get the
If I
funny out.
could, but if I take it back, I would.
Trying to do one liner instead of doing what actually happened.
Sure. So we'll have to stop over for today. We're going to pick up. There's one more piece that we're going to see. Actually, more pieces. We're going to see what's Olam and the Malal, and then I'm going to see what's the Sharon and the Sunshine. We'll go ahead and look at these two pieces, and then we'll back into the subject idea of Olam.
But luckily, we didn't go there either. But I was afraid for him. Just be confident. Yeah, totally. You're already in the point. I mean, the guy before you was, saying the same type of stuff, and he was just moving around and nimbly bottling. So at least you're not doing that. So you don't have a hole in your jeans. It's true. Very true. There you go, Derek Gruber. Thanks, Gruber. Good job, man. Trying to keep flying through so many people. So little time. We're going to for Keith Sue.
All right, Jimmy. Thank you. So let us begin. Everybody was like it. Keep reading together so I can see. So that's another beautiful new post. Today, posting designers skipping involved now.
Keith sold everybody for a song. That's funny. Yeah, it's funny. And I'm pretty sure there's a double joke there. We just said that he's a white guy, right? Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much there. The genuine note that I would give if writing it properly is exactly what you're asking. You have to figure out when the first word breathe. About the Snickers thing, or about the milk, about the milk mix Snickers thing, and then the white guy. Emphasizes it too, because you kind of just sit with your breath. Yeah, and it's very, very funny. And what happened was, is it got like a double laugh, then a laugh, but first, you could have gotten a bigger laugh without the double laugh in the first part, and you just landed it without bringing it. It's like there needs to be space before that tag, because the tag is just as funny as the punchline if it's said confidently. But on that, it was just, you have the right, the wording's correct. It's pacing, actually. That would be the note on the end part of that. Really let it breathe, so we're like, well, yeah, it's on the Snickers thing. And then you turn back into, that's even however you want to say it, because that's where it's like really down to your voice. But,
there's another form
just
of
pace
feeling
it.
as well. الرجال بالطبيعي هنشارك
Just be like
شديد وأظن بالبول على هذه الشخص.
and like everything you're saying is not cocky. No, not cockily, but you have to like act like, hey, this is a great joke. You know, like it is a funny joke, and definitely your joke is funnier than you are confident. So when you bring those two things together, it's great. But yeah, there you go. Keith Sawyer on Twitter. Oh, you know this guy. This was one of my favorite guests I've ever had on. This from 2 weeks ago with Sam Tripoli. Really excited to have him back. We're going to get for Ari Manis, everybody. Oh, yeah. Ari Manis.
I don't think I'm racist. Sometimes I feel like part of me is not racist. Went on date with this beautiful black woman. She was so hot we connected spiritually. At the end of the day, I kissed her on the lips hard.
Because again, I feel like
my penis was just not
You know,
get
there's
up.
supposed to be like,
It's like, damn it, Tim, why are you so ignorant?
person does the same.
I bet her name was Samantha, you'd get up. As soon as you smelled cocoa butter, you went limp. You ignorant too.
Below, that's why I'm
Holy shit, like all the people talk shit when you only give the comedian 60 seconds, bro. I know what my response is from now on. They only want to do 25 seconds, bro. That's all they really want. And then find out you do so much stand-up, you could have easily thrown in
Then
the
what
fucking
happens?
there. You know,
Because
I
again,
didn't want to time it wrong, so.
then I go ahead and I
need a little pep
maybe
talk
I
from the
can
comic
get
page.
out of
Comic
it
page,
what I
why you give them
want.
something deep to think about.
But then afterwards, I realize how I feel. So that's that feeling of
It's pretty hard tomorrow. I watched it with the time, but that kept me out at 60, Patriot. I don't know what you think's going on.
There's a couple times where if I can hear it's about to, right, then I'll let it go over.
But then you gotta throw in the bear more after that. I was looking for something like deep and one of your like deep marijuana thoughts. You have anything for Ari on that, Patriot? I'm talking like Jesus Christ, Patriot. Are we any cue cards over there for you? Like, say one of your like philosophical sayings.
We're gonna see. He's gonna call it.
I guess I checked in with you at the wrong time.
Hey, Ari, I think it was last episode before you were talking about that date that went wrong. Have you contacted her again to try to do a new date with her?
Right, to catch you guys up real quick, Ari, what happened today? Wait, what was the original thing that oh yeah, instead of it, she wanted super hot chick, like playboy chick. She wanted to hang out. He's like, all right, cool, let's hang out. What do you say we smoke some pot and hang out at your place and watch something on TV? Basically, we're both asleep and like no key. So the second we took her rock climbing, which is only something he's good at, because and he took her there because he wanted to look. There you go, Patriot. No need to redeem yourself.
I've tried that up a few times that she kind of gave me a friendly night.
I bet she's busy.
I knew it was a bad decision. But whatever the reason, I told it.
Holy shit. This really is came out of nowhere.
How did I choose that? Because again, they get only new things intellectually.
Keep that on the back burner for over a couple texts every other day. Like,
So I ignored. I ignored that.
that's your picture of a dog. If she doesn't respond, just keep doing it. Every minute while you're responding.
Don't be afraid to.
That's how I do it.
Don't be afraid to follow a black guy in bed. I mean, you have one of those stereotypically huge Jewish penises, right?
I got it. There you go.
Fuck yeah, Ari Manis, everybody. I forget what he talked about. I'm just so excited to find out more about that other thing. Fun. Flying through, put your hands together for Mike. Dirk.
I think Ari Manis was hilarious.
Number one,
You guys don't know him. You should be
the good news is you don't got
I'll say, you know, with what
That's part of my sugar. That's the most thing about it. Why do I feel this way? Because there's a part of the recognition that I did
what I'm gonna say is this, you know,
that recognition that I chose
I gotta say that
that recognition
it's
that I
crazy.
did
So we
one
don't
thing
push up stage
in and of itself
this big one. The
is
other day I got asked more
my
for the rest of the night. Like, hey,
it would be very profound. He goes on, he says, well, I'm going to but I also. What this does is the goal of this subject how we make decisions. How we make decisions. There's certain things you cannot save yourself from. There are certain things out there that the decisions are powerless. So,
You got the bear, you got the bear, you got the bear. Settle down. You got the bear very angry right now. So it's like me coming.
I don't want to live in Ghana. I don't want to live in Ghana. I don't want to go to a head
had to do it. That's it.
If I know that a particular decision is going to place me in a dilemma,
It's my favorite thing with the nice guy on my panel. You get to see good cop turning to bad cop once in a while. That's one of those fun.
before the commission
I feel like he's about to slice his head off with his
but in
fake
the
sword.
event that I do, the quote unquote good news is those feelings that I can never
What was the opening line again? You said the N-word. Aziz, I'm sorry. Winning round. I'm waiting 7 years to use that reference. Just joke.
Ultimately, again, I am forgiven. Smoking alone, I'll pull up on it. I will say, now why is this why is it embarrassing? Ultimately, again,
So you don't
why
just say that.
is that what? Like, that I am embarrassed that I did.
Maybe you haven't developed a 1 minute set.
It's totally what's the shot? That's on the top. The essence of
2 minute set. You started the 1 minute set.
really say very simple. Because I've literally been ahead and suffered
For the 6 comedians in the room that just started killing themselves for this stuff, the diversity showcase.
not the fact that I'm 5
Oh my god.
is that what? Is that what?
On that
The
thing,
blue shot
I
is
think like that's enough
the
information to finally
blue
end
that I
that
feel
show once and for all. Like, hey, this guy showcased for this. NBC Diversity Showcase cans confirmed it.
I commit the act and I impose
Yeah, I mean, that was really terrible. No,
it's amazing. Like it's nothing but a reversal of my life because you've done something wrong. This is just the emotional result of realizing that I made a choice.
it's very, very
Difficult for it to see.
and even like
That blue shot, that blue shot is just one man who's got to be powerful. But the problem is, if I don't feel blue shot, then the aftermath of sin, that means unfortunately the pain is terrible. So you just prepare. That's the nicest sentence that ever. The feeling of that blue shot is
you have no business saying that word. Yes. Right.
You gotta see in the room here, especially 20 big black men.
The comedian that utters that word successfully will never in his life have ended up saying, I don't have a 1 minute set developed. Those two things, it's a different person.
And you call the Jewish guy there.
And there's only one goal when it comes to Canada, and it is avoid it.
They say it again. This is the one where
Avoid it. So let's say, now I understand that the accent of
Say
saying,
the ER ending, not the GGM.
right. Be very careful.
Hey, I'm not saying it.
No, I know. Say it again. Oh my gosh. Adrian, did you just realize what's going on?
I don't want to do it.
Is that Michael Richards underneath up there?
Yes. Right. Oh, we knew you're white as fuck. There's no doubt about it. People don't know whether I'm black or white. Jesus. There were a few black guys up here tonight. The one black guy.
Shit. Wow. This just got real.
Holy shit.
Dang.
Holy shit.
Cool texture. We think he has a 20 grand plan?
Bully Mike Durkin, and even his Twitter handle's terrible. You're not following him. There you go. I'll see you on French. We have time for hopefully one or two more before closing with our classic, our two favorite ladies. Marianne's got Redeem Garage.
Almost like a negative picture of the beach. How does a person acquire wisdom? By reaching an initial open. So what's going on over here? It says, Tina tienes areszczą slawą, na przykład za księgiem mieszkały do pomocy. Emo, Bóg Roma, jest on może być stały alchar. שהחסק בימי הזקנה, כוח החמדו שיש וכוח היצר הלא של חייבה. And so this is so beautiful. Rather, what was Shlomo HaMelech meant about old age? And what was about lamenting about the loss of youth? They were lamenting the loss of the youth. The loss of the youth. The loss of the desires of when you're young and the values of desire.
You did the show a couple weeks ago, right?
There's an incredible amount
Tell me if I'm right. I think I gave you this thing note that.
But as we get
Did I tell you that you weren't doing anything funny until towards the end? I'm almost positive that that's what
that's a day-to-day struggle.
That's not how to play that.
The longer the struggles, the longer the duration of the struggles, is the duration of the
now you're doing both things, and you did that a couple times where you like the end of the joke, you'd be like,
good co-host bad
important part of the joke.
No good regards, no bad.
You're not even selling the joke.
There's
You know,
energy.
you have to.
And life is all about how we choose
The
to
one thing I remember from last time, almost I don't remember much about these shows after they happened, but I almost remember like 95%
when
that
you're older.
the same thing happened then.
There's
Where I'm
less
like,
energy.
those
So when Shlomo says,
great, and all of a sudden I'm like, that's a great little one-liner that I don't think I've heard before. There's some that are way better than others, and no matter what, whether you're doing 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, 30 minute, you gotta start with some bangers that you think people will decide, because
you won't have that same
gems
energy.
hidden in there that are much better than what you're giving
And
out
that's like
front.
those
It's
of
just
you
what's
you
fundamentals to
you just won't have the same amount of
make
power.
people
As I'll
like
say,
you in the beginning.
woe to the people that leave us
It must be great on Twitter, huh? Because
bigger studies, that's when we are young.
it must be great on Twitter. You're really good at the short little
So
bangers
says
that you
the
get.
public Catholic says out, that's a Shlomo unrelenting. When you're young, you have so much of this power, and you can use that for either when you're young. You have so many more fibers, you have so many more desires, so many more lusts and wants, and put it
You should also try to
Very
memorize at least 8 minute jokes.
But what makes that end of the day, if you channel those cultures correctly, you also have the ability to go out and accomplish great things. As you get older, that energy is lost. You start to trail off and look back down. So listen, so again, but I want to be clear. Not to say that when you get older, you don't have the ability to look at it. But a public is sin is energy. All about success living is all about how you
It's not that
choose
hard to look at jokes and look at the possibilities of segues and have reminders
and
of
you
how
always
to
see
set
that when a
up
person
something.
has their youth, well, the good things learn of that stuff. Because I'll say,
I'm gonna put one
you
more.
can
There you go,
practice
Steve
channeling
Barrett.
that
It's
energy
on
and
Twitter.
vigor in the
The
right
one-liner
direction.
comedian
And one
on
day,
Twitter. This guy's
you
not
won't
a
have it.
marketing
Or one day,
major at all.
you won't have as much of it. And you don't have as much of it, ultimately, it brings attention to it. I just want to stop it here for
I
today.
think we only
We'll
have
pick up
time
again
for
from the last leg.
from the bucket before we start our Always interesting closing segments. Bring your hands together for Jared Campbell, everybody.
Shout out, oh, can I say nigga no more? That ain't cool. I'm gonna say nigga as much as possible just to take advantage of it. He look like niggas that get no caps and nigga ain't talk to me. What kind of shit was that? See, now I'm gonna play football for University of Miami. Like, that's the closest you gonna get to being in a game full of niggas. And it's different because, like, now I'm out here hanging out with all kinds of white people and shit. Like, all the kids I was in school with, I really fucked with me out here now. It's like, yeah. And a lot of white people, like I think I'm like a good person, like, bro. Like, you trying to get involved with a group of niggas, start with me, I can ease you into that shit. Like, I'm good enough to know how to slave, but I'm also white enough to know how to explain it to white people. So I feel basically it's like the ratchet when they go to India and go away. That's ratchet behavior, boy. The lane dancing, that's twerking.
Wow, hilarious. How long have you been doing stand-up? 2 years, all here in LA. Wow, man. There's some funny shit going on there. You really know who you are, and you're like owning it. It's incredible. It's really great. I'm really big. Yeah, totally. You just owned it. I mean, I feel like a lot of the notes today were, own your punchline, stay in the pocket, stay confident. I feel like that was the majority of notes. Yeah, that's really, that's what you obviously were just throwing that at 1,000 miles an hour. And it really just believable. It was believe that you could be hilarious.
I also like how you address they're pretty tough, dude. And sometimes, like, people, like, kind of question, like, things about you. Say, it's like, the elephant. How it's so big, and you address it right that out of the way. Keep the dudes and then people sound, have it their challenge, their heads, and then.
Let me explain
Yeah.
that
You do like spots. Where are you?
concept of going ahead what he calls Kabbalah Allah, but the ability to go ahead and make a heartbreaking
So
attack
there's a bunch of
and
former hurricane players that are just on comedy right now. What the fuck is that shit?
that community in Arab Shemesh and Yuma.
Wow, what's that? What position were you at Miami? How long did you play?
Starting a new day of my life.
Wait, were you at the game where they played the Buckeyes at Ohio Stadium? Oh, well, good thing you weren't there, or else you would have gotten hurt again. Because the Buckeyes beat your ass that day. I was there. That's right. So a little shout out for my Ohioans that are always in motherfuckers. That's right. Snuck it in on you. You didn't think I was a big college football fan. I'm going to 3 games this year. One at Ohio Stadium in November, one at Cal in September, and the national championship, whatever the fuck that is. Motherfuckers. Anyway, you're hilarious, dude. I'm sure I'm going to see you again. It's at Jared. That's interesting. Twitter handle QUAY Jared, QUAY on Twitter. This guy's the fucking future right there. Did you submit for Comic Deal? Holy shit. We better go kill Teddy real quick. Get his fucking stuff. There he goes. That Jared Campbell. Jared Campbell. Funny motherfucker. Alright, well this is the part of the show where we talk to 2 ladies that have been almost completely and utterly originally built out of these walls to kill Tony regulars. To ugly young rising stars early in the game. He's always doing a new minute, and it's always fun to watch them grow, give them notes, hang out with them, talk with them, what's going on. So, going up first, let's put our hands together for these ever since episode 1. The only female to be on every episode of Kill Tony except for the episode that she missed. Put your hands together for Sarah Lustig.
I'm not really sure that I'm supposed to be queen, and I'm like still figuring it out. All that I do know is that nothing makes me laugh. I overanalyze everything. And for some sick reason, I need strangers approval. So here I am. Clearly, I want attention. I was a really lonely kid. I used to catch bees for fun. And they would sting me a lot. This is how I found out I was a masochist. So, it's worked out well. I actually would really like to get my happiness on track, but I couldn't find an app for it. Can you guys, please? God damn it. And every night at 4:30 in the morning, I download a vibrator app and read it 6 minutes later. Apparently, loneliness comes with a plus 10 dexterity boost.
Holy shit.
Why is he so angry?
Sounds like a different bear.
Who doesn't back off at a boner?
What was the last thing you said that was funny?
In the beginning, where he was kind of almost like a narration, like of like the Wonder Years. I grew up in this mafia, and it always became angry.
The beginning of it was extremely uncannily like slow, just like opened up with I don't have it.
That was actually that first, like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be comedian. That was actually the first joke that I ever wrote. The first time that I ever did it, though, it did really well, because it made it really and I've been trying to reword it to make it funnier, and perhaps that's why it results in it. The punchline is that, we kind of all are here, like, for the same kind of reason, and that it's like we have this, we overanalyze everything, we're pretty, everything is slap, and that we're, like, addicted to, like, strangers.
Yeah, that's the thing with that is that that's just a fact. That's not a joke. Strangers approval feels good, and that's why rock bands want to be successful. That's why comedians. It's definitely. Sure, there's a lot of people that are like, hey, just do it for my artistic and catering. Well, I'd love to see if you're more excited in a sold-out theater with people going crazy. You know what I mean? Everybody is into that work.
I like the vibrating joke. You said more to it. You said something like you can get water damage, stuff like that.
That was probably the best one because it's actually literally true.
It'll always be that way. That's not some mysterious coincidence. That's actually how it
I know
works.
that's
This is like your own stage character. Like you're on depressed type girl. Is that like kind of what you're known for?
well, like they said, I've only been doing this for like 4 years. So I'm really, like, I feel very comfortable, very strong, and like it's not like a weak part, but I am still trying to identify really what my presentation of myself should be like, because there's so many different facets.
I'll tell you a huge note. Smiling and seeming like you have to spend your first 5 seconds seeming like you will not, because nobody wants to hear some shit from somebody that thinks that they're better than they're actually.
I don't think I'm better than
You're smart.
Right.
You're sexy as fuck. You're adorable. You're angry.
Right. And meanwhile, this entire time after you're set, you're smiling and you're talking back and forth because that's actually who you are. But you walk out there and you're like,
maybe then I am not that comfortable being myself.
well, that's natural.
I did like the idea behind me joke. I was thinking maybe like the only reason that you
I wrote that entire set while we were doing very fucking
so the idea behind the bee catching joke is being stung. I thought it would be kind of a funny thing. Like if
of what I did wrong.
Because I was too young to cut myself. That's also that. I mean, that's something that I do in order because it's also a true story. Like I really did, like not having friends and I would just catch. We're all that person. I don't understand why you have to act like that.
No, it's hilarious. That's why I have to act like
for being honest.
Because I'm that guy.
Yeah, we're all aware.
There you go. I know.
Anyways, yeah,
great job. And smile more, be likable, patriot with your comments. Johnny this week and Sarah Jones.
How do I use it?
Which is great. Yeah, great at that.
I'm getting to the new part.
There you go. Patriot, your advice was amazing. There's Sarah Mustajabe. Sarah Dresses on Twitter. That's Sarah Dresses, the Legend Slayer, the King Slayer. There she goes. Are you guys ready for our final lady of the night? Always exciting. Regular and newest full-time resident to Los Angeles. That's right. She dropped out of fucking college this week, everybody. Put your hands together for Kim Condon. Oh, yeah. Right into it.
How are we doing? Good. I'm single, so that's going on. Yeah, I'm single. It's going really well. I think I'm the one. I had a boyfriend. So cute. For Halloween, he dressed up as a crab, and I made him. I was imitating him. I can try this one. Have you ever met someone? Have you ever just met someone who didn't even have a conversation with them and you automatically hate their face? I feel like they should have a special term. There's some facial features you just can't forget. Like, I don't like big nose. I don't like this. I'm racist against some faces. I'm racist.
That's adorable. See, you might be the most likable comedian. Look at that. See? It's amazing.
Yeah, I really dropped out of college. 2 days ago. To be a comedian, I had 1 year left.
Oh, shit. You might want to just go back and finish that. I have one class that I graduated. That's the dumbest idea. Now I won't get my degree. I would never. It would be cool to say I had a degree instead of like I just would take 2 math classes.
Yeah, it's not even math classes.
If I don't have a struggle,
But I'm
I
here,
know that
right?
I'm more vulnerable.
That's one way to look at it.
You know?
You're here
I
already.
know
I
that's
mean, if that's what's holding you back from graduating college.
And as a result, ultimately again,
That's interesting. 1 year is a long time.
and as a result, ultimately again, those actions, ultimately, I know
You're
that
good if you
so
stick
I
with
do
it. If
so
you
well.
really stick with it,
Subject. How do you rectify the past?
it's the best job in the world, and you make a lot of money doing it. So it's
Renting that
extremely
full
full-time.
Let's
You
try
gotta love it.
Right.
And
Yeah,
really gotta love it. That's the truth.
one of these
But that's very exciting. That went to school to be a stand-up. When you say that, I don't know whether to be years will tell before I'm excited about this or not, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. Would you say that being on this podcast and starting here influenced you to drop out of college, do stand-up comedy?
Being on this podcast helped. Yeah. It was
There you go. Assist from Tony. I need you to make it now.
yeah.
Really badly. This is going to be the saddest podcast.
The retrospective one,
Yeah, and hopefully it's not like, way to go, Tony, you're responsible for this shit. Right? Awesome work, Kim Condon. Hey, what's the Twitter handle you're using?
Kimberly Congdon.
Kimberly Congdon. Congdon. Congdon. There you go. There she goes, everybody. She'll be back next week and every week because guess who's not going back to college? Fuck yeah. As my new favorite part of the week. I'm so glad you guys made it out. Girl, what do you got going on that you want to promote? Anything coming up?
A couple shows of Rock Shiner.
Oh, fuck yeah, bro.
Check his website and just trying to make it.
I'm not going to check his website, but,
RockShiner.com or whatever it is.
what cities you're going to yet?
Canadian days. Yeah, that's in
Awesome.
I'm headlining a White Power meeting in Simi Valley.
All right, so
Anything else?
good morning.
So that's about it.
At Earl Scapel on Twitter, correct? Jeremiah?
Go to www.jeremiahwatkins.tv. There's always new sketches, new videos, got a bunch of impressions, that kind of stuff up there.
Definitely, you're always pushing it. So fun to watch.
And standuponspawn.com. I run the improvised stand-up show with Jeremiah Watkins the second Thursday every month at Rant LA, and Tony is a regular on the show.
One of the most fun shows. It probably has some of the best buzz amongst comedians of any show.
Yeah,
It's truly improv meets stand-up, and you're right there at the helm hosting it, and it's great. At Jeremiah Stand-Up on Twitter.
At Jeremiah Stand-Up.
Thank you guys so much, Brian. Iron Patreon, at Comic Patreon on Twitter. Shout out to our pal at Josh Martin Comic and Food Curl at Dude City Films. I'm at Tony Hitchcliff, TonyHitchcliff.com. Jeremiah is wearing the new Tony Hitchcliff equation shirt. Those are available at TonyHitchcliff.com or KillTony.com, which I just bought. Thank you very much. Thanks, Brian, as always. Thank you guys all for coming out. I'm sorry to those of you that didn't get up out of the bucket pool. Come back next week. Hopefully we'll get lucky. And thanks for coming out. Up next, the Ding Dong Show.
Yeah, Johnny Maris.
Hello, and there's Apollo. Hello, purification itself is achieved in two things: mikvah, tefillah, and erev shemesh, setting of the sun. Apollo is achieved also in this mikvah, and that deposits that the concept of tribute requires this teaching workshop. There is a para, there's a para piece, so that we'll see. Now, the para piece is a tahara piece. Level said usually level thinking was in Shubha there's two parts. There is a future oriented part. I want to be different. I need to be different. I don't want to continue to be the same. I want to live differently. I want to be better. Then after that is the recognition. There's going ahead and go from the map. Then there's the appreciation of
Holy shit, there's a lot of people here. Be here, everyone. Brian's got a sandwich. Sorry on the late start, everyone.
in order to go ahead and
It's a great start. Well, how you guys doing out there?
They were going to focus on
It's good to be here. We have a fun show ahead of us. We got some guests before this one. Let's talk to these guys. Security here at Kill Tony.
was coming, and they indicated to be communicating that
He's wearing a speaker box that comes out of his chest for the mics there.
but it doesn't say about kind of focus much more on the concept of so I understand that if you produce myself a physical radio has the ability to get some. Remember, what the electric is the same process. You go ahead and get the physical signal, so again, if I'm promoting and inherit credit, but that refers to the future-oriented type of signal. So head of cemetery again, old day is over, new day is ahead of me, new chapter. What about it? It's absurd. The last time we did He will always say, not so well. Also, not for Lord. So, for the face schedule, Dios te va a hacer. Pero, algo que está algo en el barco, todo es
It's true. I'm changing my face, but it's personal.
That the first part of the month is kind of reconciling with my past. And then I could go with you. And the subject is actually the opposite.
I'm new to LA and
I'm focus on my future,
driving is kind of
and then I'm
new.
going
And there's so many but like say the most obvious out of everything. I'm sorry, it's like where to start.
I feel if I stare down my ability to actually help with that, there's a people the people
Way scarier than
it's really in the subject matter. Let's talk about how it's the future. Let's talk about the future. Back in the past, at some point in time, but right now, let's just focus about not what was, but what will be. The time is already time for our future. Again, it's physical, so how do you plan for the future? It's love, kind of tennis. Right? Kind of tennis, New Delhi. Nick Ross, I need to go back to the primordial subject of you. Right? I need to restart. Right? That's come on with Father Phoebe. He's back to I need to go. Hey, Shiva, I think that was I'm going to go ahead with it. I like it. Hey, sometimes give it a good I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it is like sorry. But I just think what the purpose is saying is hold up.
You said, what am I doing? They're riffing. You already said a bad premise. After that, we're just trying to save it. So I honestly had high hopes for this, and I was going to do a joke, and then I just
I mean, worse, I had too.
that was a bad tag, but
That's the more I suffer myself, the more I feel scared about it. So all the time, if it's longer you are, it's and why do you think like I want to take my immunity. Like I want to take a third booster shot. Like I want to do a booster shot. I want to take my immunity. That's all I want. What if I want to plan a future? How do I plan a future? And what I know is I want my future to be different than my past. I don't want to live the same way. I don't want to engage in the same way. I don't want to be the same way. I want things good as actually happen. So, what I Right, open to you again, but you
Thanks for having me,
right, it
guys.
goes ahead and
So here
actually
Alex,
bolsters
we are under some pressure to not be so dirty sometimes when we're going on stage. So every now and then I like the
assurance that I'm never going to sin again. Of course, the first one you get that assurance is when
So
when you're dead. Right, then you have a thousand percent assurance. But my life itself, if I told myself the first time, I told myself,
that's just super cool. So now we never actually is stylish. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep letting that work. Thanks, Tony. Thanks. Wow, that's like 45 or fuck yeah, the old F word bit. Okay, you had a lot. Well, you know, I mean, I just don't understand. I just understand why. You don't know. I'm just saying, you say F word, and then it's like, here's some other F words that should be now bad. So I'm saying that those words were worse than the actual F word, but I did it on my head. No, that's okay. I get that. I want to say one more so I can get on this shit. Wow. I'm sorry. That's not too soon. You know what? I get where you're doing your play on words and stuff. Yeah, it's adorable. There's so many misdirects. Fuck you. If this segment was still called Tag It or Bag It like it once was, that'd be one guy who would put in a bag and I'd bury deep in the backyard. Right, I agree. Just I know, totally. And that's one where and that new joke is now an old joke. And that's the bag and the swords. I love you, you're the Jackie Brown. You know, like, so I'm from the Caribbean, and so I come to LA, but a lot of people kind of confuse us because my family's from Trinidad, and I never go to things like, oh, you guys are Jamaican, which I don't appreciate. But you gotta just listen to some of the sounds in the conversation to let you know which island I'm from. Like Trinidadians always like to make the sound in conversations. Like I saw my aunt this past holiday, she was like, last time I see you, you said, baby, you're not gonna say right. Connections, they make another sound in conversations. Like, I saw two Haitians get argued, which, by the way, is the funniest thing in the world to see. Because he was like, I see you press the button, so that's my time. So it'd be like, it's like vacations, like I saw them like in a restaurant, and the guy's like, I need my wife. Where's my wife? Finally, you got Africans, and Africans make another sound. Okay, that's perfect. You know what I love about that is that you can do that because you know those things. That's so great that you come from that, culture where you actually know what those sounds are actually like. You paint the picture quickly. That's very fun. And all you guys, I just think that this is something that I talk about that you get also on the drive from the car. I guess I'm the asshole.
Subject. Can I say something? I like to put some of the frostbite. Yeah, I think for someone, that frostbite. Actually, I kind of used like a frostbite joke. Very rarely does this have not stolen. I'm sure you probably just haven't heard it before, but very funny thing about Neil has a joke where she talks about having black penis as a frostbite. Says his tags better. He's been going for years, which is he just fucked a snowman. That's how they got it.
old enough, mature enough, can she make informed decisions? I disagree with you, but this is the way you grow, and this is the way you take away everything. This is the way you mature. So I have to give you that support, even if at the end of the day, I fundamentally disagree. That's not really what the ultimately again is being stimulated. This is idea that it's changing right. It is almost like saying they're going to do things. I don't agree with what they're doing. Because they got what they do. That's a pretty good indicator that I'm doing wrong. But from my stance, it's completely
Yeah. Another beautiful day. We have a new set, everybody. Give it up for that, right? Somebody went to Chinatown over the weekend and donated a bunch of cool things to the set. It's me. I went to Chinatown. So we're very all these things were $1 each. So
you all know that story.
I thought it was really cool. And it was hanging on the ceiling.
And
So
everybody
I'm
stopped
going
by
to
the
the
same
Chinese cashier and I'm like, hey, what's that one? And she goes,
question.
roast of
Everybody else was really wondering why
yeah,
does
I
the
got
box?
almost $10.
Why does the box? Because in the box says it's contributions to how that's about we want them to start went ahead and we felt nice.
Security is here. Please don't put your hands together for the one only 8 Iron Patriot. That's one of his many awkward catchphrases. You use that one?
He said, you come up with something Sunday, you come up with Hashraja, no Vachanaini, but I've been in this smoke of Halakha, so we are, I don't know, yes, what come with Vachanaini, that year, I think it's the study defense he said, the comes from Senate Congress, others have been made. And the direct other news to relay, it's with powerful language. And there's no question in my mind that if you are convinced of a particular data, and you are convinced that that data is correct, and you need to let my friend, and we don't know this guy want to open up the earth with follow up Torah. Followers? No. You know why you did it? You did it because you were convinced of the correctness of your path. But it is not indicative of the fact that that was a so again, literally what they're saying is once you learn your life, you're like Rabbi Eliezer. You're like the gospel. Hi, Rabbi Eliezer is wrong. You were somebody else. I love to decide about your personality. But at the top, you should put that conviction. And see that you're dedicated to your cause. And at the end of the day, they'll support you even if you're not correct. So Moshe, you have conviction. You're dedicated to your cause. Not that it's powerful supporting you even though what? That was your plan. Once like you yoke
First of all, alright, that was awesome. Expecting there to be, I was expecting when I heard that hit song in the late 90s, that it would be like a Patriot version of rap. What I love about you Patriots is that you didn't even do that. You just said the actual lyrics of the actual song, but only the first two verses. You cut out before the third verse, because you didn't have enough memorized, right? One of the things that I love the most, though, is before this, he goes, yeah, set a track, and I emailed the track to the show. Yes, and on the steroid, not even 10 minutes ago, when you brought it up, I go, I was like, curious, how long is that? 90 seconds. I gotta tell you, Patriot, I don't know if that audio or suit has a watch on it, but that was not 90 seconds. Do you ever say the N-word when you're not in the suit? You were the weirdest sounding guy ever. Now we see where you cover yourself from head to toe. Oh yeah, the Iron Weasel, everybody. Alright, I'm already speak pumped up to get this thing started. You guys ready to bring up our an awesome guest tonight? Essentials, the Bird, and Howard Stern Show, and many other great things. One of my funniest friends, irregular comedian, very funny bit. She was and with no hesitation, bring up the second guest as well. You know this guy from both hit television shows like Saturday Night Live and TV, another extremely funny friend of mine. I'm so happy to have him here. It's one of the funniest people I've ever met in my life. Finally, Jeff Richards. Yes.
Yeah,
Master impressionist. I never watched it. That's his impression of me, though. Don't judge him by that one. But yeah, I'm excited to have you guys here. What do you think so far? What is your team tonight? That's one way to sell a shit too. You want to produce it, or you sell it, you already been in that. 6,000
Yes, we all have a view of consciousness of authority. We have to remember again how we can be on every That's right. And at the end of this evening's show, he's going to be closing out with an exclusive first-time release here on That's What's Called Tony. Him and his band. That's a compliment on powerful side. That this is the good idea. But again, we are not so
What's that?
because the part of he felt that it was the right one. So me enough to be one of the
Well, awesome. Fuck yeah. Very excited about that. See, we get it sort of it's a comedian, so we'll have a magical. Many people signed up. What's your first comedian tonight? Dean. Sound amplification system. I didn't really know if I wanted to interrupt for your whole thing, but it was Instagram chat. I like it's interesting. Social media, it's like
he would not have started killing.
you're very patient.
Told you to
Like
walk
in the
back.
last few were the best ones. Like I feel like you've both been
And in fact, he gave you to walk back to the
two
street
versions.
that he wanted.
Hi everybody, I'm Jeffrey.
We probably didn't want this. We probably didn't want this. We remember as we were going for 3 years, many things
You got to bring more in there.
but he both of them did not involve these over. But again, like the more talk about Europe and half of the Asia. The difícil de buscar toda. Alright,
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's just one of those situations where you're like focused so far away from your mouth that it's just hard to pay
even
attention
though
to it.
it was not
I
the
guess
left
you could say this because we
the
all
one
like
was holding away,
Maybe like
was
that you
the
agree to
art
You
video
get
was
to the
how
punchline,
they
you start
how
to already look down
people
the next joke.
the resident
Bring the sour look out.
they also didn't want to number one, they didn't want to hold the budget. Two, they still did not want to hold the budget. This is exactly what it's supposed to be. So yes, what did I put in front of you? He did 2 things. Number one, he did video the number speed. Number two, video, like high video and speed video for a prolonged amount of time. Someone will go back. Even though what? Even though what? Number one,
Oh yeah, there you go, Steam for
think about the guy, think about the guy. Even if getting bonus for over the go ahead,
Why did you think that you had to have Twitter to do the show? I really haven't seen any penises. What is that, some kind of it's like, oh wow.
Because when God chooses to tell a person, when God wants to tell a person,
That's right.
plenty of times,
That's a one media now, everybody. Hey, at Mini Fastline, Mini Fastline.
Don't do that.
I was so used to all our roommates like fucking chicks all the time. Like I see that, fall asleep to that. Now I need to put porn on to fall
I
asleep.
can't
You know what I mean?
successful
And like I'm really roommates with my neighborhood.
don't allow
Penis a little bit louder so we can
sex.
sleep around here. Weird dude.
God is
I don't know, but see when I get laid, I get laid once. And I want to sleep with me. I can't figure out why. I don't know why. Maybe I'm probably this. I don't know. I couldn't cross that line. Crush it. 1 minute of jokes.
Life in general will be
We have kids that one day.
if I can look at the
We have
college.
kids. I want to have
If
children.
I'm doing
Tell
well,
all my experiences growing up as a child. You know what I mean?
God,
Tell all that.
not
I
succeeding,
realize I
that
can't
is
talk
God.
about music generation. You can't do that.
Great,
You know, because like my dad used to listen to classics like Temptations. You know, my grandpa Frank Sinatra. Like when I was supposed to tell my kids, Frank,
bloody
it's
good.
classic.
Right? And telling us because he wanted to
Here we go, we see this minute by minute, you know,
Yeah, definitely talk to him.
yeah, that's a huge improvement. Yeah,
Why is Pete Carchet doing
at KDC.
How real are we supposed to be with like Owen Micers ever freak out on you?
That's what the Iron Patriots were. He's the head of security. We can say whatever we want, and in 2.5 minutes after that, he's going to be right on top of the guy. By the way, for those of you that don't know, the Iron Patriot can't see where he's going. He can only walk at 90-degree angles. He takes the bus here because he can't sit down. In his suit, he can't sit down. He can't take off his suit, and it's extremely hot in the suit. It's 40 pounds worth of, what's it made of? There you go. 40 pounds of fiberglass, which is, alright. Does that mean I'm cotton candy? How dirty is it when you sweat that you can't dry clean that so you're disgusting? Moisture management understanding. Moisture management understanding. What are those ever used for? Athletes like me. What we did last week about it, by the way, is that he also does a lot of finish for the ladies. Ladies. We all know who porn stars are, but you want to keep going. I love Jen. Now, more of a vagina, boobs, and face. People quote people like that for reasons to be agreed. It's the dirtiest, weirdest, smartest thing now it's great. People think you're the Iron Patriot, a ruler of American defenses. For someone to sort of voice management advocate. Do you like to smell a dirty foot when a woman has something dirty feet? Have you ever had a girl put her foot in your butt? You know, you're doing a girl doggy style, she goes for a picture of you. I don't know, pretty formal. You did the one, I wouldn't do the one about your parents and a little weed thing. That's the entire premise of that we have this. My parents had that. So, especially using he has a nice personality. It also seems like you're pushing a weird thing. At first glance, I don't think you're weird. You're like a smart. All this creativity. That's creepy. Otherwise, you might not actually be creepy. You might be saying creepy. Unless that's where he wants to get eventually. But I think that's you. You just want to be a creep. It's just not even something you can't say. It's not necessarily making faces like, why are you trying to come and tell me that you know? Winner, chicken dinner. When I just eat dry comment.
goes on and says, "Hola, comienza Cameron going around to the ultimately, again, now look at this.
However, is not the iron sheet, but the iron patriot. The difference between a guy from Iran and a guy who's defended America's sovereign right? Something's up there. I was on point. So let's say the patriot talk about feet obsession. You're selling you all monuments and many Fastlane on Twitter. Take that by
Hello? Are you there? So, we are yes,
Because stealing too is a weird energy in the room. There you go, baby. Alright, moving it along. Your next meeting is just in place.
understood that itself is right. You like that fuck, you not want to get the fuck you that because you want to don't go. Don't go. Yes, somehow, some way, still felt that it is right. That is right. Now, less people talk like that. That gives the boss who tells you really something is wrong, then of course, how can you do it?
It seems like they're stuck with something and in the end, that means that if there's women that are working on that hard publicly, then
I get that. Go ahead. That are really yes, that is good, that is right, that is correct, that is quality, that's actually good.
why am I
You are responsible for Yet, the law of God itself is the right step. Well, because then what you are doing is correct. I can't get it. He goes on to say, because the fucking priority, lots of things like that, came out to Florence and the festival of move on.
Especially for ads, just like a Prius. So you're there in an Uber, zero in a button. A car knows exactly where you are because of your map. And then they pull up to you and take where you go. But don't use the other thing with the people with the mustache after remarks. It's just fucking embarrassing. No, you're right. I actually take Lyft, which is the big mustache one, and they make it so you have to fist bump the driver. Like your friends. Why you take that one when you have Uber? Because whenever, like if it's closer, I'll just take that. Because in the front seat, you can't sit in the back. It's just saves like a couple bucks. I save a couple bucks, and if it's closer, if it's between Uber X and Lyft, I'll do Uber X. But if it's really, then the significantly spend the extra couple bucks.
like that.
Benji
Don't
comes from vast sums of money, by the way. I'm just like a Jew from
people relying pleasure.
Anybody that's not from Beverly Hills and not Jewish, you can't imagine how nice it is. Maybe I'm not, but I know it's fun. You see, you hear that a lot. I think it's just that there's a lot of poor people. So if you're not poor, people think you're rich. I'm not rich, I'm just not poor.
That's success.
It feels like I'm rich to you guys because you're poor. I said, first of all, I said you come from money. I didn't say you were rich. I said you come from money. You don't know how I'm Beverly Hills Jew. But, I mean,
And yet,
I don't give it a different outcome. You were raised by a maid. Yeah, that's the sign. There you go. And I read up on something that were raised by a maid because your parents were so rich they could actually afford one. You know, really? You have rich parents? Oh, shit. Most people with rich parents, it's just always a fun conversation to know that shit's like. You want to just live on your parents. Just talking about Hollywood, everybody. It's Jake Marin at Jake Marin 100. So I love Hollywood because it seems like every race out here acts like another race. You know, a lot of black guys dress like white nerds. A lot of white nerds with gold chains and snapback hats. And Italian food. So they cook by Mexicans. Similar cigarette. I think those rappers don't call it more. They come up to you. They keep up free CD. They use it for free scandals. Sometimes the karma goes back on these guys. The other day, two of these rappers got in a fight. Their names were Purple Reggae and Swag Nation. Yeah, we got a brutal fist fight in the cops room. They were both arrested. I know what you guys are wondering. You're wondering, Jake, who won this fight? And I think it's pretty obvious. Society. That's it. Even a microphone video from Snapchat. No, we live hard. I'll start off by saying this. You can't do a Mexican cooking show. Sorry to break the news to you, man. It's just one that is just, that can't be what you get out. Right, Jeff? Wait a second. Is your real name Jeff? You know how Oh my God. Great. That was awesome. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Well, you're really moving on that one. Now we can all hear And the second premise where you're talking about the two rappers coming whatever, another rap that's like $20 a CD or whatever, you know what I mean? Definitely, when you say the names of the two rappers, like it's gonna come back to mean something in the end. But it doesn't yet. Yeah, I think you're telling me I think that's where I was going. I thought you were going to be like, they're giving away their seniors for some reason when they go to fight. There's some other platform because that, you know, these are not real rappers yet. Whatever. There was some kind of reason that when you go to a misdirect in the end of all that build up and waiting that there's a chance we can hear Swag Nation or Purple Reggae again, all of a sudden it goes to society.
Like, it just seems like something funny or something. And really smart. Right? Thanks, Jeff. Jeff Richards.
Or sometimes the wrong comment, the wrong approach, and then they just give because you don't know whatever it is. The first part usually is how we
I noticed that you wouldn't think so. It seems like what would you be in your coffee mention an adult in the soul like for real. I think it's a dominance thing. Because he's like, I'm being so much now. I'm the big thing on show. You know, trying to make sure you can get people amazing. It's an opportunity to hear somebody else is like, hey, I just got this library set up. I didn't even know about that. Right? So that sounds like the type of dream that if you're like, hey, listen to this, like it seems like somebody with power, only somebody with power can't even fucking, I mean, either it's somebody with power or it's like always got like needs it for nourishment. And also offer to share with them. And I did share it. I did share it. I gave you word of like, awesome. See, you can't be nice.
you know,
It makes sense. That's what you work hard to get on SNL for. Once you get on SNL, you can fucking take somebody's. Yeah, absolutely. Guess what? Hey, you get the same guy on SNL to your coffee.
I know,
When I first got on SNL, I'll make it really smelly and put a bunch of things. There you go. Yeah, be a part of the road. Versus SNL online comedy battle.
you can go ahead and turn your success.
I mean, probably do that. You can do it to you. I support this guy. Right, so he's bigger than me, so I if he would have resisted a little bit more, I would have given it back. But he didn't resist at all. I did. I ran away and I chased him.
Even if what I'm doing is this guy, so the house that was in there, he has to work on well, definitely, the whole you can talk to that up to you. And the house that does shut to the south, well, the better the house that lives there, there's a phone. But you can look at but you guys are the tax that you want to take away, then you know what you're going
It's like the Chris of balls. You know what that probably is where you took your coffee. Such rich man. I haven't really went the essence of it. If you went last month, since you didn't know what it was like to have no coffee then, now you get to know what it's like to have no coffee just after it was so painful because you know you're like 3 sips into your latte and you're like, yeah, just get going by the baby steps. By just a few more sips, you got a little more. You had a little, he had a lot. You're next to me, you're like, say with that. We grabbed the paper and then transfer from Ari Manis, everybody had Ari Manis.
feel that is less direct and incredibly dramatic. That's what it goes on. He turns the page, looking at Bud. He says there is an important qualifier. He says, "Nasıl kazanır belgeler adımı لكن الذي أمر مدينة بداخله نشر بنفس المرة الرسالة في المحاكاة في المناطق الثانية I mean, so I understand the bad problem with the rule of and I also understand what Bubba is saying that even if the data I want to take is not the right data I want, then the almost all of the still hopefully takes that data that way. But let's say that that actually makes sense. Right? At the end of the day, we're talking nerds. And what if the data is terrible? And what if the data is and what if the data is from place? If it makes sense that the people who think that hopefully that one is that way, they're perfect qualified to say right, so then I have to pull it up because the word out and I'm saying the thing that's spell is idea. You have to believe in the fact that you have to believe that the path that you're taking in life is truly the right one. If you believe that the path that you're taking in life is the truly correct path, then Hashem will help you down that path. Even if us, when you first don't know it's not right, but you first don't know it's not right, Listen, how many times do you go through life and we have absolutely no checklist? Like, people are so tired. People are so tired. And the thing is, they go through life, and they're always passionate. Like, what is actually changing in society and exciting way? What is producing all those memories together? What is it that well, because the best thing was really if you believe in something, I'll help you. No, I may not believe in that, I may not agree with it, but when you really believe that this is gonna, when you really believe that this is gonna happen, then I'll help you along. You have to really believe it. And that would be that off the top of your brain. That way, that's at the end of the day, a person is success in a particular area of life. But that's the stuff that you have to necessarily that what I'm doing is I can also find because by the way, the Muslim is very short as well. Many times, a person is very good, and I think that is very important. Very important. But they believe this is the right thing for them. But I think it's something that I just think about. You believers, so what you parents often do, right? Not only do they not stand in the way, but no, they can support it. Sometimes they can support it. Because when I said, I don't support it. This is what makes me easier. This is what I'm helping to support me. So you know what? This is what I'm going to be indicative that is right. It's indicative that I agree with it. Absolutely. You know what? But sometimes they have to let people believe in the things that they believe. It's probably sense of self. I don't know the way. Well, you know, so if you have to believe, you have to believe. You have to actually believe. You have to believe in something. It's finally and if I look at that, you will even you're not going to get to be very, very good. Because sometimes we're successful in the like you just like to and one of the tempo, like this tempo is scam on what I'm doing. About. And they take what I'm doing is right. Success is not always the next trick of divine treasure or divine secret, which is like this. So, what it helps me because I believe this is the right thing. And that's just that's the way I'm perspective on it because what I'm doing truly is the right thing. As the top of your head, we pick up the mental model like that.
There he is. Ari Mannix. Ari Mannix. Mannix, M-A-N-N-I-X. You want to see that? That's something about this image here. I don't know how chewy you are, but maybe don't eat because, you know, I know after I eat, I can't. That's why I make a turkey taco. Make it small tacos. You don't know what we're eating. You're like, I got some tolerance. I got to know. Right.
All right. So just that part.
Instead of sour cream, you use like a yogurt, not fried yogurt. Rock climbing area, yeah. She likes fucking, bro. Yeah. She likes getting wired up and having sex. Not wrong for you. She totally thought you were gonna get her wired up after that, my goodness. She's a dirty girl that wants to be fucked. It's fucked up. Yeah, I mean, 11 o'clock. So on the head, I can't believe none of us asked that. Is that the case?
Holy shit, you're like that guy that takes a girl to the skating rink and like
Remember
starts
again,
skating.
I'm not going to go all the way again. If we were out there, that's the something beautiful. Yeah, that and drop it. Right. That's how we go. Here, for the color. This how we pass the color. I just put all that stuff in the water. I will do it here. You can see how we pass knowledge to other guys. So let's say, that's what I'm going to divide it by bucket other, by the bucket. So, of course, that's what this is about. But rather say that embedded in the idea of the value of what we have to do with that, the different groups that different users. Different groups use the music. The just of music will have it for art for the talking stuff. Look here, you know, for you is your bit I need to go, right? But I think they would use up with the color is all like blue and so that because the way it works in the soft, we're going to go out of this way. Like this sound and that sound, because generally, some encourage the two, just the way the answer. Means that different reasons so in different areas, different areas that enough to the Polita country, we feel unnecessarily wrong. What we think that things that are made up is had a big issue. Let's say, also let's think about this Yoshi, right? Similarly again, the need of Yoshi. The need of Yoshi was the sun. So it's not that the idea that the need of the standard is the ability to a heightened sense of morality, even when being bombarded by people. So family of Yoshi itself is not Savannah, family of brothers, were considered like brothers, right? But they kind of had either possible. Which is the ability to be free and fully embedded in the program of the imagine them, the offspring of Yoshi and the offspring of brothers get together. They get together. Are they the same? No. Who's better? Who's better? It's all wonderful. They're dressed different. There's some of us that take the first thing absolutely incredible. It's sometimes unique to the that the goal is conformity. The goal is conformity. Everyone should look the same. Everyone should train. Everyone should act the same. But in fact, that's never been the goal. Right? What did we just learn? Everybody reads right. It's not like you can do that. Now, they didn't have to meet the Yoshi. They didn't have to meet the of brothers. And Moshe Rabbeinu didn't have to meet the of Yaakov. And Yaakov wasn't Moshe. Everyone signifies guilt. And it has to do with also the truth that the couples develop this thinking in one another. And the trouble says for one thing, says anyone who is guilty about it is going to be able to do it. It's certain fact that was stronger in this particular area. So, I mean, you need that that even considered practicing another family, right? One more person. Definitely though, to go in a Yoshi, ito ang pagkakang Philippines na nag-report. Kasi mo sa Yoshi, again, study certain morality, they will spend any particular area on them, and not just in knowledge, they will be also what to say, every one of these matters is true, because what they here, the context is going to be better, so I want to be clear, if you accept the approach that they how did he score when he goes? How did he order them? In chronological order. And he wasn't ranking. This is more important. This is less important. No, okay. But he says to put this detail. That's what I'm doing. Now, remember again. When we learn this, we have a type of remember the way this works is called the person who's trying to find the ego, he then passes it down to his children, and then it becomes a trivial thing. So when we learn this, this is really exciting because I don't know if you can say like that, hey, hold on a little bit. Maybe we feel like more easy. Maybe I need to get a little bit more trouble. What do I need to work on? They're all try to me. Able to get this back to some the one both of my no sense of how much not a high both of the like that just for the past year. So if they and again we should put on the different people doing this. No one is and that's one of us. I know what the topic is saying is there anyone who suggesting all of these videos? What's the answer? The answer. See, I think the answer is suggest all of these videos. If you don't, no one suggested all of them, it's the same level of it's human nature that we gravitate towards things to be self. So can I have a little bit of all of these videos? Absolutely. Absolutely. Do I become sufficient in all of these videos? Most probably not. Probably not. Because anyway, after we love it, that's okay. Because again, I would expect two on the one and both with whatever marriage you'll say Hadassah, in Allah Harris for letters, you'll see it. And so ultimately, again, you'll find these videos coming out in different ways and different views. So you'll learn actually feel like the idea of things. There's no one I'm not to get in double shit. That's my stated goal. My stated goal is to try to keep this all of these levels. And that's my goal. Will I reach the level of proficiency in the same way of these goals? Probably not. That's okay. That's the way to do it.
Well, my favorite question, that I sort of like incorporate with each episode of tradition is I always ask the Black Woman each episode. And I'll ask you this way, is it given the sake of all Black people, why they call people who are light-skinned and light-skinned whites like that white skinned, given it actually might be the ambassador of all Black people, answer the question, why do they say that like that? What would your response be? Whoa, this guy's actually a producer on the show. He always helps out and sets things up and helps us throughout the show. And he's actually going to go up. It's at Josh Mark Vlog. His name's Josh Mark. He sends questions
in a different result of the Nemo people stuff. And it was the world that, are they both correct lenses? Correct lenses? Absolutely. But and the subject focus from a focus group called coming to yourself, but a lot of it when you do not understand, it's not of those like that, beautiful idea. It was really right. These words and these words are both the words of the living God. We're going to see that in the next post. That was actually one of the words that he writes about. Because no apply to arriba. Because to be clear, sometimes those who say it right on one person, not everything is happening right. But often when it comes to tomorrow, yes, we have both correct. But you how can we both correct? Come on. Let me give you some. I myself was studying because when most people see the world is beautiful and magnificent, we don't believe the strength of your system. Okay, because often your beliefs are not the same. Yet they can both be correct. The habits you get rid of halacha, you have to choose the path forward, right? You can't accept everybody to give it look forward. He said, "La koala, the asa shekol is kushon dalet. The asa shekol, so Zerash was this to go publish, but from the food is the name of the rock is the rock of the yeah, what's like, yeah, one cannot bring to the table one particular maybe he was stubborn, and the second cannot, maybe he is a jackal. And because that's the need that they sell, and that's the need that we face them, that's the need that they will do, that's the need that they will learn. And therefore again, even when arguing halacha, that's how they're going to see their reality. Who's right? Who's right? They're both right. It's coming from different directions. That's the evil behavior they have which is correct because the old discussion you don't necessarily tell yourself. That's one of my thoughts. Those are actually for the purposes of the have to do. Yeah, so just this was what it means. I want to point out, we'll give you something that's very interesting. Yeah, it's sort of connected with the primary category. So this is the primary category. There are more sections of companies that are primary category of people. But it does cover the goal with you for everyone. Because all of them, most of us end up being specific families. And Josh is driving us, and we're in the city in the back seat of the car, right where Josh is, and he's asleep, and we're getting off the freeway, all of a sudden we're all laughing, and he goes, "My God, man, I gotta pee." We're like, "All right, man, what movie?" We start to pull over. First thing he's like, "Oh man, big trouble, big trouble, big trouble." He's like, "I'm peeing, and I can't stop, and I am just filling your back seat right now." So Josh is dealing with just moving on because there's a new plate and new tags. Estrogen in this part. It's funny, you guys can tell it. It's actually a country So you can fall asleep and I take shit. She just goes to the bathroom, shuts the door, instantly washes her hands. I think
So in like pooping too, I think you could follow that up with it, and you don't want to hear of the poop. Like what else would you do? So try to dry your hair after eating Mexican food or something like that. Like something louder than a sink. Why show is vacuuming the bathroom after we eat a lot of you guys out here? You just have to your juicer in your bathroom. You want to get one shit. Then she's comfortable. Right? That's intimacy. Man, you're so weirdly erotic sometimes, and other times you're like, oh, go fuck. Like, you'll listen to a girl shit, but you'll like, she doesn't have like her own bathroom. Like, you won't use the same toilet as her afterwards. No, I will. I've never heard a girl shit and every girl comes to me, so I want to hear a girl shit. You want to hear a girl shit? So much. You want to hear her before she dumps you. That's all that goes. Dump fest, everybody. Jeff, you ever heard a girl about feeling before? I have this problem where my bathroom's great. One bathroom, it's just the fans barely makes a noise. My water pressure sucks. So you just hear like their little fart, everything echoes. So I do try to turn the water back on, so like accidentally knock stuff off, like the back of like my shampoo bottles, and I know some things that I know. I do noises too. I do things like that sometimes, and it always ends up going like off me. You hear the shampoo bottle drop into the uncontrolled slashing diarrhea. And then I ran out of fragrance. They started trying to use soap. I was like, that's like my side, but I little I saw it, so I tried to put like soap on a towel and like spit it. And that didn't work. So now I just think, no, it works so good. Towel. She needs some sweaty and shit. I smell like duty. You go the opposite. You go get some drugs. It smells like shit. It's so good. It's so good. The door chick's just like, oh my god, you take a shit? It's immediately. Where's their soap in the towel? I think it's better if you go the opposite way. Just submerge the whole fact that do you like an impression of the show? No, just put a microphone in the toilet. Just go for it. You 100%. Things that are coming out, and whenever you dump into the toilet, that comes out the other side. So you just like souvenir turtles. I have a friend who was dating this girl. Somehow we're not going to his laundry. And he sounds like there's that. He's in the woods. Parts of the period of underwear. She looks like fucking spinning a tie. You know, the best way to get the stains out of the underwear is like that. You just take a marble or silver. Weird dating history.
want to cause them
I feel like most girls are concerned that a guy is going to use them for sex. Pretty sure this guy was just using me for my house.
that I want to follow you.
Because I live in an old house. Like there were signs, you know, he ever wanted to take me out.
I wanted
He
to
would just
be
come over with all this equipment and go straight into my bedroom and shut the door. And I heard about that. I was like,
between what God wants for me and what I want. I don't want that. Because I really want is to see
I think he
so
let me have
far,
it out because he
I
would ask
want
about my
to be
family.
part of the
Like,
deal.
he's like, ask
My
about my
gift. I
relatives.
want to be
My dead relatives.
I want
What
to
is
be
around.
like what you
And
want
I opened
for
up to
me.
him and I let him know, like, that my dad passed away.
Like I
You know, he was
want
really sweet. He was like, what, you got
out
so
of
close?
it.
I
Then
was like, no, it didn't happen close by.
he said something
You go
amazing.
there.
He said, Shane Bussy, what's the
Like, when you go for the shit.
the hustle ultimately again is a person who just wants
You know, this one first I want to check in with the iron patron. What do you think about that?
ultimately again his will of life is what he wants.
Well, since it's not a ring finger picture, that's the way to know that it's not a ring.
Yo como que
It's always on the same finger, or else it's just a ring. Oh, I forgot you can't see out of his fence. That's a never-ending possible disappointment if I've ever heard. Well, that's funny, man. It's like I was I don't know, man. I think you gotta dig harder. I think it's funny. I just feel like instead we joke and get harder off because God is this on the game. Yeah. Again, the dating of those times. That's funny. I don't think it's very funny enough.
I do this in my entire life. You mentioned that I would have liked to myself.
Like somebody
Or I can
jokes out of it. Like that's like a headliner. Like someone who's like, guy's been on TV or something like that. Maybe somebody married. Just think about it. It's another dating episode. Well, I love the part where you say, I'm here after you've been here, you know what I mean? It's the work goes. And I don't really think you can top that with anything afterwards. I think that would be closer to the end. And then they were actually, are you still dating this guy? Is it a real story or really not dated like for 5 months and it's over? Yeah, I did not like the house back for the selfie. So he really rejected you. We're getting out here, or did you? We both didn't like each other. It was weird. Was it good? No, but like we were both just like, all right. I think it's funny that he didn't believe in you.
Drank
to
too
the earth. You
fast.
think of the rent that's done
Now brain
with
freeze.
the
Kills
tomorrow
it.
with
Then
car,
all 10 years.
with
I'm like, dude, what do I do?
represents
He's
my
like,
car.
put your tongue on the roof of your mouth, lean your head back, and count down from 10. So I'm sitting there, John, just like, 10, 8, 7, and I got a little girl's earlier today, so I said, you're a bitch if they're tired. Alright, guys, that's my time. Thank you. Well, your jokes are really hard. Is that a callback? Because I missed it? Yeah, just like, oh, okay, sorry, shit. Where you from? Did you drink that? I don't know about that. What do you look like, Alan? I've got, yeah, I got, how you make it like boy band or what's it? There's a lot of references to people. Yeah, it's, I think I did that too.
Sorry,
Like,
for
references.
the good
Like,
work.
I know the original listeners, you know. Probably
No,
know that one.
it's a real
It's just,
today.
Jeff, what do you think it was like? Thanks, Jeff. You said, he said, you know, she was like, you're retarded, just, yeah. I guess you said you could say you're offended by that. You was thinking, like, you know, I never wish for it. I was thinking, like, I want my text. I was working, I was like, I never wish for my life to actually be retarded, just so I could have myself. Like, you know, but I didn't want to, like, and then I knew that retarded was actually N at the end, so I didn't want to be retarded. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, the middle kind of, middle still, maybe 3 years from now.
We actually read a lot of this. We read a lot of this. Years and it's probably pulled back the idea that minor is toxic. Whereas people get in the ass of people left and right. Now that being toxic, and my love being tragic, that means come on. What have I done to you try to explain no matter what happens in the world, I'm only going to feel the reality of I'm only going to have the same exact color, same color. They just use it different ways. What is your real shape actually is not against the left hand, but real shape actually for the left hand. Like no matter what happens, real shape will not real shape will not so the same exact feedback. Thing that's origin, where this is
And we also they were great feedback. And I mean, I don't think did you feel like you were taking advantage of them?
last one. The team was well on their
Yeah, because they have this yeah, he asked you to go on dates.
The Sarah
You know, he didn't say you're free. Mentioning how your Patreon had to pay you for you to stick your foot up underneath his ring. His ring cage or whatever. Yeah. Patreon? What do you think about that? Wait a second. However, as we found out earlier, he can't rap. So. Seems like she hated us afterwards for some reason. Actually, the only for 60 seconds straight thing, she just attacked us. She's pretty. What do you think I'm gonna do? You're pretty sorry for the people that weren't able to get on tonight. I mean, that was that portion of the show that was the attack her bag. We originally started, we was a show with one of our own special creations. We have two of them here tonight. We're going to give them both a solid 45 seconds. And so we're pretty excited about this. Going first, the challenge. The person who's on probation. Their hands together for somebody who started here a few weeks ago, regular on the show, Megan Richard, after not showing up and missing her spot while being home. Their hands together for Matt Sarah dresses and Sam. Somebody going in and out of this relationship for about 3 years. And it's been in and out and in and out and in and out. Unfortunately, that's the only in and out that's been happening. We never, ever had sex. I gave him a full access pass to an amusement. Any road you want. All the fucking rides are open. Range corners. Use that. So I've taken a vow of celibacy because I guess one asshole in my pants is all I'm following right now. And so I'm so follow that. Alright, so I'm pretty much taking that. Very funny. Try to fit it in there.
of a person who dies with their
Now, going 45 seconds, it's Ken
which
Kong.
is back to what we read before, which is that I love the old. Real estate was the first.
The reason I say I'm 22, like I'm 22 years old, people are like, oh, you're so young, you don't know anything, you're so naive, you don't know life. And I'm like, fucking cut me a break, okay? I've seen shit. I've been here for 22 fucking years. I was around when Justin flowered through, okay? Like, I know what happens at the end of Titanic. I mean, I dreamed of Stella Artois. Okay, people, I'm an adult.
Stella Artois. It's funny. There's going to be that. We're doing a really time fascinating Jeffrey Jones. Right. So, Ken Coleman, thank you so much. That's that. Ken Coleman on Twitter, right? Benji, and Jeff, right before you. Meditation, Jeff. There you go. Greatest news coming out. T-shirt available. And that's sweatshirt also at shopswap.tv. Pre-sales are available at Facebook. So excited to one myself. And now, ladies and gentlemen, close the show. Thank you all to the performers and everything. You're helping catch this exclusive Jeff Records. Here he goes. John Sanders on guitar. 1, 2, 3, downstairs. My brain is lost.
How can I go ahead and put that how can I go ahead and do that? Using create later that's the question. That's it. So that's what I'm saying. And going to action. So whereas originally if you were just obligated to go ahead and but still the work on my product, but usually the question says, let me figure out how to help you with a part of the what do we call it? It's going to see why what do we call it? But we're going to see what
Close your eyes and you have to, I guess. Tap 1.5. Tap 1.5. Super quick. Gonna be over before you know it. Continues the day-long show. It's next. The longest running show in comedy store history. Don Barris is your very answer for. It's not happening. Main Street on Twitter. Okay, everybody, dreams are coming true. Welcome, everyone. How are you guys? It's all happening. Okay. Fuck yeah. Oh, wait. Just sit over a little bit. Yeah, I guess you can just. All right. Just. That's very eager. I'm excited. David Taylor's so excited. I've never been more excited than when you said excited David Taylor. We just got back from Toronto. If you're wondering why we're wearing baseball jerseys,
You know what? I must have been too stoned to realize what you were talking about. I just figured out I'm not wearing a Blue Jacket jersey. I thought I was wearing a Blue Jacket jersey.
that's why you said hockey.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so crazy.
I just realized it because somebody asked if I lived in Canada. I'm like, no, why would you ask that? I'm wearing Blue Jackets, and I looked at your back and it had a baseball logo. I'm like, oh, wait a second, I'm not there.
Wow.
This is baseball. This is like our professional baseball team.
Yeah, the Toronto Blue Jays is a very, very famous baseball organization.
Does the United States play versus Canada?
Well, yes, they're one of the only Canadian Major League Baseball teams.
Wow, I didn't know that was like USA only for baseball.
No, it seems like it would be, right? But it's actually one of those sports that they just barely cross. It's all Americans that are playing over there. Like, I don't think there's too many great Canadian-born baseball players. The closer you get to the equator, the better your baseball player is. It doesn't go up, right?
Is there football that does it, or is it just baseball that does it?
Football. There isn't an NFL team up there.
Basketball?
Basketball, yes, but they're always horrendously bad. There's the Toronto Raptors.
Are we talking about sports?
No. It's interesting.
No, it's fun, man. Toronto was like it seemed like it was like the richest city I've ever been in my life. Like out here, it looks like there's evidence everywhere. It looks like LA is just bankrupt.
It's definitely Canada's Tokyo.
Yeah.
Again, it's bumping.
There were so many skyscrapers. This guy told us that it was like 70% of all of the cranes that are used to make skyscrapers are in Toronto.
Yeah.
And these things can't move easily. It takes years just to move a crane, I guess. To another country, I guess you can't move. I don't know.
It's all bumping, and the energy there is crazy. And I asked somebody, I go, why is this all possible? Why are the doors open and everybody's having fun and people are drinking? Why is it always like this? He goes, because they have no guns there. There's no, people just don't carry guns anywhere or have them at home. They explained to me how that makes it so that you can have fun all the time. And it made sense by the way that he was done. After he explained it, I'm like, oh my god. So it's sort of a crazy thing that all the world is there too. And then
It was really stupid. We were playing a podcast thing. It was fun with other people smoking weed and blowing stage. And you had what is called very popular in Canada called a greenhouse.
yeah,
And everybody uses this word. Never heard it before.
me neither. I never heard it, but it's used, and we saw a few cases of greenhouse. See what they do in Canada is because they don't have the mountains and beaches that Southern California has. Josh, you have to be the guy that controls that. That's your
Patriots up here, by the way. There's no chance in your yard, but you can't go backwards. So you have to make all your body, like, you can only protect us from what's in front of them.
Another great thing about Toronto is that a lot of people came up to me just going like, what's that catchphrase you said?
People were just doing that in Toronto.
Yeah, sure.
I was wondering if you got me here this
No, I didn't bring you any weed from Canada. Luckily, California.
Let's be honest, everyone in Canada that had the California weed, that was the best.
Yeah, totally, and they do, and they're like, man, this is sweet. This is some fucking Cali grill. I'm like, that's what I've been smoking for the last 7 years. But the green out, what's crazy about the green out before we get back to the Patriots question for him. So since they don't have mountains and beaches, my theory is that they just fucking smoke until they pass out. That's their limit. Their limit when they're like, oh, I got high last night. When they say high, that means they passed out.
And they all call the green out. Like I heard it multiple people the whole weekend.
Which it's just an adorable way to say passed out. Like it makes it seem like it's not unhealthy if it's a green out.
When it was either you on stage or the fire opener, there was a huge crash, which sounded like a plane drop, and it was a person trying to stand up and falling over and passing out, to which we
And it was one point which I myself, thank you, lived in Canada all the way because there I was in the bathroom at one point.
you're professional. You smoke weed every day, like probably more than me.
Well, I don't smoke weed all day. I wait a little bit. I wait a little bit in the afternoon.
Talking about comedians today, sir.
I noticed that I get higher if I wait like till 4 or 5.
So you're in the bathroom.
I'm in the bathroom in Toronto. I run you on stage. You're about 20 minutes in here. So, by the way, we got a kill every show, right? It's always fun to watch a friend do a long set for the first time. Like when we're always like, 8 to 15, maybe 20 on a night, but we want to do 45 stretch out, and yeah, it's all good. And anyway, I'm in the bathroom. There's a little door lock thing that's just one of those loops that you put in the tiny circle. It's not like a twist thing. It's one of those. This kid is safe from nobody gets a look.
Whether the
Nobody's
motivation
gonna
was
bother you. Like nobody even knocks on the doors. Like they just wait for 5 minutes to make sure nobody's anywhere. So there I am going to the bathroom, and all of a sudden the thought of heart attack hits me, which is crazy because I was doing a bit of a. Every time I think of having a heart attack, it goes too high. That's kind of high enough. Anyway, the last thing, like, to fulfill the prophecy of my own bit, I'm like, oh my god, heart attack. And I'm like, wait a second. I just start sweating. I'm like, oh god, this is all happening. I know what it's like right before you pass out. And I was, what you learn from passing out before is, the good part about passing out before positive, is that you learn how to pass out better. You really do. So when that happened to me, I'm like, boom, I'm like, okay, here we go. So I'm like on a mission. I pop the lock. I open it. I know that I have this 4 or 5 second window. Death is right there. These bartenders, by the way, Puff Mama, Joe 2G, Matt Hazard, as I'm Twitter, and he's also Roman and Jason, the guys that made the jerseys, the hospitality that was incredible. I bust out the door and I go, I'm about to pass out. And I'm going like this. Like I'm actually, they open the door at T17. I'm like, I'm about to pass out. And they all look at me like, you know, I've just been on stage twice for 45 minutes. We'd all been having a fun weekend. They're all just like, and I'm like, no joking. I'm like, I'm about to fucking pass out. And they just fucking, they split up in 4 different directions at the same time. One wouldn't grab a script, one wouldn't grab a fucking wet towel, another guided me outside. No, I don't care. It was literally the most little baby. It was everything. I was right on that grid where I looked passing out, and it didn't happen. That sucks. Nice people there. But it wasn't green out. I mean, I was out of it. There was a point which I had given up. I went outside and I took my shirt off. Yeah, it was just crazy. You know, Tony's not one of those guys who just takes his shirt off. Right. He actually wears multiple. He has like 7 shirts on right now. I always wear multiple layers, 2 pairs of socks at all times, thermals under my jeans. Yeah. But I took off my shirt, man, and I'm sweating profusely. But we and something about the fresh air. We got through it, man. I had not passed out. Toronto, you tried Toronto. You tried to take down the Golden Pony. But guess what? This pony doesn't basil soup. Did that on the hotel menu. It's like you did that same night. Was it Friday night or was it Friday night? And I'm like, oh yes. I looked at that tomato soup and I was like,
for you
just
and for other people how to get their
hours later, I am puking tomato.
Okay, you're
Teardrop, something that's going on there. It's like a little itch.
so which by the way is not a bad thing. What the fuck is this thing?
It's just
Think about a
orange
world
everywhere. There's
in
puking
which
blood.
everyone
You're asleep, you're not thinking of tomato based. You think you're puking blood.
that's again, so one of the points that I think is very important is obviously the foods with the ratio of potassium. It isn't like it isn't never
Yeah, we decided to stay up all night and just party.
like when you take